supplies that are going to save lives, supplies that are going to save Ukrainian soldiers on the front line because Maria Aid delivers tourniquets and first aid kits and medical supplies. And every single one of these Ukrainian soldiers who live, who survive the battle they're in, and they are in terrible battles tonight, right now. Every one of these individuals will come back to Ukraine and rebuild this nation and build a future, a future of a nation looking to the European Union, a future of a nation standing up for all of us who are lucky tonight to be living in a democracy, to be living with freedom, and to be living in a country not being invaded. And that is what we all want to remind you of. It's not just that Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24, 2022. It's that Russia invaded and occupied Ukraine more than 9 years ago. This is a war that has gone on for 10 years, but only this year has the world stepped up and noticed. So don't look away. Don't look away. Get the news here at MriyaReport. Make a donation at MriyaAid.org. Make a difference. It's a little quiet now. I can understand why. We had lots of listeners and speakers for 7 hours and 34 minutes, which is a new record for Thomas Tyner and the Tynerthon. Uh, and we had a record number of people listening. It's getting late now here on a Sunday night in the United States, in North America, but please do retweet this space. We're going to bring you some news throughout the night. Prince?
Yeah, well, you're going to get more nice, good stories from me tonight because, I had a really rough few hours there for 3.5 hours hosting from 3 o'clock my time till 6:30 my time, which was just an hour ago when Thomas left because Axel stayed up and co-hosted instead of me. Uh, um, but we've talked, I know, especially in the evenings, United States, about Miss Universe, Victoria Aponesco. And I came across another little thing today that made me feel pretty good. Um, but I don't know why it somehow, some way surprised me, but it shouldn't be surprising because the heart of Ukrainians is just pure and they want to help their country. We all remember those wings, those amazing wings that she wore that went viral for the Miss Universe pageant. She sold those. She sold the wings from her costume and she managed to collect more than $10,000. And her response to that then was to transfer the money to Kind Deeds Incorporated for the production of prostheses for the Ukrainian military. So it's just those little acts like that that sometimes get my heart. That I know we talk about, a lot of different random things here on the space, but sometimes I think it's good to bring the good stories and put light on this kind of thing, which also then brings me to another story. I actually saw this one a couple of days ago from Lviv. Um, it's a place called Superhumans. It's a state of the art prosthetics center that they're helping to build. that will open April 10th. 10,000 Ukrainians, many kids, have needed amputations in just the 11 months. Superhumans means they can stay in Ukraine for rehabilitation and therapy. So those two stories actually sort of go together with Miss Ukraine Universe's donation for prosthetics and this place that's being built as a prosthetics center for the Ukrainians to be able to stay in Ukraine for rehab. We've seen a lot of Ukrainians going overseas to the United States and to Israel. I've seen several in Israel, and I'm sure other places, to get fitted with prosthetics and to do some rehabilitation and get used to using them. Um, but it's really nice to see that the effort that is going into putting these prosthetics places and rehabilitation places into coming into fruition there in Ukraine, and people like Miss Universe Ukraine making donations to help those people who have lost limbs. And we've seen throughout the last 11 plus months, almost 12 months now, we've seen pictures of soldiers who have lost limbs. We've seen pictures of soldiers who have gotten prosthetic limbs. We've seen pictures of children that have lost limbs. We've seen pictures with children with prosthetic limbs. So we see the impact of this war as we go through our timelines every day. But it's nice to see things on the background, in the background happening to make it possible for these people to have their prosthetic limbs and learn to walk again and learn to get their lives back, because that's what they need as much as they can.
Oh, absolutely, Prince. And of course, uh, one of our heroes here at MriyaReport is Nurse Anna. And this is a nurse from the United States who has reached out around the world, literally around the world, to bring Ukrainian soldiers and Ukrainian civilians to the right hospital, whether it's in Europe or Israel or in the United States, where they can get the care they need. And this might be uh, very sophisticated rehabilitatory care, very sophisticated operations that will enable them to survive and to reclaim some portion of their lives going forward. This is the kind of connection that is made here at MriyaReport. And without you and without heroes like Nurse Anna, uh, we couldn't get it done. The difference you make is not only in your contribution to MariaAid.org, it's in the connections you make. It's in the people you bring here to MriyaReport to meet Anna as she reaches out for help. Uh, Anna, as she likes to put it, has a Rolodex that includes some of the top surgeons in the world, some of the top medical teams in the world. Better than that, some of the top nurses in the world working at hospitals in Europe, in the Middle East, in the United States, and Canada, because it's the nurses who make things happen. They are the ones who know what can be done. They are the ones who not only speak to their patients, but listen to their patients. In my experience, nurses are among the best listeners I know. Uh, and they hear what you're saying between the words. They understand that a squeeze of the hand sometimes tells them everything they need to know about how you're feeling and what you can do. So that's why it's important for you to bring people here to Maria Report. So please do retweet this space. It's not just about the military. It's about humanitarian care. It's about embracing Ukraine as a nation in every way we possibly can. I have no hands, Prince. Do you see any hands up?
No, I don't. Nancy, what's wrong with you? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. She's probably running back to the phone right now. But while you were
I am
talking,
multitasking, sorry.
it's okay. This one you might volley back and forth with me on. Um, because talking there about the prosthetics made me think of another story I read in the last few days. About 7 teenagers who triggered a fragment of a Russian anti-personnel butterfly mine. All of the children received shrapnel wounds. 5 of them were hospitalized. They were ages 14 to 17 years. And what happened is, sounds like one of them lifted up, finding the mine, and threw it near the others, probably just joking around, and the mine detonated. Now, Ryan can tell us about seeing minefields in Ukraine. Ryan Hendricks and others have come onto the space and told us about EOD removal in Ukraine and removing mines in Ukraine. We've talked about cards that have been made to help children learn about dangerous items they need to stay away from, or to help anybody, the whole population, I guess, for the cards. My mind started to drift to the next point, which is the little dog Patron, who is going to different schools and helping to educate children about mines and what they look like and the things they need to stay away from because they just aren't safe. So it made me think with the prosthetics that these kids 14 to 17 years of age could have blown a limb off very easily. They were fortunate to only get shrapnel wounds. 5 of them did end up in the hospital still, so they weren't minor shrapnel wounds necessarily. And they could have lost a leg. And I know teenagers are teenagers, and they think they know everything. But the education that needs to happen in Ukraine, that will continue for years, because we've heard Ryan and other people on the space talking about how many years it will take to clean up the mines. And I know Nancy has some good information about mines in Ukraine from watching the Helsinki Commission. So if Ryan or Nancy want to talk about that at all, I think it would be appropriate, because seeing a story like that where these kids were extremely fortunate to only get shrapnel wounds, but how do you say only get shrapnel wounds from a mine that they found? But they truly were lucky. So I think always bringing awareness to the mines and the people who are dealing the EOD disposal and what it's going to take to clean up the Ukrainian country after this is over, is always worth mentioning.
Yeah, and that's an excellent point, Prince. When I watched the Helsinki Commission briefing about that in early December, it's just so hard as a civilian to wrap my head around. I mean, I think the biggest focus I had seen on mines up until this point was, watching Princess Di many years ago, because that was one of the projects that she was very focused on, was, demining for the safety of children. But to hear modern numbers and modern challenges and just the sheer volume that they'll be facing for demining was was just absolutely staggering. Let me see. I'm pulling up my notes here really quickly. Yeah, and since 2014, Ukraine had been one of the most landmine affected countries in the world. And that was before this invasion. Before this invasion, 1,100 civilians had been killed or maimed by mines in up until 2022. Ukraine was ranked 5th in the world for civilian casualties caused by landmines, and in the top 3 for anti-vehicle landmine incidents. And again, much of that from the fighting since 2014. 10% of Ukrainian agricultural lands had been rendered unserviceable by mines. And their estimates are that there are 160,000 square kilometers to 170,000 square kilometers to be demined. And those were estimates from early this year. And to put that in scale, the Helsinki Commission, of course, being from the Virginia area, noted that that was an area the size of Virginia, Maryland, and Connecticut combined. In my notes, the larger side of that range, up to 170,000 square kilometers, that's the size of Florida. It's larger than New York State, and it's effectively the size of New York and New Jersey combined. And they estimated that 10 to 30% of unexploded ordnance will remain in the land for years to come. And that's a level that hasn't been seen since World War II. A lot of it is orchestration, coordination. There are a lot of countries that are heavily engaged to provide assistance, equipment, training. About 19 countries total have provided that kind of assistance. That includes governments, private foundations, and donations, kind of across the board. You know, you'll have agricultural industries and agricultural charities like USAID's Agri-Ukraine initiative, who are focused on helping Ukrainian farmers and ensuring food security worldwide. And they were coordinating with Bayer Pharma. Bayer Pharma was coordinating with some of the demining agencies so that Bayer would provide the equipment and they would provide the training and the operations. And they also noted that countries like Japan and Cambodia were also very heavily involved with helping Ukraine through this. The numbers were staggering. This year, well, 2022, the US Department of State had allocated $91.5 million toward humanitarian demining in Ukraine. They couldn't provide a solid estimate for overall demining, you know, what's this going to cost in total, because they hadn't completed a national survey and of course can't access all of the territory to be able to assess it. But the World Bank has a rapid damage needs assessment team, and in May or June of last year, they released their calculations that it would cost up to $73 billion and several decades to complete demining in the country. And they noted that this was a quantitative figure based on previous estimates in previous places, and they do not believe that's unreasonable based on their prior assessments in places like East Asia. So in taking the lessons they've learned from other countries and projecting that against what they know currently for Ukraine, that's decades of work and up to $73 billion to protect the citizens and the communities after Ukraine has won the war. And during as well, but just the protection of what has to happen and what must continue after Ukraine has won is is just an immense effort. And I know most of us here in this space, we will joke about both the celebration that we will have and what happens next to this space and to this community after Ukraine has won. And I know for certain that even then, there will still be much to do, and we will still have community from this space coming together to help do it and to help communicate the importance to keep doing it. I'll get off my soapbox now.
No, I was just going to follow up by saying, I thought I saw a tweet about this the other day, and I did just on February 3rd about Maria Aid and Friends of Ukraine EOD working together, and Maria Aid helping them with some things so that they continue to work on the EOD stuff. So there you go. We know now, and I've known it. Somehow I believe I've seen EOD equipment being shipped and things such as that. I could be wrong, but I think I have, by Maria Aid. So it is something that Maria Aid does focus on. So that is just another fabulous thing that Maria Aid does to help Ukraine. Anda, good morning. How's your coffee?
Good morning. It's brewing, actually. It's very close to being done. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. I was listening to you talking about demining. And I was actually remembering that there are some equipments of for demining that were sent to Ukraine in the last days, and not only. So there are statements. So let us start from the top, right? There are there were equipments of demining sent to Ukraine in the last month and a half, let's say. UK is one of the countries who will be delivering 100,000 demining equipments. They are called Valon, something like that. They are metal detectors, basically, right? And they will also give, probably they are already in Ukraine, bomb demining kits. And the idea is to have, so Charles and Ryan Hendricks, when they were here in the space, they explained that what sometimes is easier to blow them up. So after you find the mines, and you have basically two types, the anti-personnel ones, which are smaller, and the anti-tank mines, which are larger. The larger, so it's easier to blow them up, basically, and this is one of the important things. But I see we have with us Marcus. I think he can add to this, and I will give you some more demining equipment for later if you want.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Marcus probably wanted to say something. So go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, hi there. I just got in when you were just mentioning something about MriyaAid and some of the stuff that we deliver. So sorry I didn't get all of your comment, but just on the mine clearing stuff. You know, early on we understood very clearly the importance of providing this stuff to Ukraine, to the armed forces, and I was actually there in Ukraine when some of that equipment came in and was delivered, and I saw these big, massive boxes coming off the back of the truck in these sort of pelican-style suitcases that you know, have padding and all that in there, plus some other kit that was in sort of bags. And looking at some of the stuff and inspecting some of the stuff, it was, you know, it amazed me. One piece where there's a couple of boxes that had tool sets in them. And, you know, we all have a tool set at home with our wrenches and screwdrivers and all this, but you can't necessarily use those when you're trying to demine something. So these things were all anti-magnetic, and so that you wouldn't get any sparks or things like that as well when you were using them on metal, you know, metal, scraping metal and stuff like that. And they are not cheap to be able to buy those. They're a specialty piece of kit. So it was just nice to see this stuff, and simple stuff like ropes that are used for demining, you know, that you can attach to something so that you can move it out of the way depending on where it is. All of it is specialty equipment. It's all used across many of the armed forces around the world. But the other thing that we focus on is not just the demining equipment, but it's also the training. So MriyaAid, through the, you know, the kind donations that we've received from people, we actually help the soldiers by paying for all of their transportation costs to come out from Ukraine to receive demining courses. And it's you know, the level 1, the level 2, and then now into the level 3 of training, so that they are absolutely competent across a wide spectrum of things that they might come across, how to manage these safely, you know, so there's no danger to themselves, there's no dangers to others around them, and how to safely dispose of these pieces of ordnance, be they, you know, massive bombs, dud rounds from artillery, artillery rounds that have landed, but it helps them to do that safely. And demining is going to be a massive, massive piece of work after Ukraine has reigned victorious against the Russians, because there are going to be all sorts of ordnance, unexploded ordnance that's sitting in the ground that we're going to have to help eliminate and get rid of, so that the farmers can farm, so that children can play in the woods. We're going to have to clean up all of that stuff that's going to be across Ukraine. So yeah, EOD, explosive ordnance disposal, extremely, extremely important. And I was just, you know, I was quite taken by the fact that when I was there in Ukraine, I was able to see this stuff coming off the trucks and getting, you know, moved up to the right hands. And now that the training that is done is beneficial, those folks are going to go back to Ukraine with a greater understanding, greater applied knowledge and experience and skill sets. So they'll also be able to teach their fellow soldiers what to look out, how to mark it, how to demine it, how to defuse it, and clear it, so that they have safe passage. So I just wanted to jump in and say that when I heard you talking about the mine clearing stuff. Thank you for that. I'll just go back to listening mode now.
Oh, Marcus, no, thank you. Thank you so much for coming up. We got on this topic because I brought up an article I read a couple of days ago about 17 teenagers triggering a landmine in Izium. And just knowing how important all of that EOD is going to be in the long run. And I did find a tweet from also the same day where MriyaAid is talking a little bit about their work with Friends of Ukraine EOD. and how they're working together to help with that training. And I knew I recalled seeing some equipment being shipped to Ukraine from Maria Aid. So I really appreciate you coming up and sharing that experience with us.
One of our longtime supporters, you know, even before the war started, one of our longtime contacts is there working as a translator, so that the Ukrainian soldiers are, you know, really getting the nuances and all the information possible. And she has long relationships with Canada, and it's absolutely wonderful that she's there helping. The demining is so critically important because, you know, people are going to use the land, and they're going to die or they're going to be maimed, and we're going to lose quite a few people. And, you know, then you're looking at what, you know, how do you reconstitute a life for them? You know, are they going to have the prosthetics available for them? And in Canada, we have a thing called the War Amputees of Canada, and it was set up after the First World War when a lot of these soldiers came back amputated. And it was an organization that would help, you know, prosthetics back in 1918 were nowhere near advanced as they are now. But these soldiers were faced with, how do you find a job when, you know, you're missing limbs? And it's going to be the same sort of thing for the soldiers coming back who are injured like that. And you know, I think about the kids, you know, innocent little kids walking through a woods and setting off a mine. That's it. They're done. In a heartbeat, their life is changed or their life is over, and through no fault of their own. So we got to get rid of these things. So
it's not just woods, Marcus. It's neighborhoods and playgrounds in apartment complexes. They deliberately fired some of these things over parts of, oh shoot, give me a second. Saltivka. It's a neighborhood in the northeast portion of Kharkiv.
Yes.
There were segments of that neighborhood. It's a old Soviet style apartment complex. So there's probably a dozen or more buildings, but whole segments of that community were blocked off with red and white tape because they hadn't had a chance to clear it, and the snowfall covered up the opportunity to visually identify the little plastic butterfly mines.
Yes, those are insidious, those things. Absolutely insidious. I remember I used to work at National Defense Headquarters in Canada years ago, and soldiers would get posted into my directorate. And I remember sitting down and interviewing them and chatting, and they would relate their stories and the things that they had seen. But it was really telling when we would go outside the building, we go for a walk, there's a park right next door. And so we'd walk across the park, and none of them would walk on the grass. They would stay to the trail that they knew. They would not wander into the grass because of the things that they had experienced over there. Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. Absolutely terrible.
We were warned of exactly the same thing by some of the Kraken and Kharkiv humanitarian people that escorted us there. It was snowing that day, and we went and surveyed some of it, but they grabbed us by the jacket sleeve at one point and said, "No, stay over here on the pavement, and don't walk over there in that playground area." And then we realized what the tape was for. But she explained that not only did they spread those aerial dropped mines, that in places like Izium, they'd actually gone so far as to plant larger anti-personnel mines and bury them on the playgrounds.
Yeah, of course, the booby traps as well. You know, when a military is retreating, they will set booby traps so that they don't care who they maim, they don't care who they kill. So you have to be so careful when you're coming into an area that was occupied, that you get the sappers out there to very carefully go through stuff. And it's even more difficult if you're being fired at. As an infantry soldier, you never want to go walking in some place that, you know, your sapper is not being, you know, very close to you checking out. But anyhow, yeah, I have to, unfortunately, I have to sign off. It's coming on 11 Eastern Standard Time. I have to get up early, and I'm happy to say I have to get up early because I'm going to pick up some medical donations that have been very kindly given to MriyaAid from an organization we've been dealing with for the last few weeks. So I'll sign off. I'll wish you all a wonderful night, wonderful evening, wonderful morning from wherever you are, and I will be back later tomorrow.
Thanks, Marcus. That's wonderful news. I hope it's stuff that might end up in a hospital in Kharkiv. If so, I might see it too at some point.
Night, Marcus. Andy, did you have more that you wanted to say?
Actually, I just wanted to mention there were, so during the last 1.5 months, there were sent, some equipment was sent to Ukraine. Some of them arrived already, some of them are on their way. Germany sent some demining equipment at the beginning of the war. Croatia has pledged 3 million in order to have equipment bought and sent to Ukraine, demining equipment. And we have had we have had several discussion here in the space about that. About the demining equipment and how many versions there are, what they can do, because it's a complex process, right? As Marcus said, it's not an easy fit. We have had here Konstantin in the space talking about how drones can be used in spotting mines. The equipment I mentioned earlier is also used because it's something that, so it's a mine detector. It helps the person detect the place where the mines are in the grass. So this actually helps. I think when we had Ryan Hendricks here at the space, he showed us some videos, right, when they were searching for mines in the grass, and I was thinking exactly that. I think, you know, when you're not familiar with this kind of things, it never crosses your mind. This is one thing. When you live in a sheltered life, like most of the time I did, right? You don't even think of stuff like that. Like the problem that you will have with grass is ticks. Like in the spring, you will think there could be ticks in the grass, or fleas from the dogs, or I don't know, a snake. It never crossed my mind that someone could leave behind on purpose small anti-personal mines. So this is actually something that boggled my mind, and I learned very, very fast in the war that not only in the grass but in the houses, there were pictures with people entering Ukrainian homes, and they will open the cupboards, and in the cupboard there was a glass or a jar or a tin of something, and in it was a small anti-personnel mine. And it kind of, you know, it freezes your mind in place, because this is personal. This is not mining a field in order to guide some troops on in a certain direction. So you want them to attack you in a certain place, and you basically mark a field and prepare to receive them in the most advantageous position for you. That happened during the years, right? That I have numerous examples in at least in my history, in Romania's history, because I know this better than others, in which our leaders took advantage of the terrain in order to win battles, because they knew the adversary will not be easy to attack. It will be easy to defend, right? We had numerous invasions, numerous attacks from our neighbors from all sides, and this was not new for me. So it's something that I encountered, and I also encountered things like so reading history, right? One of the things that our not only soldiers but the people on the land, what they would do was to retreat, like burn everything, burn their own houses actually. So they would burn their own houses and poison the wells, so that the invader, when they came, they found a wasteland and they had nothing to eat, nothing to pillage, nothing to live by. And when they got to the battle proper, they were already weakened, at least as possible at that point. So I can rationally understand the will and the need to defend yourself or to use what you have in your advantage. I can understand that. I swear to God, it's a war, and each party will try to do something to win. What I don't understand is, and I said this prior in the space, is when you target civilians and children, right? Because this is totally something that you don't.
It's sadistic. It's not a tactic of war.
It doesn't help you, right? It doesn't help you. You're already retreating, and you will kill a child or maim a child. It doesn't help you. Going forward, this child will be an adult in 15 years. And it's a long way from now until 15 years from now to say, I will disable him now, so he will not fight with me tomorrow, right? In theory,
I don't think they even plan it through that far. I think it's just malice and anger and sadism. I can't imagine who in their right mind would dig a hole at the base of a slide or some monkey bars on a playground and set an anti-personnel mine in it. Nobody, I can't wrap my head around that concept. It serves no strategic purpose. No, soldiers don't go post up on the monkey bars at a playground. That's not how things are done. So it speaks volumes about the intent of whoever did it. And it was no accident.
For sure, it was no accident. So that is 100%. It's and let me tell you this. I think this is actually how should I put this? I don't know. I say finance is up. Maybe he has a better idea and a better topic than this. I am kind of, yeah, okay.
My favorite takeaway from Thomas Steiner's 7-hour marathon special here today was that you don't negotiate with fascism, you fight it. But I also really appreciated how he pointed out that no Russian fighter jet has ever shot down an American manufactured fighter jet, nor will it. And moving forward, he can only count the number of F-22s and F-35s that will score kills on Russian airframes, whoever's flying them. I'm not even a gung-ho Air Force guy, but I'll trust his statistics and deep background knowledge. Finance, can you hear us?
Yes.
Finance, have you read the new the Time magazine article that I posted probably about 30 minutes ago, maybe less, talking about new rounds of sanctions on the Russians? No more diesel.
I have been following the new rounds. I haven't read the Times article. Let me go check that out if you're going to ask me about what they're saying.
I expect a full book report in 4 minutes. It's not the Times, it's Time magazine. Did we lose the other co-host? Anda, I see you've moved into
Yeah,
the jump seat.
at some point I saw that Prince was not here and I had a request for co-hosting, so I just...
She's sneaky. She's learned that Irish accent like I practice.
Well, I don't know why you say so. This is actually malice. I don't know what you have with the Irish. I like Irish music and Irish culture and St. Patrick actually a lot.
I love the Irish too. I don't know why they call it an Irish exit, but I've always heard of it referred to as an Irish exit if you slip out the back door. My roommate in college was very fond of them as he got older in age. We noticed he would just disappear from social gatherings about 2 hours before everyone else, and he always did it out the back door. No one ever saw him leave.
Well, I did come
Well,
back.
Actually,
I did come back to say goodnight. Nancy just
Good
told,
night, Prince.
yeah, Nancy just had sent me a message saying when I was ready to drop from co-host because you guys were all back up here now. So I just slipped out and figured
Whatever works the best.
yeah, I figured I'd just come back up and say good night and thank you all. And I will chat with you all later. Thanks.
Thank you very much for all your help.
Thank you, Prince.
Anda, I think you should consider a wardrobe change for the spring and maybe go blue dress, yellow shoes. Just a thought.
I will think about that. I will think what my dress should be for the spring. But
I'm gonna
you,
have to
you know,
consider updating mine too, but
when we had the leopard campaign, I thought about changing it. But then I changed I changed my mind. Um, I like the cats. I like the leopards and the panthers and uh, basically every other big cat. Uh, because I'm a Leo, which is also a big cat. Um, but um, I will think about my about my spring dress. I haven't given it a thought actually, Ryan. So I think finance has a different idea than my dress. So what do you say, finance? Should I say should I
let's
put a blue dress, or you have something from the times?
I have no opinion whatsoever on what dress you wear. That is entirely your choice, and I'm going to say it is extremely outside of my expertise,
your
and I'm going to
scope.
stick to my own domain knowledge. And dresses is not anything I have domain knowledge in. Moving to the Times, did they say anything? Like I just read that article, and I'm trying to remember any substance I read there, and nope, there was no substance. So I like that the Times, not usually
Is
not
covering the
usually something.
subject, but
Right.
what was the news?
There was no news in there. It says that the sanctions were hurting Russian gas prices and imports, something we've discussed for the last month here, that the US, that Russia is still finding some ways to get things out. We knew that. We discussed that. And that there might be people looking at new sanctions.
It also said that gas or oil revenues went down by 20% in December when they imposed new sanctions.
Yeah, but we already discussed that because the
Okay.
Urals to Brent spread blew out. I don't know if you were here for that, but I've hit
I
that
may
a
have
lot
missed
of
that.
night. Yeah,
I
know.
knew it had blown out. I don't know if I was here when we covered it as
Right,
the spread
now it's come back
emerged.
a little bit. It's come back a little bit for two reasons, unfortunately. Basically, this is pretty old news. No, the Brent spread, for those who are listening, Brent crude is crude priced in London. It's the broad European benchmark. Urals crude is Russian crude benchmark. Normally, and normal being before Russia decided a genocidal war was a good idea, Urals crude trades within $1 or $2 of Brent crude, usually below it. Sometimes it's a few pennies higher. Basically, they're usually about the same price. Since the war started, that has quickly dropped a lot and had stabilized before the recent rounds of sanctions around, we'll call it a $15-ish discount. You can actually look up this spread online. If you want to look up Brent to Urals spread, you can check that out on Google. But once this secondary maritime sanctions were announced, it actually dropped the spread to closer to $30 for a while, which, even though it's almost guaranteed that Russia would eventually corruptly find a way around it, they're still losing revenue while it's going on. So there's still some serious monetary win here, and hey, that's actually a good thing. So the Brent to Urals spread blew out. Russian crude started selling it $60 and more like $30 under pricing, or $50 to $60 for a while. So we saw it drop to $25 to $30 under. Urals was $25 to $30 under Brent crude instead of 10 to 15. And that really hit him in the pocketbook. And that has been what we've been discussing for a while. I kind of had to eat some hat because I thought that the sanctions would have no meaning. In the short term, it seems to have hurt Russia. Sadly, their corrupt approach, their ways to get around sanctions is starting to appear to pick up and work a bit better. They're increasing what's called the ghost fleet. So basically, they're buying every rust bucket they can find, that they can shove oil into that isn't registered, and they're running those either with Russian insurance or no insurance if the state just owns it, to get their crude out to people who don't care about sanctions. So they're not slowly, they are a little faster than I expected, starting to get around these export sanctions, but it definitely hurt them in the near term. And the price of crude coming down itself and their spread itself blowing out, these two things put together put a big hit on their budget revenue at the same time as Vlad has massively increased how much he's spending of the government budget. So they're really blowing a fat hole in the budget, and no longer are we discussing how Russia has this big surplus and their economy. And so there's a certain sense that some people thought their economy was fine. That's no longer true. Russia has now swung to a decently hefty deficit, and their projections, which I think are for a slight surplus or a slight deficit, are pure fiction because they ignore the cost of the war almost entirely. It's not totally unusual for governments to ignore the cost of the war in a government budget for a lot of reasons, but obviously in this case, it is their biggest cost, and it means that they are ignoring their largest cost, and they are running a fat deficit now. So there's your basic rundown on where we're at. That article sort of at best reviews what we've been covering for the last month and a half here.
Well, it is Time magazine. It's not Business Insider or Wall Street Journal or Bloomberg.
We're usually ahead of Business Insider and Wall Street Journal too.
Well, it's not Oil Tanker Times or Tank Tracker. Excuse me, Tank Tracker is a Twitter account. I'm trying to think of that obscure website I found information on shipping news the last time we discussed this. There are some oddball websites you find on the internet with relation to international logistics and transport data. Weird niche of nerdism. Present company excluded.
Which present company?
I would never say any bad thing about you, Finance, except that you currently reside in Missouri.
That's just a statement of fact.
The number one meth capital of America.
Yes, sir. Proud of it.
Glad to see.
We think we'd have more 24-hour restaurants given our drug of choice in this state, but we're not that lucky.
You think those people eat? That's not how it works. New subject.
I'm saying we have some 24-hour workers who clearly need some money, and
Yeah, but the people who stay up 24 hours don't usually have an appetite.
What's the latest in the feeling in Oklahoma since you had some discussions with politicians and trying to get people more on board with sanctioning Russia? Has any of that mood changed? I know you're both a Republican state, but also a heavily oil state, so oil sanctions would be something that maybe some politicians might like there.
I'm intensely interested in getting a meeting with Congresswoman Bice, either sometime here in Oklahoma in the near future or when we travel to DC in the next couple of weeks. I would like to know if the new senator, I guess he's no longer a senator elect, Mullen has changed his tune with respect to what's going on in Ukraine. He was not a very vociferous supporter. I wouldn't call him a full-throated MTG. He hasn't quite drunk that much Kool-Aid, but he's definitely on the fence and a bit of a naysayer. So I hope the person he just replaced, which would have been Jim Inhofe, can get him on board. Jim Inhofe was a diehard supporter of Ukraine. Unfortunately, I think he's about 93 years old, so he finally decided to hang up the reins this election cycle, and his seat was taken over by a goober named Marquayne Mullen.
Did you just say a goober?
Yes, I called him a goober because that's about as nice as I'll get and as impolite as I can be while sitting in a co-host seat. He, if you don't recall, he's one of the individuals that flew over to Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan or somewhere during the Afghan pullout in 2021 and tried to insert himself into Afghanistan to help evacuate refugees and potential American citizens. He was going to send himself into Afghan Taliban held territory with large amounts of US denomination cash. And I guess pay his way into getting some people out. It was pretty much a harebrained stunt at raising his national profile. And I think it blew up in his face when he was refused any assistance by local ambassadors and State Department officials. But we're getting way off in the weeds now. This only tangentially related to Ukraine because he's now one of two senators who vote on behalf of me, who may or may not be speaking out on a national stage. And I'm his constituent, so I think he needs to be schooled up sooner rather than later. And anything I can do to affect that education, I'm happy to do. So if I call him anything worse than a goober, I might harm my chances.
Fair enough. Well, if it makes you feel better, I am currently sitting represented by one of my senators is Josh Hawley, who tends to open his mouth when foreign policy is discussed, Russian propaganda comes out. Turns out that the current place I am sitting is no longer represented by liberal nut job Cori Bush, who also likes to spout Russian propaganda, because courtesy of gerrymandering, I am now represented, or this where I am right now, is now represented by somebody else. So 2020 was the last time that the Cori Bush was in the cycle. The new gerrymandering of Missouri has pushed this district to somebody else. So she is now not covering me in Missouri. So unfortunately, I can't try to get her out of office.
Well, gerrymandering has gone so far out of control here in Oklahoma that if you look at the congressional districts, they've divided the whole state up like slices of pie so they can each take a chunk out of the metro area in Oklahoma City and ensure that they fully dilute one particular party's ability to earn any seats on national congressional delegation. Masterful redistricting. Some might say diabolical.
I have a question in something related with crude oil, something that I want to understand actually from finance. So if it makes sense, you were talking, and I'm sorry, I'm breaking your thread, but it just occurred to me. So, and I just started talking. So the idea is the following. We have crude oil, right, which is exported from Russia as and sent to the countries that will accept it. Among them is India. If let me put it this way, so they will buy the crude oil at any price they see fit, right? They have a bargaining chip because there are not many countries to actually buy crude oil right now from Russia. So at this point, they can force Russia to sell at what price they want, lower, as low as it can be, and then they can refine it, right, and sell it as a refined product. My question is, as a refined product, is it under sanctions? So if Russia sells according to all the sanctions, sells oil to India and China, and they get it into their country, and they need to process it, so they will process it, and because it is cheap, they have the ability to take advantage of that. And basically the first of all, to have big quantities, and second of all, to cover any other problems that might appear during cost problems, right, during the processing phase. After they are processing it, are they able to sell it to Europe?
Yes. The big one is actually that we talk about the most is actually India has become a major oil exporter of refined products, and that is a lot of times going to the U.S. And while it should be under sanctions and maybe technically should be sanctioned, once it's refined, there's no way of telling where something came from, right? I compare refined, refined products. It may as well be a gold brick. I'll have Ryan back me up if you want a brighter oil man. When you start talking oil refining, actually your co-host is better than I am. I come out of paper finance. He's actually worked for oil companies for years. But once it's refined, there's no way of knowing its original provenance, right? Once you send it through the big refinery, it comes out looking like the product it's supposed to be. There's no mark or anything that tells you that originally came from Russia, or whether it came from Saudi, or whether it came from Venezuela, right? It's refined into what it needs to be to go into an engine, a power plant, whatever it's going into. So one of the big problems, if you're looking at the supply chain of how Russian crude gets, shall we call it whitewashed or oil washed or whatever you call it, into global markets, is it goes to places that have not in any way sanctioned Russia. I'm looking at you, India. And once it goes in, but we also haven't sanctioned India. So once it goes into the Indian refinery and it comes out, because we haven't sanctioned India, we are just buying it. Now, technically, the rule is you can be up to 25% Russian crude. It actually, that is not a hard and fast number. The OFAC, Office of Foreign Asset Controls, will not give you an exact number for how much Russian crude it is before the final product is considered Russian, as opposed to mixed or something else or not Russian. That's just so people can't game the system. But whatever that number is, India's probably above it. And even if they're below it, it's still a lot. And that is one of the major ways that Russian crude is actually being purchased in America by our cars. And there's really no way to know, right? Like, I can't tell you one company has it, the other's not. Once gasoline hits America, it's all traded amongst every gas company around. So
for some weird odd reason, most gasoline and diesel in California, if I'm not mistaken, comes from import sources. The rest of it in the US, and I don't remember the specifics, it's some oddball deal. I don't know if it's logistical or if it's to do with the blend required, but the rest of the US gets most of their stuff from domestic based refineries. But there was some suspicion or some outright knowledge that refined diesel that came from Russian crude was being brought in from India as import. It's been so long and I've slept since then that I don't remember the details surrounding it. I'm sure some of that's happening. I don't know if there's any large scale dark market Russian oil smuggling going on. It's really just a big, long, slow process of rewiring the whole international energy market infrastructure. It's like a circulatory system, but for energy and fossil fuel production and consumption. And you can't just shut off or shut out such a large producer instantaneously. It has to happen over a gradual period of time so everybody can absorb the shock and the changes and source new suppliers, and you don't cause an economic collapse or cause larger, more economically strenuous inflation in countries that are trying to support Ukraine. I think, to be quite honest, the world's done a pretty damn good job of winding down their consumption of Russian energy over the last 12 months, 11 months,
True.
and finding alternate sources and getting things back to a somewhat homeostasis situation where things are stable and people have supplies they need. It could be a hell of a lot worse.
Did you just use homeostasis on the MriyaReport?
I did use homeostasis. I shoehorned that one in there. Equilibrium is what I should have said. Some kind of market equilibrium. We don't want to rock, like if we had cut off that connection to Russia instantaneously, like everybody wanted to do. I wanted to do it personally, but understanding the implications and the ripple effect that would come from that and what kind of price shock it would have had on European fuel and even gas prices in the US, just as a indirect price driver, it would have been counterproductive to the support effort that everybody's trying to provide Ukraine. So in the long run, it was painful to watch this play out in July, August, and September. But now that we're in the December, January months, I think somebody deserves a little bit of credit for having orchestrated such a quick wind down of consumption of Russian oil and gas. I wish
that's
US
some of
had
our
led the way.
doing, and quite frankly, that's some of Russia's doing, right? Like, Russia just turned the pipes off in as far as Russian gas goes in Nord Stream 1. So,
well, I think they tried to have what we call around here a Mexican standoff, or played the blinking game about we're going to cut off the gas delivery, and then somehow, I don't know if it was an accident or if it was some kind of illicit act, but however Nord Stream went down, kind of took those cards off the table. It wasn't a bluff anymore. They couldn't really hang the baby out over the edge of the bridge any longer and threaten everybody with not turning it on when they don't exist anymore. So they, I don't know if they flew a little too close to the sun or if they tried to step out into the street and play chicken with the school bus or the city bus, but they got hit by a bus, economically speaking. And I think the next year's economic numbers are going to just look like that bus backing up over them. But you're the finance guy, not me.
Well, they will. It depends how much they're cooking the books, right? The Russians have gone, shall we call it Soviet style on their statistics agency. So I have no idea what their numbers will look like on paper. I will say that they're things that we expect to be going on in Russia are quite bad next year.
Unless they can magically build a pipeline to China, they're up a creek without a paddle.
The pipeline to China would take, cost estimates would be 5 years and many billions of dollars of investments. And that assumes that they had the experts and people willing to go build it. And last I checked, every Western company that is a major oil company just pulled out and lost billions of dollars. So I have no clue where they would get any foreign partner to invest that money outside.
Oh, I know.
China has the money, but they don't. Do they even have enough oil experts to try to build that pipeline?
That's a pipeline. Pipeline engineering isn't oil. It's just fluid dynamics and right of way and basic construction and some pumps. It's midstream. It's not the same as oil expertise.
Yeah, no, I'm aware, but the midstream actually takes some skill in their market because of the Siberian soil issue and the fact that they're having Siberian thaw around permafrost areas. So it's not quite as non-tricky as other places in midstream assets.
I think they can find the human capital and the labor and the investment money. I think they have a willing partner in China. The question is, does Russia want to sign that dirty deal? Because then they will be the literal gas station of the real communist state, which is China. Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Well, for the time being, like we are waiting, I don't think we are doing the right thing, because if you look back, so to your point, finance, in April, so Russia had at least reported a surge in inflation in April, and we have seen back then, revolts and fights on sugar and stuff like that, and reports that there is no this and that, because basically what Russia has is a division between the territories. They have the counties, the regions, I don't know, oblasts, how they are called, and basically they have independent administrative sections, which have different budgets. This is my point. So for economic consumption, and not only, they have different budgets, and there were some counties or oblasts, I don't know, which stocked up, for example, right? And there were some which didn't. And in April, May, it was a crazy thing to see people fighting on sugar and rice and oil and stuff like that. So in the market, basically, it's it wasn't pretty, right? And everyone thought, wow, yeah, they are going to drain, right? Some of the heads of the oblasts were not trading, so they said, no, this is a strategic reserve for my oblast. I will not trade with you because if I do that, it's a zero sum game, right? If I trade with you, I will have none. So after that, slowly, we have seen a slight decrease in the inflation, at least in the reported inflation, and less problems. So it's true, some of the Russians that I used to follow, because I am a curious cat. I always say I am a curious cat. So I went and searched for people who actually reported from Russia. And I'm not talking about only about Telegram channels. I'm talking about I'm talking actually about bloggers, right? Who film themselves, who film the they go inside of a mall or inside of a supermarket, and they will film the prices, they will compare the prices and so on. And it was, it was downhill until June, I think. And after that, slowly, their supermarkets, at least, started to restock with stuff. It's not the same stuff, right? Some of them are the same. Some of them are different, are from internal production, which means they ramped up some production, at least on food and other basic stuff. And it's not rocket science, and I fully agree on that. The latest reports I saw hinted the fact that China is actually increased their supplies, their trade, like heavily so with Russia on all accounts, on all instances. So I was thinking, if there is a way, how do you see this going forward if not regulated? And how can we regulate it? What can we do? How can you impose? What other sanctions can you impose? And in what way to make sense for China and India, which are actually not in the Western Bloc, and therefore are totally off your plate? It's like, what can you do to them to guide them into the right direction? Let's put it this way.
I mean, depends who you're talking about. How do you guide Viktor Orban in the right direction? Throw him out a window. I have no idea. Like, he's an authoritarian who likes Russia because they want to, he benefits from their style of chaos governance and authoritarianism, right? And freedom, democracy, and human rights are directly against what he is attempting to achieve with his dictatorial reign. So, you have some players like that on the most extremes. India, that would be one to start with. China, I don't know. Secondary sanctions would be our best bet, to really threaten their economy more. But we've already been decoupling with China, and they've been trying to, even before this war started, China was slowly reducing their entire economy's exposure to the US. They were slowly selling down their treasuries and doing some other things. Since the war started, they really ramped that up. They're reducing the number of Chinese companies that are listed on the NASDAQ, or listed on the US stock exchange at all. Part of that's on our side because their accounting standards are a disaster and there's fraud. But part of that's on their side where, they also don't want their companies listed here because they see what just happened to Russia and they view this as an existential risk, especially if they choose to do something militarily aggressive, which is clearly an option for them, right? So there are, so secondary sanctions on China. India, I think we need a full, approach with, right? Like we need to have more carrots, right? More trade with them, more work with them, all the stuff we're not doing with China. Some stuff's coming back here, but we could do more with India overall, period. End of story. But if we do that, we could also ramp up secondary sanctions to give them more reasons to want to stop doing business with Russia and start doing business with us. So, secondary sanctions along with more trade with India would be the play. Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, we've straight up abandoned for a long time, so I don't have an easy answer there. And when you look at the Caucasus and Central Asia, I don't even know what our policy is. Like I should, right? But I mean, how do you get Erdogan to stop having Turkey be a smuggling port? We finally got Turkey to stop repairing all the Boeings and Russia was flying there. And that's just now, but they're still one of the biggest, third-party export countries, right? You sell your stuff to a Turkish company. It's really just a shell company. They resell it on to their Russian overlord. This is what Turkey is more than happy to allow to do. Some rubles or euros or lira change hands, and everyone but Ukraine and the free world is happy. So I don't have an easy answer there either.
I wasn't looking for easy. I was looking for efficient. I was looking for efficient, not for easy. I know the problems are really complex, and easy solutions. There are no easy solutions, right? There is no easy solution to this, especially. So, actually, I was reading from an article from the Wall Street Journal, and they were talking about China and the fact that they are exporting a lot to Russia, and that includes equipments for navigation, equipments for jamming communication. So it's not food, right? It's not only that they are sending food to Russia, and I do understand that Ukraine is not such a large economy. Russia was a large absorbing economy prior to all this. They had a lot of weight for any, not for any, but for many companies who were actually working with Russia. It was a beneficial and efficient, and it it brought in money, right? The cost of labor was cheap or cheaper than other places. Many reasons. But I don't know. You are right. You are completely right. So I cannot fault you on that. I don't like it. That you're right on this, but I cannot say you're wrong about the fact that you have Erdogan, you have Xi Jinping, you have, I forgot the name of the guy from India. He is also ruling with an iron fist. So it's not a fully democratic and I don't know, fair country.
I mean, Modi has not gamed elections as far as I know, so he can be voted out of office in a normal fashion. Like his opponents don't have like an inability to put political ads on TV while he can put whatever he wants on. So while someone may dislike Modi's government, it just does not belong in any way, shape, or form in the same breath as the kind of democracy destroying actions of Erdogan or Orban, where they took two previously democratic countries and have moved them heavily against those actions, right? So without this is no kind of ringing endorsement. I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm not Indian. This is not my president. I don't know anywhere near enough of all the different choices in the electorate has. And as I said, this is not my nation, but he is a democratically elected guy. If the Indians want somebody else, they can absolutely vote him out of office, and the system is not 100% rigged in his favor, the way that some of these other guys have set the shop up. So, say what you will about the guy, he just does not belong in the same breath as some of these other schmucks.
Okay, I will. Probably what I read was wrong. I will read some more about Modi. And I actually received, the other day, we were talking about, Daniel, I will go to you in a second. We were talking the other day about India and their economic situation, and someone actually told me that without him and this change in taxation that they imposed and the way they changed their basically they reshaped everything that was on taxation, and not only also transferring a lot of it online. India wouldn't have had the possibility to push further like they did. So you might be correct, and I'm not saying you're not. What I would say about Erdogan and Orban was that they had pretty shady elections. Let's put it this way. Officially, they are both elected. How? That's another question. I think Daniel came up to address all this and set us right. Daniel?
Yeah, let's talk about schmuck, call it Moody. First, elections doesn't mean nothing. Even China Communist Party has elections. Doesn't mean shit. Ceausescu was elected all the time. First, let's address the elephant in the room of Modi. The opposition is pulverized in India. The former government party for decades, National Indian Party, the party of Gandhi family, is almost insignificant. The party of Modi gets the same authoritarian direction you see at Erdogan and Orban and even Putin. That's why they understand each other so good. People forget in India live the biggest Muslim community in the world. Indonesia, which is the biggest Muslim country, has less Muslims than India. And in India is well known official, unofficial direction to destroy Muslim community. You will see all the fascist directions. Rape, like political weapon against Muslims. Killing Muslims, destroying mosque. That is a big reality. And nationalistic movement in India is horrible. When people say this is democracy, they are joking. Having elections doesn't mean you are a democracy. Turkey have elections. You can tell me Turkey is a democracy? Not even close. And their financial system, they have same shit we call in Russia oligarchs. Billionaires who concentrate the power of industry there. And it's
We
not
have
just
that in
about,
America. Are you saying we're not a democracy?
oh, you are a real democracy. You survived Trump. You hope because you have institutions, you know. People imagine elective democracies are powerful. No, they are not. That is incipient. It's like in Romania and Ukraine. But India is not a democracy. Sorry. I think they wanted to be in the 70s, 80s. They were very, very close, but that is long gone. And America is clearly a democratic country. I don't see any contention. Yes, you have plutocrats in America. A lot of very, very rich people, very influential. But also, these guys can be spanked without any reason to be concerned. I don't feel Musk or Bezos are infallible and Americans and especially politicians are scared of them. They can be influential. Sorry, we cannot compare United States with India. India can compare with China. And they can get some points, but they can lose some points. I don't know why Uyghurs are close to us and the northern Indian Muslims are not. It's something counterintuitive there. Sorry. And about how much China helps Russia, I didn't see numbers. Wall Street Journal article was behind the paywall, and I don't have
Hold on a
access to
sec.
that.
I'll go try to pull some numbers. We have some various
Please,
charts.
thank
They're
you.
not particularly happy.
I see Tim joined us. Tim, I have two personal questions. One, are you finding regular hot water? And if not, are you taking showers at every available opportunity just in case? Two, have you sampled the local hot dog cuisine?
Good morning, everybody. Finance, Daniel, and Ryan, Nancy. I can even see Peter Doran loitering down there in the listener panel. No, I just haven't showered for 2 weeks. I feel like I always felt that showers were kind of a social construct, and
Overrated. They are overrated.
yeah, I think they're crypto fascist. To be honest, I think there is there is a hygiene supremacist culture which is bearing down on us and destroying our characters, and so people of scent will rise against this tyranny. So I'm staying in hotels, and they're kind of reasonable hotels. And so far, I've had hot water every day.
Dihydrogen monoxide is abrasive to your epidermal layer, so I don't blame you.
Can it melt steel beams? That's the question.
At high enough pressures, I would assume so.
What was the other question? Sorry.
Hot dogs.
Hot dogs, yes. So actually, the hot dogs here are not very exotic for me. They're exactly the same as the hot dogs in Estonia, where I live. You have that kind of decapitated baguette with the tempting-looking hole down the middle, and they stick the sausage in that. And sorry, I need some time alone now.
Oh Lord, that's an international thing.
Sorry, say again. What the tube hot dogs?
Yes, I didn't realize that was an international.
I think it's
cuisine.
a Soviet thing. I think they decided that's how they're going to do a hot dog, and that was kind of the People's Liberation hot dog for the whole of the Soviet Union, and it just stuck.
No, I think Tim, you're hilarious. What I think what happened was two things. One, the culture from US was not properly shifted to here, and second, there were some devices which were sold in this region. And when I say devices, I mean those pesky things with which you actually keep the bun hot, right? And you actually they are like small spears. First time I saw them, I was like, "What is that?"
It looks like some kind of torture device.
Yeah, it's dubious, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the hot dog cuisine in Eastern Europe, I will admit.
How does it differ, Ryan? I mean, it is still just a wiener and a bun. I mean, how much worse can it be?
To be totally honest, I wouldn't touch a hot dog at a gas station with a 20-foot pole in the United States. Just not going to do it. There are other options. I avoided hot dogs in Ukraine like the plague until I broke down and was really hungry, and it was a bag of poorly flavored chips or hot dogs. So I decided, what the hell, I'm going to get out of my comfort zone here and try a hot dog in a sheath. And
in Eastern Europe, Ryan, you need to eat shawarma or kebab.
Exactly. Like
kebabs,
exactly.
shishlik is good. If I could find it, I will eat it. If I can eat anything besides a hot dog, I assure you I will. I even went so far as to stop ordering those hot dogs with sauce on them, and I got even weirder, without sauce. And I got an even weirder look because she didn't realize I had my own spicy ketchup in the truck. But
Why do you have your own spicy ketchup? I'm curious now.
in case I had to eat another hot dog.
But you don't do this in America. You don't have your own ketchup with you.
I don't drive around in a vehicle with it, but typically in America,
You know, the American horror must be ketchup.
Why is that, Daniel?
Because it's awful, distasteful, horrible, and I don't know, an invention made it because we're not refrigerator at that time. We, no, me. I don't give a fuck about ketchup. For me, just tomatoes, guys. Just pomodoro.
That's another difference in American hot dog cuisine, and no self-respecting connoisseur of American hot dogs would ever put ketchup on one.
When you say cuisine and hot dog, something is wrong.
Tim, save us from the hot dog cuisine because we're gonna die.
So Daniel, I have one follow-up question on that. If you don't like ketchup, what do you have on your pasta?
So
Tomato-
British of you. How you
Tomato-
put ketchup? Tomatoes, of course,
Tomato
tomatoes.
sauce. You make it with oil and with not with parsley. Come si dice?
Oregano.
Oregano. Yes. And
Sounds an awful lot like ketchup to me.
yeah.
Not even close. We don't put sugar in our food. You.
So those of you who don't understand the Brexit phenomenon, I'm doing my best to demonstrate why it happened here.
Because you want ketchup on your pasta.
And beans with his breakfast.
I don't have anything against beans with the breakfast. Let me tell you this. So I don't have anything against that.
And I explain why. Because when people understand beans, they mean just boiled. We don't eat just boiled. We made it Greek style.
Yes, basically.
I love it when Daniel gets fired up.
Yeah, he is. But he's true on that account. We do eat beans. They are differently prepared a bit. So it's not just from the can. Let us put it this way. Anyway, finance.
Let me explain. Let's finance a bit. So beans, don't buy it in the can. Buy it, you boil it for 4 or 5 hours. And you put it always tomatoes, carrots. You put onion, and you put smoked beef. Then you get a wonderful, wonderful plate.
Finance, go ahead.
That just sounds like Heinz all-in-one breakfast to me. So I mean, and that's like 95 pence. But anyway, enough of beans. Enough of beans. Let's go to finance.
Finance.
Hi, there we go. I put up in the nest just one of many quick posts that gives you an idea of how Russian trade has changed with China since the war started. If you go month by month, if you track sort of any different direction, you see similar things. There's also good charts. I didn't go find one that show like as Western imports go down, Chinese imports go up. This one's nice because it shows how Russia is starting to become dependent on China, which they may be aware of. They just don't have many other choices. So to give you an idea, yes, Chinese trade with Russia is exploding since the war started. We would expect some of this to continue. However, some of the stuff Russia really needs, China does not have, such as high-end machine tools. However, it's not 100% apples to apples. So some of the stuff Russia needs, China does have, such as basic optics equipment that can be used in tanks. It might be commercials grade. But, you know, as far as we know, the main tank factory of Russia is back online and pumping out tanks. They're not pumping out new tanks. They're retrofitting old tanks. And we had an excellent question a couple weeks ago by Florian, our German friend. And he had said, how are they repairing these optics from these 1970s era tanks? They don't have those, like all the people who made those aren't around anymore. And, when we looked into it, pretty much everyone thinks that they're just jamming Chinese optics into 1970s era Soviet tanks. And while that may not be perfect, if that's what you've got to work with, it's what you've got to work with. And it's better than no optics. So that is what they're doing. So things like that, absolutely, some critical parts they need are being supplied through the Chinese import. Some of them that are supplying it are defense companies. China is broadly claiming they aren't doing it. The research agency C4ADS, I do not know if they have a better way to pronounce that name, has been on the ball since basically the start of the war, tracking the Chinese-Russian trade and how it has increased. They noted a number of things that were even missed by the Yale Group. So while the Yale Group is the more famous one here in the States and in the West overall, that's led by Sonnenwerth at Yale. They've done excellent work showing who has and who has not followed sanction, who's still working in Russia. C4ADS has done a lot of work tracking customs data into and out of Russia and has really done a lot of great work on the Asian trade with Russia. So, Pacific Rim countries. So if you want to go look at that, we're talking real in-depth 100-page kind of reports. I did get my hands on their report from last spring. It might have been early summer. I don't know when it came out exactly. I will say that for me, it was excellent, but even I found it heavily dense. And when I find stuff like that dense, that's intense. The only hand up is Tim. So I'll kick it back to the host, but we're just going to call on you, Tim. So Tim.
Okay, so looking at this this release from Yanis Kluger, now the uptick in Russia's exports and imports in 2022, is that significant? Is that the kind of jump you usually don't see, or is that something that can happen organically?
I mean, yeah, it's possible to organically increase your trade with one country drastically. Like that could organically occur. China has not, there has been no military conflict to force trade on Russia from China. And I think a lot of this just comes down to where else are they going to buy stuff from, right? Like Western Europe, the US won't sell to them. Japan, Korea, Taiwan, less so to none, depending on which one of those countries we're talking about. Well, that leaves Africa, Central Asia, and China. And, Africa and Central Asia don't always have all the stuff they need. I'm not aware of any optics plants hanging out in Kazakhstan. I'm happy to be corrected here. They sold them train cars, which is something the Russians needed. I'm pretty unhappy to see them get. That would be Kazakhstan when I say they there. But if they need a bucket load of cheap optics to jam into, or at least affordable commercial grade optics that you can jam into a tank, probably can't get those from Kazakhstan or Pakistan. China, on the other hand, has a metric ton, insert some cuss words, please, of low grade, commoditized technological manufacturing there. And if Russia's going to be a customer, they have zero moral qualms about genocide or anything else, and they're going to sell it to them, and that's what we're seeing happen, and it's pretty disgusting.
And do we know if this uptick in trade is all military related, or is this kind of basic consumer goods we're looking at here as well?
We're looking at everything. It's not all military related, but there's a lot of stuff where it's hard to define where the military ends and civilian starts. A laptop is not specifically a military item, right? But if I give that laptop to a Russian officer and he uses it in the field as a military item, I don't, and there's not an easy answer, right? For a while, we know they were selling them uniforms. There are questions without answers. Let me rephrase that. There are questions that I have not seen answers to. There are probably people in Ukrainian and possibly, and other intelligence services that have this answer. There has been posited the question that maybe the Soviet caliber ammo that North Korea is exporting to Russia is Chinese made. I have zero backup on that. There is a number of people who are respected who put that suggestion out there, but no one has that confirmed. And if anyone does have that confirmed, there's someone with a clearance in some sort of intelligence agency, and they ain't talking, at least as of yet. So, there's stuff like that where it might be even more direct using North Korea as a cutout, because both those countries will in some ways work with the Hermit Kingdom. But no, we are seeing, basic commercial activity increase because Russia is struggling to get a lot of imports and exports from some of their normal partners. But a lot of this crap that's going to Russia goes to military usage, right? Like, as I've said about medicine, sure, you can call it humanitarian aid and necessity, but the Russian medical complex is strained because they have, since February of 2022, 200, 300, maybe 400,000, we're not sure the exact number, severely injured, many of them, Russian soldiers coming home in dire need of a metric ton of medical supplies. So yeah, are those medical supplies supporting civilians? Absolutely. Are they also supporting their massive friggin' war machine? Yeah, that too. So that's sort of the way. So like, yes, it might be non-military supplies. That doesn't mean it's not also supporting the war. Andy, you're at the helm, so I'm gonna kick it back to you. You're the co-host.
I'm having frozen speakers on the panel, and I can't bring up any new ones. I see Linda down there, but for whatever reason, I can't get her up. And Anda, go ahead. Just cut in there. You don't have to raise your hand as a co-host.
Well, Tim was faster with the trigger, so I had to take to make a notice. So I wanted to mention something. So you were talking about optics, and I remember we were in June, July last year when I saw some footage with Russian. So the Russians wanted to make a demonstration with their Suhois, and it was a very pretty video that they put up, in which at some point they forgot to blur the fact that they had a commercial bought GPS on the side of the cockpit, which is visible actually exactly in the last footage. And the comment was, "This is something like $600, and it's bought. It can be bought online, so it's not a military equipment. It's something that you actually can buy online because you need it, right?" So just as and you mentioned laptops, and I know laptops are being used for the drones because we actually UK for UA had a campaign some months back to raise a number of laptops, old laptops from UK, and to bring them to Ukraine in order to install on them the software needed for drone maneuvering and some other things that I don't know how they are related to, but this is what they needed them for. So they can be used very, very efficiently in work conditions. That was my point. And Tim, sorry, you're faster than me. And more questions in this morning. So please.
Okay, I have a question for finance and anybody else who understands this stuff. Now, when it comes to the uptick in, have to be careful we don't confuse uptick and optic at this point. When it comes to the uptick in Russian trade with China, to what extent is it caused by I don't know if I'm coining a phrase here, brand substitution, right? So say you have, I don't know, a Dell computer. It's going to be manufactured in China, possibly by Foxconn or whoever. It's going to be boxed up and packaged, possibly in the US, possibly somewhere else. Then it's going to be exported to Russia, and the value added is going to show up as an American export, right? Whereas now, if Dell withdraws from China, the factory in China, probably a contract factory, is still making laptops, but it can sell them direct to Russia, right? So this isn't really a change in the pattern of trade. It's just the value added is being booked somewhere else. Does that make sense?
You cut out for half of that, so I heard you have some questions, pack stuff out. I think it's me. It might have actually been me and not anyone else. I can't tell. My Twitter's been weird.
I could hear him.
Awesome. So you try again on the short version. I apologize.
Okay. So
I heard, does that make sense? And I'm like, what makes sense? I was blank.
Okay. So my question was, is this, say you have a laptop and it's a Dell, it's a big American brand, right? It's manufactured in China by Foxconn or some other contract manufacturer. It then gets IP-ified, so it gets branded as a Dell and exported to Russia. So the value added is booked in the United States and shows up as a U.S. import, as a U.S. export, U.S. import to Russia. Nowadays, if Russians, the factories are still making these laptops, right? If they're shipping them directly to Russia, unbranded as Dells, the value added is just going to be booked in China instead, right? Is that an accurate way of understanding this? And could this, reflect much of the Russian increase in trade? It's just that the branding is no longer occurring, and so the value added is being booked somewhere else.
Probably not. Some of this is, that has to be some of it, but I think some of this is actually trade from China that used to come from elsewhere, or the kind of products that they used to get from elsewhere. We know their optics used to come from I want to say France and maybe the US. Like, their optics didn't used to come from China. They're coming from China now. So, their chips used to come off the Albiris chips. I know I'm mispronouncing that. The Russian semiconductor company, did all their manufacturing on Taiwan Semi lines as their contract manufacturer. They're not getting them from them now. Even if the plant's in China, Taiwan Semi refuses to sell to Russia. So, as far as I know, if someone contradicts me, I'd love to see evidence. But as far as I know, Taiwan Semi, being a Taiwan-based company, is 100% on board with whatever the U.S. wants to do to Russia, because, well, we're preventing them from being overrun by China. So they're on board. So, some of this stuff, yeah, that might be true, but that's everything I'm hearing is that's just not a majority. They've got cargo planes, just as there's ghost ships moving crude out of Russia. There's also a small ghost fleet of huge cargo planes, at least 10 of them that I've read about, that are flying between China and Russia. They are not fully registered. They're only showing up at some stops because they aren't filing full flight paths, but the same planes are showing up enough to know they're going between the two countries. And they're packed with who knows what. So clearly there's a lot of, some kind of more quieter imports, shall we say, hidden imports. Again, what's on there, if anyone outside of China and Russia knows what's on there, they're probably in an intelligence service and they haven't talked, because I can't find it, and I've looked, as have friends of mine who are Russian speaking, who are on our side, and who have looked and can't find anything in the public sphere. So even more OSINT types, we have no idea what's on those things, but we do know that there is, that's some heavy duty trade, right? So if that's packed with optics for tanks, or if that's packed with, key semiconductor components or something like that, airplane parts for something, there's a lot of possible things that are, of the bulk that could fit into an airplane cargo that could make a difference for, stopping critical failure points, unfortunately. So yeah, no, some of this stuff is new. This was not going on pre-war because Russia, despite being a corrupt mafia gas station, as long as they weren't committing genocidal war in this extreme level, because let's face it, we ignored Georgia, we ignored Chechnya, we ignored their support of the horrific Assad regime in Syria, and we ignored what's been going on since 2014 in Ukraine. All of that, they got a pass for, right? And they were still able to just buy everything they wanted from the West, right? So there is that line of thinking, if you want to go this route, that says, hey, it wasn't crazy for Vladimir to be shocked that we sanctioned him, since it's not like we've ever cared before. And the sad, truthful part is we haven't cared before, and we should have done all this stuff before now, right? But we're here now, and they are sanctioned. And so they need to get stuff that they used to get from well-made stuff from Western Europe. There's some funny pictures going around where they used to buy their tires for their Siberian trucks that move equipment around Siberia, like oil fields and maybe military stuff, from Finland. Finland, as I'm sure everyone could think briefly, makes stuff that works really well in the cold. So if I wanted to buy something that would function in Siberia, I could buy pretty much anything from Finland, and it's going to work well. Well, instead, they bought their new big industrial tires from China for their Siberian trucks. And so now there's some funny pictures floating around of trucks that have 4 tires completely blown out, sitting in a frozen Siberian wasteland in the middle of the road, unable to go anywhere because, well, that Chinese quality control is not quite the same for the cold that the Finnish stuff is. So, yeah, no, we're absolutely seeing, their import substitution from Finland, from Europe to China. We're seeing good evidence of it in very, prosaic ways.
The thing is with China, I want to mention this because this is actually correct. China can make products from the lowest quality to the highest quality. It depends how much you pay, right? So if they paid for cheap tires, even if winter tires, branded as winter tires, if they paid for cheap tires, they get cheap. And cheap is not good quality. China can make very low quality and very high quality, and depends on how much you pay for them. So I think they bought cheap. They saw the price, they saw it's the right dimension and everything, and they bought cheap. And cheap is cheap in quality. Let's go to Daniel and Will, and we can get back on this. Daniel?
A bit later is wind too powerful.
Sorry? The wind. The wind is powerful. Sorry.
It's all the beans.
No, he's near the Danube, and it's really windy there.
I was doing a beans trick. Never mind.
Okay, Will?
So just to add to what Finance has said, the other thing is, Tim, remember that the GDP of a country is essentially the total quantity of everything you buy, right? So one of the things that'll happen with these import substitutions that go through these roundabout ways is the cost of them will actually go up to Russia because of all the shenanigans they have to run around to get them. But so it'll actually look like the GDP of Russia is going up. When they're buying the same stuff, they're just paying more for it. So that also complicates the measurement of whether or not GDP is being affected due to sanctions, because they'll be getting less stuff, but they'll be paying more for it in many cases. And so, as Finance said, essentially, it's difficult to find out whether or not these sanctions are having an effect on the single point failures. But they've got to be, if you look at the things that are physical single point failures, ball bearings, machining tools, things that they can't substitute from any place else. That those would be the things we want to see, and you're actually seeing that now. You know, when we stop seeing aircraft move around Russia and we stop seeing train movements, because the whole society is really based on train movements because their roads are still dog shit. I can tell you from personal experience that that's where we'll see it, but we won't see it. We won't be. I don't think we'll be able to see it by tracking trade numbers like we're wanting to, because they're also masking some other stuff in that they're getting stuff from North Korea so that China can sell them stuff like ammunition. So North Korea is selling them ammunition, and that ammunition is being refilled by China, so China doesn't get busted for selling stuff.
I'm sorry, Will. I will have to finance.
Yes.
I don't know how to ask this, but is the GDP everything that you import? Isn't this the
GDP is the total value of all goods and services sold inside in a country. So GDP is combined of all of the internal economy plus all imports. And it sounds weird, right? Because gross domestic product, this makes it sound like it's the value of everything we produced, but in fact, it's the value of everything you bought, stuff that's produced internally and stuff that you brought in from external.
It's usually exports minus imports.
Yeah.
Which puts imports in the negative column, so it actually can go negative to the GDP calculation itself.
And that's why we all hate finance people, because our accountants always count revenue as negative and stuff that we paid for is positive. And don't we hate them so?
I would be in that category.
And
So
this is why I quit taking econ classes my
Don't
first
hate me.
semester at the big
Yeah.
college.
That they just do that. They turn it and twist it all around so that we have to keep hiring people like finance and make it extra confusing for us.
Job security.
Bit like lawyers then.
Exactly.
I don't think I truly. I know it has. So 20 years have passed since I finished that school, but I still finished that school. So I didn't practice it. This is why I ask some things, because I to my recollection, some of the I need some refresh. How do you say? To refresh my memory. But yeah, okay. We have Frank Arnold here.
Hi, Anna. Sorry, I hate to be a killjoy here, but actually GDP, imports rather count against GDP. GDP is the total amount of goods that a country produces.
That's what I thought.
Plus,
I just said that.
plus,
It's
plus
exports minus imports. Imports is the
plus,
negative.
plus exports minus imports. So actually imports count against your GDP. As well as government spending, basically. So it's a total amount of consumption plus government spending plus imports, or sorry, plus exports, and imports are counted against that. So net exports. So exports minus imports. So the more you import, actually, the worse it is for your country's GDP.
All right, fair enough.
That would be on a direct calculation, right? On the other hand, if you need those imports to run your economy, then importing would be really good, because otherwise your economy shuts down. This would be the Russian case. I would also note that the U.S. has in most years since 1950 been a net importer. I mean, we're talking for over a decade on end most of the time. So if you want to think that, hey, exports is the only way to broad prosperity, we're still the biggest economy in the world. We're definitely the largest, or one of the largest 2 or 3 per capita, depending on exactly how you measure that. So just being an importer, a net importer, does not specifically mean your country's doing poorly.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, the U.S. is kind of a unique example in this regard, partly because the U.S. dollar is the world currency. Canada, Norway, Germany, Japan are kind of more of the traditional export wealthy countries, I guess I would say. But yes, and I don't know exactly how Russia fits in this mold, given that. As they say, most countries have a mafia, and Russia is an example where a mafia has a country. So I don't know how that fits into the GDP calculations. That's
Well, everything that is officially recorded and therefore is reported as the country's income or selling. So it basically doesn't matter what happens behind if they report that. It's official, and when it's on paper, because they like papers, it will be reported as country's income. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the internal economy of US is pretty strong. Therefore, I think it can sustain some smaller imbalances or deviations from the norm, I think. But yeah, thank you for coming up. I as I said, my economy is really rusty, so I don't quite remember all the calculations or so, but yeah, let's go to Daniel and we'll come back to this.
Okay, what I want to address is all this talk about Russia-China thing. I'm not economist, and I will never say something like this. I am just a noob. But I remember very, very well, Chinese have big military industry, and they have a lot of stocks. And I didn't see from the Chinese to come ballistic missiles, tanks, artillery ammunition, anti-air missiles or systems, radars, turbofans for their planes. So we can talk about they deliver something to Russians. But in fact, I think most of it is paper, chemicals, clothes, and no food, because Chinese are totally import dependent on food. And maybe they sell some chips, maybe they sell some batteries, but look at Ukrainian side. They have so many Chinese drones, so many things which are connected with China, which is laughable. And also, look at Ukrainian soldiers and Russian soldiers. I mean the typical. If you look at Spetsnaz, you will see even with American small arms and equipment. The communication system. Ukrainians have good communication systems. Sometimes they have problems, TDF especially, and our units will lack some things like, I don't know, clothes, sleeping bags. And look at usual Russian. Their uniforms are very, very bad. Weapons look 30, 40 years old. The helmets are not good. all the time they lack sleeping bags, mats, anything they need, boots. For example, do you see tons of Chinese boots, millions of pairs or gloves? Or I don't see that. I don't see medical kits made it from China. I expected a lot. But elephant in the room for me is ballistic missiles and tanks. They didn't send this. Even Iran don't send this. So I don't see Chinese like enabling Russian military. It's more like very aggressive enterprises going in Russia and get everything on the table. Selling clothes for them and electronics, phones, is cars maybe. These are things which are interesting for them, and probably all on premium price.
Daniel,
Yes.
I hate to slow you down. In your DMs, I sent you a link that will let you read the Wall Street Journal article for free. Go read
Thank you.
that. Unfortunately, it's including Chinese state-owned defense companies are sending them stuff. So we're not just talking about smaller, aggressive Chinese businessmen. We're talking about the biggest state-owned defense companies are sending crap to Russia. So that's yeah, that just is what it is. All right. Let's be clear. It is what it is, being it is a massive pile of pure horse manure. That's what I meant to say. If you didn't pick up my tone, I want to be very clear. It is what it is, but that means it's a huge pile of horse crap. Now I'll kick it back to them.
And isn't it also, to your point, Finance, the fact that the problem in trying to look at this macroeconomic data is it's going to be too muddy and too hidden, and we need to figure out whether or not sanctions are working in a different route.
C4, I don't know how to pronounce these guys. It's C4 ads, C4 ADS. That research firm does an amazing job sussing out the horse whatever that is the Chinese data. And sadly, we do have an idea of what's going down because of them. So unfortunately, we do know, and the answer is it's not good.
Frank.
Tim, thank you. So surely the U.S. government would know this same research that that finance is citing. Are we going to see sanctions ramped up against China to call out their BS?
I would love it if we would. I would have loved it if we had sanctions ramped up against China half a decade ago when it came out that they had, straight up concentration camps for Uyghurs. But, I don't get to make that call. And that is beyond the pay grades of anybody who is currently in the space. The semiconductor ban was certainly a step in the right direction. I don't know why we do any trade with them, given that their MO is literal genocide in their country and supporting the Russian genocide externally. But again, I don't make these calls. I just get to sit here and tell you all what I think about them and how utterly abhorrent their government and actions are.
Well, of course, at this point, if the world or even the U.S. was to cut off trade with China, it would cause a massive recession pretty much overnight, right? So we've kind of
not totally clear because it would cause a recession for them.
For sure for them, yeah.
Would cause a recession for us is a different question. A lot of stuff's being onshore, being brought back to the U.S. to be made here. I'm a big fan of that in general. One, there's a lot of money saving because you don't have all these long supply chains and all this increased inventory cost to be done, as well as I don't think we should trade with genocidal schmucks. So I think that's pretty clear that that's something that we should just not do. But, at the speed at which we can reproduce and recreate a lot of the stuff we're currently getting that is made in China, and some of these huge infrastructure investments, which are politically questionable. They have been politically hot button issues. I've actually been a big fan of some of the pushing of domestically produced semiconductors, because that was one of the key points of failure between us and China. And if they don't have that over, if they don't have the physical plants over there that are producing the basic boring semiconductors, not the newest stuff, but just the basic boring stuff that we need here, that's not there anymore. We're not totally dependent on them for that. I actually think that cutting off trade with them more drastically, I don't think is as bad as it sounds for us. I think cutting it off as quickly as reasonably possible is sort of the proper approach. But again, this is way out of my pay grade. If it wasn't my pay grade, we would have done this, in the Trump or Obama administrations when it became clear their horrific human rights activities. For anyone not paying attention beforehand, this is not just an internal thing you can ignore.
Nope, totally agree. I just think that the way that our democratic world works, the scale of repatriating Chinese manufacturing to the West would last longer than a political cycle, and whichever government proposed that would find itself out of a job well before the factories were built. However, in the case of Russia, actually, that is a much more feasible. So China, I think China's too big of a pill to swallow, but I think Russia is absolutely achievable. And I would wholeheartedly encourage us to go down that path of cutting them off from the modern economic world, and until such time as they give up their dreams of empire, basically. So
right, since we haven't cut China off, and it doesn't seem like we're going to, for all the reasons you've mentioned, it does mean that we do have the option of having secondary sanctions be a useful point of leverage, right? Which is, because they want to keep doing business with us, the idea that we might cut off a bunch of their countries from doing business with us that are currently selling to the US. And there's still a ton of trade being done with the US and China, if they continue to supply, the Russia with all this stuff, then, if we do go down that road, I think it would, it could really make a dent in the situation. And I would like to see, that action. That is a tangible activity we could take. We could hit Chinese firms with really broadly, with really heavy duty secondary sanctions for all this Russian trade that we're seeing. We don't seem to be going down my preferred path, so we may as well go, use the secondary sanctions leverage and get that, see if we can get this flow of Chinese parts and corrupt BS, to slow down into Russia.
But one thing this really does very interestingly expose is the lie. I mean, the assumption was that as autocratic regimes become more and more trade dependent upon the Western world, that they would naturally become more democratic and all this kind of thing, right? They would naturally become more open and more like us, and that clearly has not happened. So, and in fact, in many ways, Russia took that logic and turned it 100% on its head, and said, well, no, actually, the more that you depend upon us, the more that we can get away with whatever we want to get away with, which is an interesting turn. And we really ought to learn that lesson very, very well. And I think Europe is slowly coming to that conclusion. I hope they are, anyways. And I hope that the West also is going to come to that same conclusion with China. At least, I mean, it's the horse is kind of out of the barn now, but I hope that we can learn a lesson out of this debacle, this travesty in Ukraine.
It's one of those. It's one of those kind of what's the word? Not a truism, a truthy. One of those truthy things, right? That's often cited is that greater economic interdependence leads to greater degrees of mutual understanding, mutual political normalization, and warmer relations. I mean, this is not true, and it's never been true. The example I always like to give is 1914. The British Empire's biggest trading partner was, of course, Germany, and that was a very, very significant trading partner. So that was both the UK's and the Empire as a whole's greatest trading partner. And we still wandered into war in a very, very short period of time. So the economic interdependence didn't do anything to help preserve peace in Europe. Many other countries in Europe were in a similar position. They went to war despite having very, very close and comprehensive trading relationships. When it comes to the the idea that embracing authoritarian regimes somehow forces them towards, or rather pulls them towards your way of thinking, this is just nonsensical thinking as well. It was a post hoc justification of what was essentially a bad policy, and it started with bringing China into the General Agreement on Tariff and Trades, which later became the WTO. It was shoddy thinking then, and it has been proven to be shoddy thinking by actual facts on the ground. China isn't normalizing. China is taking the piss. Basically, you give these people, you give these regimes, you do these regimes a favor, and they do throw it back in your face. There's absolutely nothing to be gained, and the same is true of the Ostpolitik of Russia, which has its origins in the 1950s and the presidency of Eisenhower, the worst president in U.S. history.
That's an exceptionally good point, Tim, that needs to be remembered each and every time we're dealing with these authoritarian regimes, because the truism, the success of trading all through Europe with the EU is, the truism now, people that trade together don't go to war with each other. It is 100% true that's correct after the fact, but offering these authoritarian regimes the cookie before they change their ways means they never change their ways. That's been the true history.
Yeah, I mean that's precisely correct, and I think the EU is, I think, falsely held up as an institution and an organization that keeps peace. I think the economic side of it, is, as you say, is a side effect. The EU is a consequence of peace. It's not the cause of peace. If you're looking for the cause of peace, there are many multifaceted reasons why Western European countries generally don't fight each other anymore. For a start, they're all liberal democracies. We're not divided by any genuine ideological difference. Religious differences don't matter very much anymore. The concept of national honor is no longer important. Two countries in Western Europe are nuclear armed. The United States is militarily hegemonic. Europe does not maintain large standing armies anymore. The list goes on, right? The ingredients for peace are there. The European Union, the economic integration is really the cherry on top. But yeah, absolutely, I'd be restating myself if I agreed with you further on dealing with authoritarian regimes. They need isolating, and in the same way as we isolated the Soviet Union. Finance.
This is becoming my motto. If you act like North Korea, we got to treat you like North Korea. We got to hold that friggin' line, right? Trading with Russia, trading with China, all it does is empower these horrific, authoritarian, genocidal human rights disasters. You act like North Korea, we have to treat you that way.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. Frank.
Totally agree, finance. And Tim, I totally agree with your list as well. But I will say this one thing, which is that the world didn't really trust Europe, and they've shown themselves to be the bloodiest continent for centuries, and so therefore that's a big part of the reason why they created the euro was the belief that if economies were intertwined and interconnected and traded and all this kind of stuff, that they would have a more difficult time to go to war, basically, because there isn't really a great reason to create the. I mean, there's not a strong reason to create the euro, given, say, Greece and Germany in the same bucket, so to speak, with but I mean, obviously, it does create some efficiencies with intercountry trade and whatnot. But my understanding is that the fact that Europe has fought 2 world wars was no small part of the reason why they created a common currency and the EEC and all these other intertwined economies. But I agree. But I fully agree that the fact that they after they finally came to grips with the fact they didn't really have significant differences once they put their fascism aside in Germany, that basically there really was no reason to be separate, so to speak.
I mean, I would say I would restate my previous point, is that these things are symptoms. So the European, so it started off as a project to maintain peace. So you had the what was it called, the European Coal and Steel Community, which was the idea that if you hold the industries of war in common and manage them in common, then you're less like you're practically prevented from going to war, which was probably true in the 1940s and 50s, but I don't think is true anymore. I mean, there's nothing that there are no practical barriers to say Italy and Germany going to war tomorrow. It's just they don't want to, right? They have no reason to. They don't need to. They're not divided in any genuine way. I think that when it comes to things like the European Union and the euro, you don't join these kind of economic unions with countries you're likely to fight, right? So these things, they lay the ground. Peace lays the ground for them. They don't create peace. Is my point. You don't. If you're likely to have a continental war, you're not likely to join these institutions in the first place, because the level of trust and the level of commonality and solidarity simply won't be there if you have a highly tense relationship. So you're not going to let German central bankers run your economy, or you're not going to let Italian banana measurers run your standards. If you don't trust that country, and if you have a hostile relationship with that country. That would be my take on it. What do you reckon, Finance?
You'd think that, but a lot of people allowed Russian mob to run their gas station, so I don't. We see even countries that are highly Russian skeptical wind up with really severe energy dependence on Russia. So I am sadly not quite as optimistic on that, though I do agree with the theory.
Okay, but I mean, I would say there's a categorical difference between importing a commodity and being part of an economic union. No?
Yes, that I will 100% agree with.
So, Frank.
Sorry. I have a question, but I can let you go first, Tim, and ask.
I was just going to take Frank's hand, so to speak. How romantic. Frank.
Yes, thank you. Take my hand. Actually, we're kind of getting into a topic that I've thought about a few years ago. Canada, about 3 years ago, 2 of our citizens were kidnapped by China as a result of the so-called two Michaels. Some of you may have heard of this. The U.S. had evidence that the CFO of Huawei, who also happens to be the daughter of the founder of Huawei, and Huawei is a very large and very influential company within China, and she was flying. I forget, but she was flying, and she flew through Vancouver, and the U.S. Had evidence that she was that she had misrepresented Huawei's involvement with Iran in presentations to, I believe, some bankers, and so therefore was contradicting U.S. trade rules against Iran. And anyways, they put out a warrant for us to arrest her. So Canada, being a rule of law country, arrested her. She got house arrest, and she has a multi-million-dollar mansion here in the west coast of Canada in Vancouver, and so she was given house arrest. Hardly an onerous situation she found herself in. But my point is that she was arrested, and therefore China immediately arrested 2 of our citizens who were working in NGOs in China, and they arrested them on bullshit charges of working against the Chinese state or espionage or something like that, right? Just like totally spurious charges. And then they also actually resentenced a Canadian who was convicted of drug smuggling. He was convicted of he was sentenced to 10 years, but they said he was going to actually get the death sentence after that. So China was basically, doing what China does, which is, putting pressure on Canada. And so, I mean, and Canada's not alone. I mean, Australia has citizens arrested sort of unilaterally by China, and other countries have had the same. Sweden, I believe, UK, a number of countries have had citizens sort of detained in China as basically because something that their countries had done had irked China. So I mean, how I relate all this, of course, is that it seems to me that it's not just NATO. We need an alliance of democratic rule of law countries where we believe that their courts are fair, and we believe that their governments actually represent their people, and et cetera, and that we need to together. And I've had this thought for a while. Obviously, Ukraine very clearly brought this to the fore, but this has been bubbling for a long time. That we need an alliance of democracies, basically democracies to counteract these authoritarian regimes effectively. And if that means not doing trade with them, as finance says, I mean, I think we need to, in the case of China, gradually, detach ourselves from that kind of reliance, because they're not reliable. And also, why should we finance their behavior? We should be supporting each other instead. I'd rather Canadian trade dollars go to the Czech Republic rather than to the government of China, so to speak. Anyways, I'll get off my soapbox.
No, I like the color of your soapbox, Frank. I mean, I would echo what Finance said earlier. A lot of this is happening organically. There has been massive reshoring of manufacturing in Western countries. There've also been quite nakedly political moves to shut China out of certain key industries. So, for example, the UK has at Washington's request has not allowed any involvement by Huawei in the 5G network. You'd think that would be an absolute no-brainer, but apparently it was seriously being considered. But Washington very, very firmly told us where to get off on that one, and I'm very glad they did. There has been the Secretary of State for, I think it's business, the Business and Trade Secretary, blocked the Chinese takeover of one of the UK's microchip manufacturers. There's a company called Newport Wafer Fab, which I think is one of Europe's largest semiconductor manufacturers. That was about to be taken over by a Chinese-owned Dutch company, and the Secretary of State used his power to block it, and said, "Nope, you're not going to own this. This is not acceptable." There've also been kind of lower level moves by industry to keep China out. For example, Dyson, the vacuum cleaner manufacturer, enormous company, they have stopped hiring Chinese graduates. So their engineering operations in the UK, their design and IP development in the UK, they don't hire Chinese citizens anymore, because one of the things they saw was these young, bright Chinese guys. They would come to British universities, they would study engineering, they would get a visa to stay, they'd work at a British design and technology company for 4 or 5 years. They would steal all the intellectual property and go back to China and start their own company making knockoffs from the IP they'd stolen. So a lot of British companies are putting a stop to that. They're just excluding these people from their workforce. So I think there is a gradual shift. Industry is seeing the lack of logic in dealing with a country that doesn't have the rule of law, that doesn't have labor rights, that doesn't have human rights. And I think the tide is beginning to turn. But I would like to see stronger and more concerted action from the Western powers to exclude China completely from our economies. I see we've got Brian Cass trying to come up. I see you there, Brian, but you're kind of bouncing up and down a bit. If you want to come up and speak, I think you should probably restart your app at this point. Okay, I think you're on the panel now. Brian, you there?
I don't see him yet, which
You don't
means
You don't
yes.
see Brian. Here we go. Brian, welcome up. You had a question?
I'm sorry, folks. Can you hear me now?
You're loud and clear.
Okay,
Welcome to the
thank
panel,
you.
Brian.
Yeah, and thanks for hosting very much. So I was a regular on the spaces several months ago, and then I took a break, partially for my own sanity, but I also felt pretty guilty about it. So I'm back on here now, and just looking to check in. I know you folks have been talking about some specific items here in the last 10-15 minutes, but uh, really just looking for a quick synopsis on how Ukraine is doing. What do they need the most, and what the current situation is on the ground. I've been following Twitter a little bit with Sarah Ashton Cirillo, but I've kind of checked out over the last 3 or 4 months. And again, I feel guilty about that, but I'm here to kind of, educate myself and get back into the flow of things and find out, what the experts think about Ukraine's chances here, and what they need the most. And I'm assuming that's everything, but um, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of smart people on this space that can talk to some specifics as to what Ukraine might need the most at this point in time. And thanks again for everyone who is hosting, and thanks for everyone who's listening.
Thank you, Brian. Tim, do you want to give a short breakthrough, or
Sure,
I can
sure.
start?
So I've been somewhat out of the loop, Brian, because I'm actually in Ukraine at the moment. I'm in Zaporizhia, and I've been filming a short documentary about particularly Ukrzaliznytsia, the Ukrainian railways, but also kind of the infrastructure of Ukraine in general, how things are doing, how they're keeping the place running. In terms of updates, major major developments in the previous couple of weeks has been the agreement by the West collectively to deliver heavy armor to Ukraine. So that's going to take the form of the main battle tanks operated by the major military powers. Those are Challenger 2 from the UK, which is the heaviest tank in NATO. It's an absolute monster. That is Abrams, the M1 Abrams of the United States, which is the second heaviest tank in NATO. Also an absolute monster, and also the great prize, which is Leopard 2 from Germany, which is a lighter system, but still very much in the main. It's still very much a main battle tank, and still very much a very capable vehicle. One of the reasons we're all very keen on Leopard 2 is because it's very widely operated. So there's about 2,500 of them in service around the world. It also has a very heavily European supply chain and very heavily European chain of training. So a number of countries that are very, very close to Ukraine and very on board with Ukraine operate this system. And so the training and the supply of spare parts and repairs, etc., will be that much easier, as opposed to a system like Challenger, which only the UK operates, and a handful of very close British partners, mainly in the Middle East. So Oman have got it, I think Jordan have got it as well, and also Abrams, which is operated by the US and by Australia, I think exclusively. I don't think anybody else operates that particular tank. So yeah, so this has been the major development in terms of what war doing. The main effort for the Russians still seems to be Bakhmut. So Bakhmut is a town in eastern Ukraine, which the Ukrainians hold, and the Russians have been attempting to take for some time. Now the opinions somewhat divided on exactly how important Bakhmut is. Some people think it doesn't really matter, and it's mainly a token effort by the Russians. You know, it's kind of a political thing for them to take it, simply because the main Russian force in that area is the Wagner group of mercenary soldiers, controlled by a chap called Prigozhin, who is part of Putin's court. And one of the ways you curry favor in Putin's court is by making a significant contribution to the war. So it may be this political effort by Prigozhin to basically stay alive in Putin's Russia by demonstrating some military success with his mercenaries on the battlefield. The Russians have been taking shocking casualties in Bakhmut, but so have the Ukrainians. The pressure is really on them. Another school of thought on the Bakhmut AO is that it is very important because of the road, which I believe is the M06, that from Bakhmut goes to Sloviansk and Kramatorsk, which are slightly further to the west, Ukrainian-held towns with significant civilian populations. So if Bakhmut falls, then that road to Kramatorsk and Sloviansk is open. As well, there is basically in the very, very key twin towns of Sloviansk and Lysychansk, which are at the moment Russian held, slightly further to the east. They are directly threatened by Ukrainian forces in Bakhmut. So Sloviansk and Lysychansk, they're kind of twin towns on the opposite side of a shallow ravine. There is no real line of retreat from those two towns for the Russians. The Russians operate there in kind of reinforced brigade strength. So if the Ukrainians were able to put significant pressure on those two places, the Russians would collapse there, and they wouldn't really have anywhere to go, because there's a very minor road that goes east that is not sufficient for a major retreat, particularly of heavy Russian forces. And surrounding that to the east and the south, there is marshland, which will be impossible to move across. So the Russians can do a very, very vulnerable retreat on the road south of Lysychansk it's Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. There's a road going south, which borders Ukrainian-held territory. So they would be extremely vulnerable if they retreated that way. They can take their chances going along a tiny, tiny road that's totally inadequate to the east, or they can run madly across the marshes and get stuck, and then get then the artillery will lay into them. So that's kind of that AO. In terms of the others, I've not really been following, but Anda has. So Anda, what we're doing?
What we're doing. So basically, in Donetsk, there are five areas which are of interest for the Russians, which are Kupiansk, Liman, Bakhmut, Avdiivka, and Novopavlivka. And they are pushing on all of them. This is the main focus right now for the Russian troops. They are conducting an offensive in these 5 directions. And about Bakhmut, because you were mentioning what the General Staff of Ukraine is reporting is that during the hostilities, the mercenaries and the interaction among the servicemen in that area is not great. So they are not working well together. They indeed have the Wagner group there. And what they are doing else. Do you have questions, Brian? I see you with your hand up.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was I didn't mean to interrupt, but was wondering if the Russians are still using conscription or not.
They do. So they actually in January they started a new mobilization wave, which is not as prevalent as the previous one. But what we can observe is that the number of troops which are brought on the front lines is increasing. So there is a pressure. They are actually managing to bring new blood. They are not trained, so there is nothing new on that part. And actually, they die a lot. So we have had up to 900, like 4 days ago, 920 people died in one day, which is actually Yehuda said it's a BTG. I screw up the numbers every time. I remember the numbers. I don't remember what are the how do you say, the grouping. So I will just repeat what Yehuda said. He said this is a BTG. It's a lot. It's a lot to have almost 1,000 people dead in one day. And they all the numbers for the last week were, I think, up over 500, so daily. What are they doing further is, so there are 3 other things that they are doing and continue to do. They shell Kherson after Kherson was liberated last year, basically. They are shelling Kherson heavily, and they are targeting all the. They are targeting everything, basically. They shell the maternity, and they knew very well there was a maternity because they were there for 9 months, so it's not like a surprise. And that's not that's not okay. They shelled Dnipropetrovsk yesterday. Ukraine is fighting back, but it's fighting back. They are trying to be smart about it and to lose as few men as they can. They blew up yesterday an ammo depot, and they hit some Russian troops, gathering of Russian troops, producing some casualties. In the meantime, for example, the Sumy region, which is in the north, is heavy shelled every day. So this is a daily occurrence. I don't think I have seen in the last 2 weeks a day in which I haven't seen a report from the Sumy region where they have shelled some communities and hit the cities. And on the political level, what's really interesting and debated yesterday, and I don't know how it ended, and if it ended, it's about Reznikov, which there were. So in the last weeks, there were some discussions, and maybe Word Dogo can give us some details because I really don't know what happened behind the lines. There were some discussions with some problems in the Ministry of Defense, and there was a talk to remove Reznikov or move Reznikov. And to my understanding, the last idea was to move it to the industry ministry. So to be the head of the industry ministry and to bring up Budanov, which is actually, if I understood correctly, he was dealing with the intelligence up until now, and to bring him as a minister of defense. So I don't know how this change will fare and what this will mean, but maybe Word Dogo, which is actually Ukrainian, good morning and welcome up, can give us some details.
Morning or good night, depending on which part of the globe you are. Yeah, those changes in Ukrainian, first of all, military administration is related to the constant change that Ukraine intending to do in order to clean the administration and to follow the declared progress. Is not to say that Reznikov was involved in some things that Ukraine doesn't want to be connected overall, but he's going to move to the defense ministry part that is related to the strategic and industrial cooperation. So is related to the strategy. And Riaz rightly mentioned that Mr. Budanov is going to replace Reznikov, and Budanov is currently the head of the intelligence of Ministry of Defense. So look, we can speculate why, but it's obvious that the lawyer guy being replaced with the military intelligence guy, and in fact, it is done in order to strengthen the Ukraine's ability to resist and to strengthen the political army infrastructure that is of the country that is fighting the enemy. And answering the previous question, what's army and what's war doing? So practically, Russia is doing their best to prove that they conduct the genocidal war against Ukraine. Ukraine is defending its defending its sovereign borders, and Ukraine is doing the best to kick Russia out of Ukraine. With all the, how to say, it's doing its best with the instruments Ukraine is got, and despite the fact that those instruments are still of the Soviet Cold War era, Ukraine had and has a lot, because you can imagine that in that Cold War that was between Soviet Union and the West, Ukraine at a certain point was considered to be one of the frontiers of that war. Therefore, like imaginable frontiers of the imaginable, imaginated war. Therefore, Ukraine was having high number of military techniques and equipments when Soviet Union collapsed in 1990s, and majority of them still remained in 2014 when the war started and Russia attacked Ukraine by seizing Crimea. So what's Russia doing? They're doing their best to prove that this is the genocidal war, and Ukraine is defending its own sovereign territory to the best of the limits of the equipment that that equipment, Soviet equipment of the of Soviet era has. Practically, I've been looking one interview a couple of days ago with one Ukrainian top jet fighter pilot, and he was explaining the difference and limitations of the Soviet air fleet versus Soviet Ukrainian air fleet versus Soviet and modern Russian air fleet, and it's very scalable to all Ukrainian Soviet era related equipment that is practically limiting Ukrainians' desire to fight Russia back and to clean its sovereign lands. Because, like, for instance, if you imagine one plane approaching the targets and it has some weapons. I'm not a military guy, but it's like to others' understanding, it will be much easier, even from my not military experience. Having some weapons, the weapons have some effective range, and effective range of Ukrainian current Soviet equipment capabilities are much shorter than even the analog of the Russian one that they have. And it doesn't help a lot to fight Russia effectively, but Ukraine uses all smart approach Ukraine can in order to mitigate the equipment limitations and to substitute equipment limitations by the practice of how that equipment is being used. What Ukraine needs, you asked, Ukraine needs to kick Russia out of its sovereign territory. That's what, and then comes how. With all the equipment that Ukraine currently has, and with all the help that Ukraine is having from the Western alliances, is really sensible, is really making the difference. The help of the West and support of the West that the West is doing, because if we imagine full warehouse of different equipment that Ukraine had at the beginning of the war in 2014, so nowadays in 2022, obviously many of the equipment is being lost. Some of them Ukraine replenish from Russia on the battlefield. Those tanks and those different equipments that Russia is lost on the battlefield, Ukraine is repairing, and Ukraine is putting in order and putting in service against Russia. That's happening, and if you count, Russia can be considered one of the top lend-lease at the moment for the military equipment that they leave on the battlefield, especially when they were bleeding from Kharkov and Kherson and those areas. and they will leave even more, fleeing in the future. But like if you imagine the full warehouse, you can already see the wall of the warehouse because the stocks are getting emptied. It's not a secret because many research in the West have shown that with such kind of intensivity of the fights, even many Western countries, stocks would come to an end in days, but not even a weeks. So Ukraine is holding that kind of fight, highly intensive, and Ukraine is in need of Western military support. That is something that Ukraine is able to, as practice shows, is able to learn how to operate pretty fast and adapt to the current battlefield requirements, and Ukraine is doing that. And Ukraine is getting, as previously mentioned by Tim and by Anna, the modern main battle tanks from NATO countries, and that is something that will help Ukraine to kick Russia out. And what's Russia doing? Russia will try, as many research saying, Russia will try to prevent Ukraine creating those offensive groups with the new equipment that Ukraine is getting, and trying to switch to force Ukraine, instead of creating the attack or like offensive groups, instead trying to force Ukraine to stick the holes in the defense with the pressure being increased. So Russia is increasing the pressure and intending to avoid Ukraine creating the offensive groups. What needs Ukraine? Again, as you ask, Ukraine needs to kick Russia out. How Ukraine is going to do that? With more support from the West, with modern, precise weapons that would help Ukraine to minimize the casualties, but to effectively kick Russia out. From that perspective, is very helpful the dagger, small diameter bombs that being sent to Ukraine, those called ground launched small diameter bombs that has the name of dagger. And Ukraine needs more modern equipment, because the old equipment Ukraine before and operating now is coming to an end. And the main producer of that Soviet crap was Soviet Union, and obviously is not that easy to replenish at this certain level that is currently required, because obviously Russia is considered to be the one of the producers. They are not capable any longer for any volumes Soviet Union was able. Neither there are some countries on the like neighbors of Ukraine who are still producing or repairing or capable to refurbish, let's call it like that, and sent to Ukraine, but is much below of Ukraine actual needs. So replacement ex-Soviet equipment with the modern NATO equipment is the process that is ongoing, and is going slower than Ukraine actually needs, but it's very good that is ongoing. So more tanks, more armored vehicles, more modern equipment, and obviously modern airplanes, because Ukraine needs to get the superiority in the air battlefield. And one interesting story: we all speak about F-16s for Ukraine, and you know that once F-16s were already landing in Ukraine, and they were already patrolling the airspace of Ukraine. That happened already, and that was in 2012. when there was Euro Championship hosted by Poland and Ukraine. Polish F-16s were landed in Mirhorod, Ukrainian city of Mirhorod, and they were patrolling together with Ukrainian air fleet the territory of Ukraine during the championship. So speaking about that Ukrainian infrastructure is not ready, it's being already. And I hope that answers the question. Hugs and love from Ukraine. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, War Doggo fella. A lot of amazing perspectives there. Brian asked specifically about the mobilization of Russian forces. Now, this is something that Western intelligence sources, particularly governments, but also the OSN community, have been pouring a degree of scorn on. Russia was said to have mobilized 300,000 men. At least Russia said they'd mobilized 300,000 men. This was going to be the big push that would finally, I believe the Kremlin used the word crush the Ukrainian armed forces within the next 6 months, which gives themselves a lot of leeway, I guess, for a supposedly global superpower attacking its immediate neighbor. But this has been poo-pooed quite extensively by Western sources. For example, the Canadian Armed Forces, they publish military briefings that are well worth reading, as does the British MOD. The Canadians said recently that the mobilization has been occurring piecemeal, effectively. So these 300,000 Mobics, these 300,000 conscripts, are being used to backfill depleted units rather than being committed as whole formations. So they're basically, they're basically making up for their own losses rather than creating, entirely new formations to fight with. The Canadians further report that they're facing serious staffing and equipment shortages. We have seen this on the battlefield. We have seen the Russian armies, Russian armed forces, and particularly the so-called DNR and LNR militaries, the annexed territories of Ukraine into the Russian Federation. Their militaries using, just hopelessly outdated equipment. We've seen Mosin Nagant rifles from the 1890s on the battlefield. We've seen those steel tortoiseshell helmets, those Cold War era steel helmets being issued. Presumably they're raiding museums for those. There were reports a couple of month or so ago that the entire stock of the Russian army's extreme cold weather equipment, so their clothes, they were supposed to have 1.5 million complete sets of cold weather equipment that had all been stolen. So whoever was in charge of maintaining that stockpile over the years, it has been incrementally stolen and presumably sold. So they just don't have the winter equipment that they thought they had. The Canadians do report that Russia has been making gains over the winter. You will see those on the maps. There are these little Russian bulges, especially around Bakhmut and as well as to the south in the Zaporizhia AO. But they have come at enormous cost in life and materiel. The standard tactic seems to be kind of human wave attacks, so mass attacks with infantry, but never enough infantry and never enough infantry of quality to make a difference. The Canadians say that this tactic is unlikely to produce a breakthrough, and the proof of Russia's precarious position has been in their behavior on the battlefield. They have been making very extensive defensive preparations, especially around the kind of Donetsk AO. They've been, they have been creating enormous lines of tank defenses, unlikely to be particularly effective. I mean, static defenses only really slow the enemy down. They don't stop an enemy outright. And this is not the behavior of a belligerent that has the strategic or tactical initiative, right? If you've just retreated and lost a whole bunch of territory that you hold, and now you're building defensive lines, that is not a sign that you were an army on the move, right? That is not you consolidating anything. That is you exposing your lack of strategic initiative in the conflict, which very, very much remains with Ukrainian side of the war. Anyway, rant over. Let's go to finance.
I just want to pick up on one thing War Doggo said, which is he mentioned I think it was War Doggo who mentioned the Russian inability to get all the equipment they need, especially for the Soviet era stock, because those supply chains aren't there anymore. To be fair, who used to make that stuff is Ukraine. We were on this space a couple nights ago. It was a slower evening, and we had a nice long discussion about how Ukraine was keeping the most diverse array of military equipment in the field that anyone has ever seen. Soviet equipment, NATO equipment, newer equipment, old equipment, stuff that looks out of Mad Max has been thrown together. There is a metric ton of Somali warlord style technicals. Where that would be a machine gun or an RPG that's welded onto the back of a pickup truck or a Humvee. And all this stuff is being kept in working order in the field. And when tanks break, unless it's really, really broken, we had Roman the tanker on here. He is a tank captain. He has been fighting the Russians. He was in the Ukrainian army before this, and he came back to fight the Russians in 2014, and he's been fighting them basically since. But he basically said that when a tank part breaks, we asked about that if he can, he's taking it to like local machine shops, and the local guys named Roman and Ivan and are like just machining needed parts, which is insanity if you ask any sort of military planner. This isn't supposed to work, but it is. And that's because the place that, the workshop of the Soviet Union was Ukraine, and those heavy engineering and Ukraine kept both a high level of engineering degree as well as a significant number of highly skilled industrial workers. Is just still part of their country, part of their economy. So they are, sort of surprisingly successfully against any sort of logistics explanation I've received, other than they just have a bunch of machinists who can do it with a decentralized system, keeping a metric ton of equipment in the field of multiple militaries, multiple different constructions, and they're able to do this sort of against any sort of odds. I would love to hear War Doggo discuss this further.
Yeah, actually, since the mid of the previous century, in the plan of industrialization of the Soviet Union, Ukraine played a role of the industrial hub, and in fact, the heavy machinery production and metal production as the part of the supply chain for that production is one of the specialization of mainly south and east parts of Ukraine. There is also production. There was heavy machinery production in Lviv and the other cities. But yes, Ukraine was one of the main research and development country within this Soviet Union, dealing with heavy machinery, but also the airplane components that is related to engines, plus the rockets, the turbo fans for the rockets and the rocket production itself. And Russia meaning Soviet Union, leveraged a lot on the Ukrainian production capabilities. Therefore, now after the war, Ukraine has all the chances to be one of the reliable component and the military equipment producer for the countries. And if invested in the modern production capabilities of current main companies, leaders of the market, and with modern equipment being sent to Ukraine. Ukraine is getting an experience of making the battle military actions using the Western technologies, and also understanding not only how it works, but also what means to maintain that, so, and so far and so on. For instance, those ground-launched small diameter bombs called Dagger sent to Ukraine means in particular to my to my limited understanding, because I'm not the military, that the highest priority at the moment in all the offensive preparations that Russia is doing in order to increase the, the length of the front line, in order to spread the modern equipment that Ukraine is obtaining, instead of using it concentrated for the offensive, is that the main priority at the moment that is Ukraine is executing is to collapse Russian supply chain, military supply chain. Even that is the higher priority than meat grinding Russian attacking forces mm, on the front lines themselves, but is more important to collapse Russian supply chain, military supply chain, not being able to support that offensive. And we've seen that already when Russia being spreading its metal helmets in Ukraine in February and in March of the previous year, collapsing Russian supply chain, not being able to sustain that kind of offensive, made them to retreat. And that is the main things that Ukraine's doing. And again, what's Russia doing? Russia is doing its best to prove that that war is genocidal, and Russia is doing its best to confirm what previously been mentioned by Will, by Tim, and Anda, that you cannot make the war with the one who haven't lost its colonial war. You cannot make trade. You cannot trade with the one who haven't lost yet his colonial wars, who haven't left his imperial intentions. And in fact, for me, was pretty interesting to get that confirmed, that idea confirmed, when I was listening, much smarter guy than I am, Professor Snyder, in his last lecture in Yale class about Ukraine, was exactly mentioned that surprisingly, not many recall that when the Second World War ended on the European continent, it didn't end it like globally. There were still countries, European countries, fighting here and there for the interest of the like their ex colonies, and only like getting it clearly that the time has gone, the time of the colonies has gone. Yes, you got the benefits at certain moment of having a colonies, but hey, is no longer the time you can really in 20th century still run the colonies and run the wars for the colonies. Therefore, peace in Europe came not just from magic, but from losing the colonial wars, and understanding that make trade, not war, is more sustainable and more granting peace than just trying to expand and to grab some money from the colonial expansion. That is not something that yet come to Russia, but it will come as Ukraine will win, and Russians' imperial and colonial intentions. Pretty dumb thing in 21st century, but I mean, you have the one who is still dreaming to be a colonial empire, capturing the lands and sending poor people as the resource that they capture to the battlefield as the conscripts. That's something. That's the perfect how to call it. That is the perfect scenario to lose the genocidal war, and that's exactly what will happen because Ukraine will win. Thank you so much. Take care. Hugs and love.
Thank you very much, War Doggo fella. Brian, we've just bombarded you with information. If you've got any questions, please let us know. Thanks very much to War Doggo fella for coming up to speak. That was fascinating. Thanks to Finance as well. Very good morning to Europe, and a very good night to the United States, and a very good pub o'clock to Australia. You are listening to the Maria Report. We are a 24/7 discussion and information space dedicated to getting to educating, informing, and campaigning around the Russian aggression in Ukraine. We've been going since the day before the escalation in February 2022. Frank, you're putting your thumb down. You're putting your thumb down.
Well, you said it was nighttime in the USA. You
Isn't it?
forgot. You forgot. Well, yes, but you forgot the northern part of
The USA.
Of North America.
Yes, of course, of course. Yeah, you see, I include Canada as part of the United Kingdom, so it's kind of included in Good Morning Europe, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, good enough.
Good that you can live with that, but not the USA. That's very interesting. I like the cut of your jib, sir. I like the cut of your jib.
Yeah, fair enough.
So yes, my imperial pretensions aside, we have been going since the day before the Russian escalation in February 2022. We are manned by a core team of around 40 volunteers globally. We come from a variety of backgrounds. So we've got military guys, both Western and Ukrainian. We have economists, we have academics, we have bankers, we have policy analysts and politicians on the team, and we have people who are on the ground in Ukraine as volunteers, as well as a whole host of people with no particular expertise or involvement beyond their intelligence, their ability to learn, and their support for Ukraine. And I can assure you that we are definitely not part of the CIA. I say again, not part of the CIA. That is a vicious rumor. So if you like our work, we collectively support Maria Aid, MriyaAid.org, which is a Canadian non-profit organization which provides non-lethal assistance to the Ukrainian armed forces and civil defense organizations, including the police, border guard, and fire brigade, including but not limited to optics, medical equipment, drones, generators, etc. If it's non-lethal and Ukraine needs it, you name it, we deliver it. Maria Aid delivers it. So if you like our work, we urge you to chuck your pennies over to Maria Aid, another all-volunteer organization. So there's no expensive overheads, there's no expensive chief executive. Every penny you give will be going towards helping Ukraine. So if you'd like to support what we do here on the Maria Report, we urge you to donate to Maria Aid. Brian, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the broad answers to my, I guess, overarching question, and I guess I have something a little more specific as it relates to the javelins. How is Ukraine doing on javelins? Because I know early on, and I guess several months ago that they were playing a very large role in taking out Russian tanks, and I believe when I kind of checked out 3 or 4 months ago, the Russians stopped using tanks as much because they were getting their asses kicked so hard by the javelins. I'm just wondering how much are they used right now, and how badly does Ukraine still need javelin, javelin units?
So my information about these portable anti-tank systems is, well, there are two main systems in service in Ukraine. There is the U.S. Javelin, which you mentioned, and there is also the British NLAW. Now, every major announcement of aid, military aid by the US and the UK has included a whole bunch more of these things. You know, a 4 or 5 figure sum of new missiles and new launches. Um, I can't speak for Javelin, but the NLAW is very much still in production. So it's not like we made 20,000 of them in the 90s and that was it. They're still live. There's a still live production line of those. They're made by what used to be Shorts of Belfast in Northern Ireland, and they are still being manufactured and still being delivered, as far as I know. But Will stuck his hand up very quickly. So Will, what Javelin doing?
Indeed, what Javelin doing? Brian, I have not heard, in addition to what Tim said, there were tens of thousands of javelins and the in-laws delivered into country. A lot have been used, and if you start searching back through video that's available over the last period that you've been gone, you'll see more use of that. But what you're actually seeing on the battlefield in a lot of this video too is the uptake of the very small handheld stuff when it gets very close, the AT4s, and particularly the Panzerfaust 3 from Germany that they supplied are incredible devices. If you know anything about the Second World War, most of the U.S. and British troops would prefer to have a Panzerfaust than the thing that they had at the time. And the Panzerfaust 3 is a very effective tank killer, especially in the type of fighting that's going on now, which is closer in, where people get ambushed on purpose or by accident because tanks overrun infantry. And I would say that they still are all going to need a lot of those just on a regular, steady production through war ending. But I don't believe there's any restriction on it. And I think that the manufacturing capacity started up in Germany and started up in America when they gave the massive stocks early on. So they're basically planning to replenish, and they'll just keep drawing down on stock. I'd assume, Tim, if they need more through the war, I don't know anybody's going to slow down the delivery of those sorts of weapons, and down to the even law rockets and AT4s. They're making kills of the lighter armored vehicles. It's getting to a very dirty part of the war, which is one of the things I think that we're all wondering going forward here. As we get into the ground being hard enough to make an attack now, speculating whether or not Russia will do that and what it's going to be like. And I think that we'd all like to have that armor on the ground now in its ambush role, especially those Bradleys and things. But hopefully these boys can sustain whatever's coming as and when it does, and are prepared to make some sort of counterattack. And gosh, I hope they've been training those Challenger drivers in secret over in Britain for several months, because I would just prefer we not hear about anything announcement wise from Ramstein. They just said, guess what? We're going to give everything that we think Ukraine needs that they've asked for. And that's it. That's your whole statement. And then we don't need to see another thing, because I don't want Russia picking up any intelligence office on what's going on or any planning. And but I pay pretty close attention to this for the last year, and this is going to be a nervous couple of weeks, I reckon. In the second week from now, not this week, but late next week, I'm going to be quite worried if the weather keeps going like it is. Is that what you're thinking of, Brian, too, going forward? That's what I'm worried about. Anybody knows what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks? I'd be all ears.
No, I really wasn't concerned about the weather necessarily. I was just trying to get some sense as to how the Russians are approaching the Ukrainians. I know, just based on the fact that early on they were getting their asses kicked so hard by the javelins. And I heard just before I checked out of really tracking the situation as hard as I was, that the Russians were thinking about, maybe we're not going to use our tanks as much because we're just getting slaughtered. So I really don't know in the last 3 to 4 months how diligent the Russians have been using tanks, and also keeping in mind that they've been running low on supplies and really having to dig deep into their arsenals because the Ukrainians have decimated so much of their supplies at this point in time. When I say supplies, I don't mean ammunition. I mean their actual hardware, which would be the tanks, right? So have the Russians actually tap the brakes on using tanks?
No,
I just
no, they haven't.
they have
And
not.
I got 3 data points for you. 3 data
Okay.
points. Chuck Farrer earlier in today and has confirmed previously that in battles where Russian combined arms, say the 155th down in Volodar, have taken on positions of the Ukrainian army, and in that sort of formation, with what you would consider to be combined arms sort of attack, Russia continues to be the largest supplier of armored fighting vehicles of all type, continues to be the Russian military, because they abandoned approximately 35% of all the vehicles in any attack where they've come into this close contact type fighting. Russia, it's slowed down. The rate has slowed down, but they're still abandoning and losing quite a lot of armor. And I think what that's attributed to is the very skilled and tactically capable NCO Corps and Ukrainian troops at the beginning of the war that didn't take a lot of death casualties and are now back in the fight and fighting. You'll notice, look it up for yourself. It's a very interesting story. Look at the 72nd Brigade, the Motorized Rifle Brigade, I believe, from Ukraine, that in the north was one of the key units that helped stop and, as you said, decimate the VDV when they first attacked, and stop that takeover essentially of Kiev, you could argue. And they're now down in Volodar, and they are taking on the 155th Naval Infantry Brigade of Russia, which is also considered a very good and capable troop. But the third data point I'll give you is that a member of the VDV accidentally gave a television interview a week and a half ago where he admitted that the VDV had lost, not just decimated, but 50% of their original strength. So they're refilling from conscripts and things, but their strength isn't good.
Hey, well, I just want to jump in because the question the comment made was about armor. So let's not confuse armored personnel carriers with armor. So the armor hasn't been deployed very much on the Russian side, which is a good thing, but that's because they have been, as you said, decimated by anti-armor, anti-tank weapons. So just from the people on the ground that went earlier, Arya and Dima, basically, even in engagements post 10 months ago, in the last 6 months, the Russians they're not good with that combined arms. So what's been happening, according to several of the people on the ground, is the Russian armor outruns its infantry. And that why do they need that? They need that close support from the infantry to stop those Ukrainians from using anti-armor weapons to blow them up. So every time a half squadron of tanks goes somewhere, it gets destroyed. They move up too fast because these are not trained soldiers, right? So you end up having the Russians keeping most of their tanks. So when we say armor, it's not armored personnel carrier. It's not a tank, right? When we say armor, we mean tank. So yes, the mud is restricted movement on both sides. The Ukrainians are not going to deploy that armor until they're on their counteroffensive. It could be in a fire base, it could be in a defensive, it could fire and defilade, it could do a lot of stuff. but unless they're moving and grooving, they're not going to deploy them. And I would say that yes, they have been training on Challengers and God knows what else. Everywhere else, it's not new. It's an easy request that Ukraine could give to a NATO country, saying, hey, maybe in 6 months you will give it. Can we train on these Leopards? Stuff like that has happened. That's not controversial. So, Tim, I want to give a little update after, but do you want to go to War Doggo or?
I was just going to make a little comment on the NLAWs and the javelins of this world. They are very effective against Russian armor. They're particularly effective against Russian armor that's being used badly, which is all of it where it is being used. What they are not is, what they are is they are just a tool, right? They are not. They counter armor. They don't replace it, right? And these are weapons that are they're very heavy. So these things, I believe, javelin weighs about 20 kilos, ready to fire. NLAW is slightly lighter at about 12 kilos. You don't want to be the guy that has to carry this thing. Speaking from experience, you don't want to be that guy. So if where you have this capability, it's great, but the idea that it somehow changes the battlefield in a really fundamental way, there was a lot of talk earlier in the conflict about the tank being obsolete. Russians, journalists love writing this stuff. Stinger makes the helicopter obsolete, and NLAW makes the tank obsolete. I mean, none of this is true. It's a tool, a weapon for countering a capability. It is not a replacement for a capability, if that makes sense. So I think we shouldn't fetishize these systems too much. They're nice to have. They're essential to have, but they don't fundamentally change the landscape of warfare. Yeah, let's go to War Doggo. War Doggo, fella.
Answering the question simply about how's Javelin is doing. Actually, if you enter U.S. military news YouTube and you type Javelin, you will see maybe it's my localization, but I see even the video in Ukrainian, but is even full of how to call it, the product placement materials that are originating from Ukraine. So those are the videos that being caught in Ukraine with Ukrainian using Javelin against Russian main battle tanks, Russian armored vehicles, and so far and so on. So this is the easy way to answer how's Javelin doing and how's NLAW doing and how is Gustav's doing and all of that. And be sure that any Ukraine, when you give it to Ukraine, you can 100% sure that Ukraine will use it first, most smartly possible, because it's not enough, and therefore they're using it in most smart way possible. Second, it will be used at most effective way possible, because there is no other way that you can put war. So that's how Mulder is doing.
Thank you very much, War Doggo. So, good morning, everybody. Nice to see Yehuda up on the panel. We've got Marcus. We've got Ander, who I believe needs to drop off shortly. We've still got Finance, assuming he isn't asleep. Assuming he does have a bottle or something open, though. And we've also got Will, who should be in the pub by now. And also Frank, Brian. So, great panel we got here. We're discussing, among other things, tanks and anti-tank missile launches. We've just had a very thorough military update from both Ander and War Doggo. And I assume Yehuda also wants to talk, because he usually does. Yehuda.
Hi there. I do. I apologize. Oh, just a little under the weather. No, I was going to address, I'm glad Finance is here. And maybe if Peter wants to come up, I just wanted to address a couple points that have been coming up. And I've been getting into the mud with some people. And I want to address this not because of Twitter drama or silliness, but maybe in the context of Russian disinformation or troll bots and farms ginning up stuff and approaches. So someone asked me, as you know, I will say this. I don't know if finance has got it. Maybe I'm a little more visible. But there's a price to pay for, reverse trolling anti-Semites, for example. I know that a lot of us had fun with it. Just bad people. And that is, 10 months of racism and gas chamber comments and death threats, and some of them not real, some of them real. Having my Twitter account try to be hacked every other day, depending on the news cycle. My bank accounts I had to change because issues with security. 75% of my emails I don't even pick up because they're actually phishing attempts. All sorts of really bad things, right? So I never really talk about it because I don't want to give it oxygen. I don't want the trolls or the bad actors who feel that that they've got something on me or they're irritating me, because that's what they want. So someone asked, why now? Why now? Okay, well, MriyaReport is now an NGO. It's an official thing. And we have to protect it as well. We have to build a fence around it, some might say. And I can't continue to absorb those things without acting, because it sets a precedent, and it's not a precedent that whoever works at MriyaReport should have to deal with. The amount of anti-Semitism, anti-Black comments, anti-Asian, anti-Muslim Arab, anti all sorts of really horrible misogyny. That's one of the biggest ones. We get it a lot. We get it a lot online, and it's very it's discouraging. I think that this is definitely this is a police matter for me, at least, as in the amount of threats I've gotten, and that will remain that. And when it comes to defamation and slurs and stuff, I will say this. Peter has said to me that proper NGO will vigorously defend its reputation when required, and that means that pending legal action and litigation is part of the process if you're being defamed. So all I'll say to that is I'm not going to engage. I think I'm not going to engage at all with people that do these things because it's a distraction. It takes away. But I do think it's important for the people in the audience to know that these are things that do happen and we don't condone them. And I came out with a couple of statements that highlight that. I think I got very annoyed, and just will clear the air here. This account is jointly monitored because I can't be on here all the time and retweets and whatnot. And sometimes I'll, to the chagrin of people around me, like, don't post a picture of yourself or it's bad. And I'm like, I wasn't a Twitter user before. So here's a news flash. I took over someone's account, another volunteer. That person happened to be, God forbid, an African American Jewish person. And he, had conversations of his experiences in America. And, that's they weren't bad or anything. When I took over the account fully, I think in May, I took over the account. I changed the login email to my own. And then the team had the password, and we were at one point we were cleaning up, deleting all non-Ukrainian messages. It's not controversial. We spoke about this. I had people say, "Are you?" Because this guy had to get pictures of himself in his profile. They said, "Are you this guy?" I go, "No, I'm not. I'm not." They thought I was hiding, being like a Black guy from America. I go, "No, it's just the other guy. It's all right." So the moderators deleted all other posts, and this was like 6-7 months ago. But now with all of the Russian troll bot activity, someone thought he was very clever. He found the post which clearly indicate a different human being talking to someone else. And the funny thing is, the person who's a Black Jewish guy who's experiencing racism is having a dialogue with racists. So it's not even a bad thing. Like he's defending and he's saying, you're bad, or you don't respect this or whatever. I didn't read. There's so many. But I was approached and I had someone basically demand to know what my racial composition was. And I just thought that was really, really weird. I thought that's a very strange, and considering so many of our hosts of minority backgrounds receive a lot of abuse, I kind of, I said, I'm going to make a point to say, this is unacceptable. You don't get to demand, well, then if it wasn't you, who is it? And what, none of your business. And I pointed it out for a reason. I wanted to make one firm, I'm not going to get to all the trolls. I'm not going to expose, everyone on the internet for bad behavior, but I'll just say this. Moving forward, I won't be addressing these individual sniping attacks and these accusations, but the implication that anyone should have to justify what race is or background, as my background is mixed, and I have no problem with all the cultures that I'm a part of. It was an accident. I had no say in it, but I just won't tolerate other people being harassed, and we need to make a very firm statement that kind of behavior, it's not acceptable. Some people got mad at me. They said, "Why did you interact?" I said, "You know what? You have to understand. There's at least 7-8 months of constant daily racism, abuse, and I brush it all off. However, moving forward, I will just block. I used to never block. Now I'm just, if there's a harasser or some behavior that's harassing, I'll just block it. The team knows to block it. I used to have a rule: just don't block anyone. Like, who cares? It's a free listener, and it helps the algorithm. But since we are moving into greener pastures, more professional ones, there's going to be, as our code of conduct did come out, zero tolerance for any kind of this abuse, and it's just going to be block and leave us alone. The rest of it will be dealt with by lawyers. Okay, this isn't a threat. There have been some spurious claims made, and even me accusing Verlaine of being a thief and using out of context clip from me, which doesn't even say that. But think of it this way: if someone has that much time, I don't know if they're really helping Ukraine. So my commitment is, we won't be, I won't be addressing any of these issues anymore. I've said my piece to someone who just asked me very egregiously, "Oh, I understand you have African heritage. I will be really embarrassed if this is true." Like what? And it really hit a nerve. I was like, this guy is really nuts. How dare he even ask? And then if there's another moderator writing about the Black experience in America, what's it? What does it have to do with you? Right? Nothing. So anyway, I did that, and I'm not going to engage. I did give the person an opportunity to apologize. I said, if he apologizes, we could both delete our messages, and I'll let it go, because I thought it was really gross. Instead, he didn't apologize and ranted at me and demanded more from me. A lot of demands that I obey him. It's not going to happen. I blocked him again. We're done with that. Just so you know, I'm not going to be here forever. I have a lot of other things to do. And we've got people who do monitor the account. Sometimes they'll reply, sometimes they won't. But you have to understand it's actually in the bio. I mean, it's in my bio there that this is a monitor account, because we need to keep comms open. And I just wanted to share that. I didn't mean to bring anyone down with sad news. It's just a lot of racist, and I'm not the only one. A lot of people get it, and and it's a casual racism that permeates as well. It's not sometimes just blatantly anti-black or anti-Asian or anti-Jewish
Yehuda,
or anti-anything. Hold on.
Yehuda, I am very sorry that happened to you, and it sounds like you picked up a bunch of the leftover bad, annoying people on the old account, and then you took it over and have collected some people who are now even racist and anti-Semitic. I think your approach to that is exactly right. Just compartmentalize it. Use the Twitter space for delivering information, which you've got an incredible shit ton of good information that's current and up to date, and deal with the people who do hateful things. You can be, as I usually say, inflammatory, but not defamatory. And I use inflammatory language to elicit a response, but I never defame anyone. And if I do, I'm willing to be held liable for it. And
Yeah.
That sounds kind of like your approach. But people who use hate speech and abuse you in a manner that is threatening to your family or breaks the law, right to the courts. Right to the courts for that. Great, great
Oh, and I
answer.
appreciate. Listen, yeah, it's yeah. If someone is so inclined, look, the most people don't know, but in September I had to make a series of serious criminal complaints, which are being investigated still. And why
Yeah,
don't I share it with everyone? Why don't I share it? Because it's, it's my personal business. It's not, but I think I had to make a statement to say that, it's also not something I can ask other volunteers or workers at MriyaReport, whatever, to tolerate. It's not tolerable, right? I used to get a lot of anti-Semitic abuse in this space, and I would laugh it off, right? Because, it was for the greater good of Ukraine, and I was pointing out Russian racism and disinformation. And so I can't play that game anymore. I can't let it run rampant and then just to shut them down. I think we all know those teachable moments. We've had them, and I've never tolerated it. I allowed myself to take a lot of abuse. But I'm telling you, my how many times I've had to reset my phone, my banking password on my phone, because their attempts, and this can't be just Bob in his basement in Germany. Something's going on, and that's fine. But I want people to know that you're right. It does take an emotional toll. I won't be replying to these ridiculous, they're taking editing parts of my speech and putting in videos of something controversial. I mean, it's so ridiculous, and it's just a waste of time. Thanks for that. And then Lewis.
Hey, good morning. Let me just get my headset plugged in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, Joe, I know you didn't want me to share that or to say anything to that, but I can't take it anymore, honestly. What we have seen the last 2 weeks, it's just absolutely disgusting, and I'm sorry, but I definitely have to state it here on record because I don't know where this is going, and this is getting really, really disgusting and annoying. I definitely can sign what Joe just said, that this is a shared account that he is using, because I have the password, I have the login data, and I know for a fact that other people have also. So that's absolutely bullshit. So I what bothers me, or what is getting some why I think this is well I'm missing the English word for it. How do you call that? When someone what I think is really worrying, that's the word I was searching for, is having guys in the background that belong to a certain affiliation searching for deleted and past tweets way back in the past, to use it in a sort of operation to discredit someone's integrity. And if someone knows Joe or me, there is nothing you have that can put in cause your integrity. This is, like we have spoke, Joe. This is a special operation to discredit the MriyaReport and all affiliated accounts. We have to let the noise be noise and concentrate on the important things. But I absolutely understand that there are times where emotions get high, especially when your kids are threatened or your family is threatened. And Joe definitely has been in the past. I saw those messages. It's actually happening to a few of us. So we have we have to concentrate on what's important. Why are we here? And do not give audience to those accounts that are trying to manipulate and discredit the good reputation that the Maria Report and the co-hosts have, because that is definitely something that the Maria Report has built up over the last 12 months. People are nonstop helping in the cause of Ukraine. That's the only thing that matters, right? There are co-hosts here that are literally working 24/7, and all the other stuff going around. I mean, I will not name anyone, but we know from where this is coming, right? And in the future, the record will be put straight. Those people will pay for the crimes and the threats and everything they are doing. Criminal cases have already been filled. So just let's forget those. I would call it vatniks, but I won't. Let's concentrate on the Maria Report. Let's concentrate on Ukraine. Keep helping Ukraine. Keep doing whatever you can to help those men and women in the trenches, in the cold right now. It's early morning in Germany, and I had to scratch my car again because I couldn't see anything. Everything was frozen down, and I slept on a cozy, warm bed, and those guys in the trenches fighting evil didn't. So let's concentrate on that and forget everything around that is noise and simply was built up to destabilize us. And yeah, that's everything I wanted to say. Sorry, Joe, for
No, it's okay.
telling on the
Listen,
record that I have your account, but
look,
the other co-hosts know also I also have the organization's account because someone has to. We are on different time zones, right? So the account is distributed across a few co-hosts on different time zones. So we keep informing you every time, every daytime and nighttime. So yeah, like I said, concentrate on the good, man.
yeah, no, thank you. And just again, I follow the direction of like the IT professional type people in the space. So whether it comes to what programs even I put on my computer, I'll even ask Louis, what's a good thing to do this because I've been having problems. We rely on one another for help. I'm not a Twitter, like I was never a Twitter savvy person. I used to actually wonder, why do people write on their bios tweets don't equal endorsements? I'm like, what does this even matter? Like I can like a tweet by accident because I can't see so long. I got fat fingers. But because there are strange ones that go through the internet and say, oh, you did that. Twitter is not my mode of expression. Real life is, I don't I don't understand it. It's kind of shocking to me that people invest this much energy in that, but I guess that's why it's a powerful platform. I literally, started using Twitter for real when the invasion happened. I looked at different avenues or different social media, Instagram, Clubhouse. I think I couldn't figure that one out. Reddit was just weird. It looked too confusing, and this was an easy one. So I just want you to know, nope, it wasn't a secret. This came out last year. Louis knows, like a bunch of people spoke to me, like, yeah, you've clearly told them. I took over the account from someone else. What I've seen of what was deleted what I've seen doesn't look controversial. I didn't read it all, but who cares? It's another account. I did, you're not born with it. It's not like a social insurance number. It's a Twitter handle. Like, grow up. Like, what's wrong with people? I changed the name. I changed the email.
I can give you an anecdote on how Joe is IT unrelated. I mean,
I wouldn't go that far.
he has an account with 20,000 followers, and he keeps tweeting without hashtags. I mean, we are on Twitter, damn it. You have to use hashtags. Or when I tell him, please send me a screenshot when he has a problem, send me a screenshot of what you are seeing instead of, and these are on his Mac, right? So instead of doing a screenshot on the Mac, he just takes his phone and makes a picture. That's absolutely crazy.
Why? What do you? That's a screenshot.
No, that's a picture, man. You have to make a proper screenshot.
Okay, we'll talk later. I'm not sure. Anyway, so yeah, well listen. Look, why don't I care? Because we're trying to help Ukraine win a war by sharing knowledge, right? This is kind of the important thing here. Someone said I think even before the moderators deleted posts, they said you should go, and I tried, and you have to click on every single damn thing. It takes forever, and then my computer has to load the thing. I said, forget this. I said, hey, take it over. We're starting new from today, or something like that. But it's just really bizarre how it is. Sorry, I guess Finance and War Doggo wanted to go.
Finance?
Yeah, no, look, as a fellow member of the tribe to Yehuda, I have no effing tolerance for the anti-Semitism. It seems to come in two varieties. There's the schmucks that just openly support Russia and they're anti-Semitic, and I'm not Yehuda. I'll block you if you either PM me and spout Russian propaganda in my DMs, or you ever DM me with anti-Semitic or racist or just blatantly racist crap. I'm just blocking you. I don't have tolerance for it. I don't have time for that in my life. One, two. Obviously, I'm 100% with Yehuda on this one. And then there's the guys who say that they're supporting Ukraine, and that for some reason that, as far as I can tell, seems to involve that Yehuda's Jewish. Being an asshole to him means that that's supporting Ukraine, and that is a massive crock of yeah. Sorry, it's inexcusable. It's not tolerable. We can be adults here, you know. You don't even have to like someone to be like, look, this guy likes Ukraine. We support Ukraine, right? I think the guys in the middle of this are jerks. Yes, I'm aware. Twitter is the place for everybody to have drama and complain about everyone else and fighting. That's like what the platform does. But I mean, if you want to support Ukraine and you want drama, NATO exists. You can shitpost Russians all day, every day. And if you're spending the time looking up a guy who spends a metric ton of his time talking about Ukraine support and blasting him for his Jewish identity and saying that maybe he lied and maybe that's somehow supporting Ukraine, which is the latest BS. But there's a million different varieties. This is like just one thing that rhymes with a few different varieties of crap I've seen thrown at Yehuda. Get the hell out of here, man. You're not supporting anything. This isn't supporting Ukraine, right? As I said, if you want to support Ukraine and you want to, talk crap to somebody, there's a metric ton of Russian spewing propaganda accounts on Twitter. You can find literally a million of them. NATO exists. Go yell at them. What the hell are people trying to infight somebody who literally volunteers half his friggin' life on this and on aid for Ukraine? It makes no sense, right? So obviously for the Russian propaganda guys, and the Russian agent types, they can go take a long walk off a short pier straight through a Russian window, as far as I'm concerned. And for the guys who claim they're helping and they're really just in the middle of high school drama, they need to grow the hell up. And if they want to really support Ukraine, they can go donate some money to MriyaAid. They can go donate some money to the Ukraine Armed Forces directly. You just go to their website. You can hate us, fine. Go raise some money, make some money, support MriyaAid. And if you want to post the Russians or somebody because you want to have drama, go hit a bunch of Russian propaganda accounts. There's a million of them. This is Twitter. You could literally do this all day, and some people do for fun. It's not hard, guys. So yeah, I'm obviously with Yehuda, and I find it pretty friggin' disgusting that so many people are like, I'm gonna go, when you're choosing to bring out the the Jewish identity. It's like, dude, like nobody was talking about that till you bring it up because you're just an anti-Semitic piece of trash. So sorry, I'm a little furious. I'm gonna kick it back to you to the host before I start cussing.
Yeah, no, it's okay. You know, it's going to get worse before it gets better. So, Russian propaganda is really gearing up, especially right-wing Russian, right-wing Russian telegrams thing that's coming out hard. We've been losing the war because of the Jews. You know, it's a really serious thing, and I wonder with the Israeli government saying they're going to do something, that it's a little interesting that I start getting more and more anti-Semitic comments. It's very bizarre to me. But even this conflation of like black and Jewish and Asian and just all these strange, you know, maybe some of them are just real people that aren't, you know, switched on and they're riding the wave, but it's getting picked up by Russian trolls everywhere. You know, and then the other thing, you know, I keep talking about Marie-Aid. We're not Marie-Aid. You don't like Marie-Aid? Go give to Come Back Alive. Go give Petula Foundation. We have never said we know we only want. So the accusations are so bizarre because they're trying to turn it into like a money thing. Give your money to Ukraine. Don't care how you get it there. Just get it, like no one cares. Yeah, where doggo and then Lewis.
Look, the only point I was going to say that if you're getting attacked by bad people, it means there is a good thing you're doing, and you know the good thing MriyaReport and MriyaAid is doing is supporting Ukraine. Is not is nothing more really than that, but is important. Why? Because you see Russia conducting a genocidal war against Ukraine and Russian trolls attacking all who support Ukraine fighting against Russia, who is conducting the genocidal war. So you literally get the thing what is to be against Russia, and is really is really disgusting because what they're doing is simply making an like I would call the word that was used already many times, and it was used in the context of attack against Ukraine, is unprovoked attack. So what they are doing, they're simply insulting those who support Ukraine, and read it as a compliment. I don't know, man, because if they attack you, you're doing absolutely the right thing. I mean, in Ukraine, in that since 2014 and even much earlier. I tell you one personal story. In 2013, when the war still didn't happen against Russia, with group of colleagues, we were at the boxing match in Moscow, watching one Ukrainian guy beating a Russian kid in underwear. This I'm trying to refer to this bloody Russian propaganda about the kid in underwear doing something by Ukrainian Nazis, so far and so on. So Ukrainian Nazi Klitschko beat one
Jewish
one, exactly. Beat one child in underwear in the middle of Moscow. The guy was Povetkin, and actually you could not realize the type of anger we felt from the crowd. It was not like sports anger that we usually sports courage that we usually feel on the stadium, that we usually feel on the boxing match, like, hey, come on, do it, and so far and so on. But it was like complete anger for the guy because he was Ukrainian. And at that moment in 2013, I caught myself thinking, God damn, it's gonna be the war, because is no way that will not channelize into the war against Ukraine. There is the reason they're so much pumped with the propaganda to insult people who are from Ukraine, who are Ukrainians, and who support Ukraine. So this is, read it in a way, read it as a compliment. You're doing the right thing. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thanks, Wardago. I appreciate it. Yeah, the reason why sometimes it's daily, right? I've been getting it since about May, like even a little earlier, just constantly. And I don't talk about it because there's no point. Who cares? But it for especially for someone like me, my wife's Ukrainian Jewish. When the Russian disinformation, which I know is neo-Nazi, when they make these comments, yet in the next breath they call Ukraine neo-Nazis. It drives people like me bananas, war doggo. It's like you're literally, how can you say, how many anti-Semitic messages I get from Ukrainian accounts? Zero, right? Zero versus a bazillion on the other side. So it's like you don't get to claim that you're fighting neo-Nazis when you're a bunch of neo-Nazis, and that pisses me off. And I know I shouldn't let it get to me, but it's just like enough. Then when Americans pick it up, it's like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, be quiet. Like, or anyone else who has nothing to do with this. Like, we know what's going on. It is pervasive. Russian propaganda, it will, if there weren't Chechens fighting for Russia, it would be more about Muslims as well, right? It's whatever is convenient. They hate anyone who's not themselves, and yeah, like, thanks for the support. I think look, it's no wonder we had pro bono lawyers speak to us and say, listen, when it comes out, you're going to get attacked hardcore by Russian trolls for everything, and he was right. All of them. And Peter, everyone was right. Yeah. Lewis.
Yeah. Listen, I what finance said, it's absolutely correct. But what is really worrying me is that I mean, I'm absolutely shocked in the situation that we are now, and I wasn't expecting this. I have to be honest here, that we are on constant front line of personal attacks and smearing campaigns and threats to your family and kids. This is something new for me, and I have to admit that it really shocks me. And I also have to admit that I don't sleep very well since this all began, and because, like I said, if someone is attacking you for something that you are doing regarding the cause, it's totally fine, and we can agree and disagree, and we learn from mistakes and go from there. But going back through the past of a man or an account, just to smear him and his family, and I don't know, just concentrating on harassing certain people. For me, it's more obsession, and this is where it maybe gets dangerous. So because you have small kids like I have, and you have a family, a job, and everything, and that's why we definitely should put everything, like the doxing that you were subjected to, Yehuda, a couple of months ago. We have to put that all into criminal files, because I mean, if something happens, it's yeah.
I hope that.
You
Well,
understand what I'm saying,
yeah,
right?
yeah, no, for sure. I mean, look, I have had to take safety precautions, and with terms of personal identification, all that jazz. And I don't think it's an issue for other volunteers like this. I think I've become a lightning rod for it, and that's fine. It's better to have one lightning rod than many. But look, this is all part of Russian disinfo. This is very classic. They did it a lot in 2014. War Doggo knows they were pinging Ukrainian, systems weren't as robust, and their IT infrastructure. They were sending messages to soldiers, horrible messages about their families back home because they were hacking in using the cellular network. This is all, I mean, it's really weird. Imagine I have to change my bank account passwords and account number in Canada, right? Like, this is it's a real thing. This is, so there might be some neutral person observing, me getting mad and say, well, what do you care? I mean, what do you mean, what do I care? Like, this affects me daily, and I won't tolerate it. I'm just going to do what finance said. He's right. I thought maybe I could help and be a bridge to even racist people, but there's no point. You're just going to get blocked. If you don't want to, if you want to behave like that, off you go. Like, there are accounts now dedicated to attacking this profile, and here's the hot take that it isn't. You can go through the account. I publicly stated that I took it over in May. And I don't think even attacking anyone and demanding, their racial background to say, "Oh, I don't know if." So the person said, as a black Jew, or as a, like, who cares if he said that? It's not your business to find out. And I took over the account. Get over it. Like, it's not controversial. And it was stated publicly, and the account is managed remotely because I can't do it all the time. This is not a personal account. It doesn't have my name on it for a reason. As you all know, UDAM's like, is not my real name. That's the other thing. The guy keeps posting my real name. This is a personal account, and it's clearly not a personal account. It doesn't have my name on it for a reason, right? So I wanted to thank you all for that. I don't want to belabor the point, but it is important, security. And even guys like Lewis told me, don't click on links. A lot of times I'd say people send me links probably 100 times a day. I don't click on them. I'll ask them to send me a picture of what you're doing, because I just don't want to have to keep doing that with my phone. Now I don't have to reset my passwords on my friggin' apps on my phone, on my Apple Pay, because I don't click on anything.
Tell them how many hours we spend on the phone just fixing your iMac. Tell them, please.
Yeah, I know, a lot. It's crazy, I have, and I'm still paranoid. He told me to download something. That company, I'm not going to say which one, he told me to download. I bought the package.
Yeah, I know.
There's a Ukrainian flag on the icon now. Oh, maybe I just shouldn't have said that. It's really weird. I'm like, why is there Ukrainian? Like, how did someone know? And but apparently, I guess it's the company has shown their support, and they put it on the icon. Anyway, we're gonna get through it together. People are mad that we're helping Ukraine. We are, whether some people don't know this, the amount of influence that this space and the volunteers have on helping change and enable, all sorts of stuff. Laws changing, facilitating the ease of transfer of goods. It's phenomenal, and I guess that's why it's being targeted. I think some people, it's always, I always feel. Listen, I'm the guy who tells everyone, "Oh, you're being nuts. You're being paranoid. No one's." And I was that guy. I'm like, "So what do you mean security? Like, it's just a bunch of people on the internet. Do you think Russians are actually sitting around on a troll farm bothering us?" They are. Apparently, they are. And I think the thing that kills me the most is the person who I think is not not a fake account, but just someone who means well. I try to, that's why I used to try to reach out and say, "Hey, come on," but they don't care. People want to believe a certain thing, they're going to believe it. We just keep pushing through the objective. We're not going to get everyone along the way, and I just want to thank everyone for all the tons of supporting messages. And for the other stuff, again, spoke to the lawyers. Legal stuff and defamation and all that'll all be dealt with in court. It's coming. It's there. I won't be commenting on it. The report won't be commenting on it. That's the best way to do it. We're just going to let the lawyers do what they need to do. And for the stuff that's against me personally, that's a criminal matter. And I record every one of them. I don't care. When I see these harassing things and these demands and threats, I just write it down. Yeah, like old school. As Lewis says, I took a picture of it on my phone. I thought that's a screenshot because it's the screen, and I took a shot of it. But anyway, and the reason why the other thing doesn't work, Lewis, is I tried that button, and it takes a picture of your entire computer. And if I only want to take a picture of a smaller part, you can't do it. So that's why I take a picture with my cell phone. See, I'm not.
You should use the button on the iMac, not the button on the coffee machine, please.
Yeah, fair enough. Anyways, yeah. So Tim, and sorry to be a downer, but I just wanted to share that. And yeah, I know a lot of people were saying you must be really upset. I'm annoyed. I'm more annoyed. But you know what? I blocked maybe 15 accounts, and I'm just not gonna engage in it because it's a distraction for those who aren't Russian trolls and are doing this. Shame on you, because you're not helping anyone. And again, the show goes on. There are 40 volunteers. There are hundreds of part-time volunteers. There's no one person here. That's what makes MriyaReport so amazing. It's a confluence of support from around the world. So you can bother me. Maybe I'm a little new to the Twitter thing, but yeah, I don't care. I don't care if you want to go through an old account. It doesn't bother me, right? I know when I logged in. I know that they can track IPs. Everyone knows whose account. Yada yada yada. It's ridiculous. So you can waste your time, but I'm not going to be reading it anymore, Louis. I'm just not going to be reading them. Anyways, I shall yield the floor, Tim, and thanks so much, everyone, for all the support.
Thank you very much, Yehuda. Thank you for coming up. I'm sure everybody in the MriyaReport community, our co-hosts, our background helpers, our listeners alike, share your outrage at these incidents, and that we offer our full support to you and any assistance we may be able to offer. This kind of behavior by this kind of cult-like community that has this beef with the MriyaReport of unknown provenance, yeah, they need to. I'm not going to swear on a family show. Nancy, you've got your hands up.
Hey, Tim, thanks. Yeah, I generally don't talk about this kind of crap also and do my best to ignore it. But the notes that I saw today toward people on this team were, to me, anti-Semitic as well, period. Just, you don't ask somebody how Jewish they are. You just don't do it. Just like you don't ask people, well, how black are you? How this are you? How that are you? It's unacceptable in today's society. The other thing I did note from a characteristic, and of course we've seen it before, is people who try and post something that, oh, this might be scandalous, so let me tag every single person in the universe, including anybody who's ever co-hosted or spoken on this space. That will not divide us. That will not deter us from our mission to support Ukraine, period. It's a waste of time, and we're not going to waste time on it either. Just ignore, skip, move on. But it is noticed, and we know why that behavior is done, and it's enough. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Let's go to War Doggo and to finance.
Just to mention that Ukraine is living the environment that you just mentioned since the attack in 2014, and in Ukraine we really managed to find the formula. You in fact know that those guys are paid in order to insult. They are part of the warfare. They are part of the activity that their country is doing against Ukraine, and is like part of the warfare. You don't feed the trolls. You don't feed those paid for such activity accounts, but what you do, you treat it as the insects. Practically, you don't blame the insects to be stupid and to do what it does, but in fact you block and you slap the insects when they start annoying you. This is the reality Ukraine in since many years so far. So practically you put the defense and you put the how to call it, ear defense, troll defense system active, and like you prevent instead of overreacting when it started happening. So, and like, don't get insulted because this is the target. In fact, if you start digging, if you start discussing, it means you start getting into the topic, and every post and every letter that you post in an answer, in a feedback, is always getting money for the person who started the feed or started the activity that is targeted to insult you. So read it as you are doing the right thing there. That's why you are attacked, and it's part of the game supporting Ukraine. Sorry for that happening, but this is let's call it this is the price. Let's call it this. Sorry, I don't want you misunderstand me, but in fact, 99% of Ukrainians are living that environment since 20%.
100%. Well, you know what? Despite all of these people, guess who's coming on Tuesday to the show? I just spoke to his son-in-law today, Rabbi Moshe Asman, the chief rabbi of Ukraine. You know who he is, War Doggo? Someone said he reminds. He says someone said someone on a post said he looks like one of the dwarf kings from Lord of the Rings. Kind of does. He has a very big beard. But yeah, he's coming on. His son-in-law Chaim called me, and he wants to come on Tuesday. Will you be there, War Doggo?
Is that a guy who was singing in February in the middle of the Kiev in his synagogue, going out and making the video of him singing "Kiev Me"?
Yeah.
That's the guy.
With the big white beard.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah, he's coming. He's coming. He's very close friends with Zaluzhny and actually they told me. Never mind. I'm not gonna say something. Sorry.
You know that Nazis are holding together. You know those Nazis.
Well, yeah. He posted a picture of on Hanukkah in Hanukkah time there with Zaluzhny holding a menorah or Hanukkah in his office, and God did it send Russian telegram into a neo-Nazi fervor. They went bananas. They're like, who's calling the shots in Ukraine? The dude came to say Happy Hanukkah to the rabbi, and now the rabbi's his master. You know, we put the spell on him. Sorry, it's so stupid, man. It's just, and they're the ones calling Ukrainians neo-Nazis. I just don't get it.
That's fantastic news. It'll be really good to have him up. I actually ran into him outside my hotel in Kiev a few days ago, but his security people were quite keen that he not talk to random strangers in hotels. And as you know, I'm a pretty intimidating guy, so I didn't get to speak to him, unfortunately. But it'll be great to have him on. Let's go to finance.
We're getting Rabbi Osman on?
Yeah, he's coming. His son-in-law called me. You remember the guy Arya we had on, the Israeli who didn't have kosher food in Donbass? He's in Bakhmut area there.
Yes.
I couldn't read. I kept tagging like a goofball. I don't know. I didn't even know what hashtag. Now I learned hashtags. I thought, I don't know why people put hashtags now. I guess it's important. But it seems like a hassle because then whatever. So I couldn't reach him. I tagged him. He didn't, and then I just emailed him. And I know a lot of rabbis that know him. And then they emailed me back and they said, just call this number. And I called it, and it was his son-in-law. And his son-in-law is actually good friends with one of my good friends in Canada. And he's like, oh my God, that's amazing, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, listen, you know what we're doing? And he's like, oh my God, that's incredible. Can I bring my father-in-law? I go, who's your father? My father is. I'm like, that's your father-in-law? He goes, yeah. And he goes, okay. And he goes, yeah, can we do Tuesday? And I didn't get the exact time, but he said he'd come on Tuesday. And he speaks English, maybe not the best, but I mean, I can translate from Hebrew or someone, whatever. We can do a translation if we
How's
need.
your Yiddish?
Lacking. It's not so good. I don't think he speaks Yiddish.
He's Chabad. He speaks Yiddish.
No, not all Chabad speak Yiddish. No. A lot do, but not especially this generation. Like 50 years ago, they all spoke Yiddish. I don't know. Maybe where you are, they all speak. Not here. But anyways, yeah, the anti-Semites can stuff it. Maybe they can ask him how Jewish he is. So, who's next, Tim?
I think it was Luis, but he's put his hand down again.
Yeah, I just have a question for Yehuda. So we have a guest and it's not on the calendar. Why? Because you don't know how to use IT?
Yeah, I don't care. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know that. I've never even logged into that site. We actually have a lot of IT stuff here. It's not because I'm late. I just don't know. It's just a big learning curve. So I leave it to the professionals. But yeah, and I also didn't get a time. He said, call me today, which is Monday, and give me the time for tomorrow. So really looking. And what do? I just send them Luis's contact, and I said, just let him do it, please.
Peter B.
Good morning, everyone in Europe. Thank you for being here. Good afternoon and evening to everyone in Asia. Thank you so much for your volunteerism on this particular space. Everyone involved in this space is amazing. No holds barred, amazing. Why? Because they give of themselves to make everyone aware of the continuing Russian invasion of Ukraine, the genocide of Ukrainian culture and Ukrainians, in the fight for sovereignty within Ukraine, in the fight for democracy. That is what this space brings every single day. And when you're that close to the mountaintop of truth, as you speak it, the wind blows hardest. You don't know where it blows hard from, but it just blows really fucking hard. Excuse me for swearing. Anyways, thank you all. Thank you to all the volunteers that make this space happen on a daily basis. It is truly an amazing thing. And I don't use this word lightly. It's amazing. So never forget that. It's a sacrifice, as we've heard, as we've heard, and it shouldn't be, but it is. But thank you for being here. I appreciate you all. I want to thank you, Yehuda. I want to thank you, Finance, Mockers, Tim, Joseph, Luis, everyone, Craig from the early days, everyone. And like you all make this space happen. And there's everyone who's behind the scenes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because this is the truly only English news source for what is going on in Ukraine. And it's being attacked.
Thank you
And
very
it's
much.
to what point? Like, what? To what point is it being attacked? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense unless you look at individuals being attacked by nation states. Thank you for being here. You have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or late night, wherever you are.
Thank you very much, Peter B. Always lovely to hear from you. You've actually solved a problem for us this morning, because we were looking for the other day. We were looking for a MriyaReport strapline. You know, the way the New Republic calls itself the in-flight magazine of Air Force One. We were looking for something equally grandiose to call the MriyaReport, and you've just given it to us in the mountaintop of truth. So I'm going to start using that one. So thank you very much, Peter P. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. So I am going to be leaving you now because the far more talented and interesting Doman is going to be joining us live from Bratislava. So I will be resigning in disgust, and I'll be leaving you in the very capable hands of Mockers and Doman. Also on the panel, we have a number of legendary Maria reporters in Luis, Yehuda, Finance, Nancy, and our guests, Wardogo and Frank, and I guess other similarly legendary people will be joining us throughout the day from the team. So I will bid you adieu, and I will see you probably later on today. Cheerio, everybody.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. Slava Ukraini. It is ladies all get out here. I'm going to follow Tim out the door. Thank you, everyone. Sorry you're getting the anti-Semitic harassment, Yehuda. That's a big crock. Looking forward to Rabbi Osman. That's some great news. I'm super excited. I'm probably our most excited listener, host, or anything that comes on here right now, unless you're more excited than I am. So thank you very much for that one, Yehuda. Amazing find. I'm super stoked.
He does a lot of good work, Finance. He does a lot of good work there.
Dude, Rabbi Osman is my hero, and he does an amazing amount of work for Ukraine at like every single level, from delivering aid on the ground to people who need it. Jewish, not Jewish. He is a Jewish religious figure, but he is not just delivering aid to Jews. He's delivering it to everyone, trying to make sure that things like power stays on at a higher level, and then working, for his country at more diplomatic levels that we've seen him have meetings with, Israeli ministers. So at every single level, he is a true, exemplar of a citizen of our country.
I'll tell you this: a lot of people don't know, but his son-in-law said it's public now. A lot of the Israeli support, even at the beginning of war, that people didn't know about, is actually from him. He went to Israel on a bunch of missions, and people were concerned that after the new government came in, that there'd be a problem. It was the exact opposite. He went there, and he got. I mean, the truth is, Israeli foreign minister's going now to Kyiv. He got a lot of stuff done, and he helped change the Israeli perspective on publicly supporting Ukraine. They wanted to do things very quietly, but he brought pictures of Bucha. He said, "This is what's happening to my people here," and it really resonated. Like there was one politician, I'm not going to say his name, who is originally from Russia, actually Moldova, and he was actually the one guy. He's not even in government, but he kind of has some influence. And apparently the rabbi, in a very rabbinical way, destroyed him. And that, I won't use that term. Definitely marginalized him, and to the point where, unfortunately, even Israeli media, in some circles, were being infected by Russian propaganda, that neo-Nazi this, and he's like, "What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? We appreciate the help quietly, but you should be standing with us on the parapet and saying, we're going to give you this and we're going to give you that." So we're looking for the Spike anti-armor weapon, which has various flavors. It goes, from short range to long range, up to 20 kilometers. It's a fire and forget. You press a button. It's on a Humvee. It's got a bunch of tubes in it, and that thing can be steered with a little joystick. It doesn't have to have line of sight. You can go up, down, turn around, grab a hot dog, and then boom, right in the middle of a Russian turret. That would be great for Ukrainians. And also Harap, kamikaze drones. So let's hope that they get these as soon as possible. It'll make the fight better for them. But yeah, Rabbi Osman is a super influential figure in Ukraine. Quietly, I think. He doesn't do a lot of fanfare. But I definitely look forward to it. Thanks, Finance.
All right. Good morning, all. Luis, please go ahead. And I am likewise excited for the good rabbi to be joining us sometime in the next 36 hours or so. Luis, please.
Hey, good morning, Dolman. Welcome back. Dolman, the Iron co-host. I'm glad to see you. I actually had a question for Wardogo, but I see that he's gone. So maybe I can make my question later when he's back on the panel. Thanks.
All right, cheers, Luis. In the meantime, I have a question for you, Huda. So Minister Reznikov said a couple of days ago that they promised them to us, and by they he meant Israel, and by that he meant early warning system for missiles and drones incoming. So that's good, right?
Oh yeah, it's super good. It's yeah. I don't know. It's really funny. I do have some really smart friends in Israel who I spoke to when the government was changing. They may or may not be very partial to the current government at all. And they were very doomy and gloomy. They're like, we think he's going to even say less. They're not going to change. They're not going to stop what they're doing. The Israelis are already helping. It's really annoying when I see, people saying, "Oh, finally they're helping." They've been helping from the beginning. They just don't share. Like there are 5,000 Israelis at least in Ukraine. The majority of them speak Russian and Ukrainian, so they're really helpful. And they come with, some of them, just standard IDF service, 3 years military training, but in one of the best trained militaries in the world. And then some of them, a lot of them actually have, special forces training. And when you're a special forces operator, and in Israel, I guess the shelf life is short because they have conscription, right? So you're not staying there forever. And then I guess they see a great cause, and they've got the adrenaline in them, so they want to go and share that. And so it's very good for Ukraine. But these like as HIMARS was a game changer, Spike and Harrop would be huge game changers. So yeah, over to you.
No, thanks you for that. That's what I wanted to hear. And in the meantime, I'll go back up for Luis. But I'm very excited because these electronic warfare goodies are just so exceptionally valuable, as the good Colonel Fish keeps telling us. Luis, we got War Doggo back.
Amazing. Thank you very much for coming back, War Doggo. You see, I got your name right. Just a quick question regarding the propaganda and all that stuff. I know, and we already spoke a lot here in the space because of the big propaganda machine that Russia has implemented all over the world. But on a personal note and question, how do you think someone should handle such things that are happening right now, especially in the last 2-3 weeks? Just ignore, or do you have another approach on how to handle that?
Well, wait a little bit while they make their own Cheburashka net, like North Korea, iron curtain for the internet as well, and you will get the issue disappearing, not noticing the issue any longer. That is a joke, but as you know, in every joke there is only a part of joke. What you can do with the state propaganda machine and the affiliate organizations that are functioning pretty much as the business, having like the whole structure. They have the offices, they have the people, they have the planning meetings, they have the target acquisitions, they have the, how to call it, the agenda planned, they have the briefing after the activity, after the topics being accused. I mean, what you can do, you can counter propaganda, but then in certain way, like you just get to you don't even notice while you get to the similar state. The simple remedy to all the Russian bullshit is the truth, and are the facts. There is no need to spend your time, energy, and we know that the most precious resource in our life is the time, because we are all temporary here, and what we do during the time that we have given is making the difference. There is no reason to spend time explaining something or trying to bring them the different idea, different perspective. They are not about that. They are paid to spread the narrative. They are paid to insult people. There are some useful idiots, obviously, who do that for free, being fooled by the propaganda. And like the good point to mention to those, hey, you guys, you can get paid by the Russia for what you're doing for free, just for the potato. And in fact, the there is a long-term and short-term solution to that. Short-term is don't waste your time, don't feed the trolls, because every word, every letter you type in response is being paid for them. Long term is to make Russia losing the war, and therefore not needing those bot farms. We call them bot farms, because simply why you need the bot farm if you lost the war, right? And long term is to make Russia losing the war and making their money being used to pay reparations for Ukraine and to all the countries where Soviet Union invaded and ignored any kind of reparations. By the way, when Israel being obtaining the compensation from Germany after the war, Soviet Union did what? Soviet Union ignored. So there are a lot of bills still open to the country that says it heritages Soviet Union. So let their funds being used for good thing, but not paying the trolls. For that, Russia needs to lose, and that is the long-term perspective. Short-term, don't waste your energy. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much. I mean, if we look at all the propaganda topics created by Russia the last couple of decades, especially regarding Ukraine, it's clear that we won't change as quick as we would like those topics. But yeah, we still have to work on a daily basis to debunk everything they build up. And definitely it's for me personally, it's very challenging to keep calm and keep going, but there is no question for me that I will keep going. So nothing will divide us, and we are together in this until Ukraine declares victory and wins this genocidal war.
Saying easily, just to add to what was already mentioned, like being a Ukrainian since 2014, since February 2024, like trolls attacks and bot farms insulting people and Ukrainians doing the thing. There is a proverb. I mean, do what you have and be what has to be. For Ukrainian is like, come on, how you can insult me with what? You will attack my country, or you will try to invade my country, or you will be shelling my country with the rockets. What you gonna do? So Ukrainians are just doing what they have to do and bringing the Ukraine victory closer.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Wardoga. Axel, I'm surprised, but not surprised you're around with us. I gave in after 6 hours and 24 minutes. I hear that you stayed for another hour.
Yes, and thanks to the good Donny, the Tynaton is already being getting the finishing touches
soon.
No, actually, it's pretty much done. We just we just need to, I think, upload it for whatever it takes, and but there you go.
No, it will take an hour, right? Because it's so long.
I think it's going to be faster because it's just the audio. But alternatively, as soon as we have the other things ready of Tim's video escapades, each and every video takes a little bit longer with Spotify, but we'll get there too. So one thing after the other.
I think Spotify will be like, what? 7.5 hours? Are you kidding us? That's not a podcast. Are you having us on?
There is a certain sense of marathonesque insanity to it, but it was worthwhile because in the last, what, close to 2 hours, we also had Chuck Farah join in, and it became, yeah, from my point of view, quite an epic setup, and the discussion was great. Yeah, so can't really complain. We're very, very lucky to have Thomas, and there was a lot of clarity to it. It was both humorous as well as informative, and questions abounded. The audience liked it. So a classic Chinatown. There you go.
I blame CJ. I blame CJ for us going to 7.5 hours. If he were around, it would have been a nice, crisp 7 hours, maybe 7 hours, 10 minutes, no more. And it's all his fault, really, for punching holes in the sky.
It's probably true. I mean, if you let the China roam free, you know what happens.
Exactly. It is. It's really down to CJ's not just sheer skill, but strength and size that he manages to restrain and limit just how long this goes on for. He keeps good pace, sets good pace. That is. Anyway,
but you know what the worst is, right?
That he'll be back in a couple weeks. Or no, do you know what the worst is? I know exactly what the worst is.
We have to start earlier.
The worst is that until we have a firm date, I will keep being asked, so when's the next time he's coming on? So when's the next time he's coming on? So when's the next time he's coming on? And I think that's really the problem. Why is it just here all the time? Or at least, daily for 4 to 6 hours. I think that would solve a lot of problems.
He did, however, highlight that after having chatted, this was probably during hour 2, so within the epos of his appearance, he had a chat with our friend William, who brought up a couple of items to make Lutaina think. And we had invited him, I think it was last week or week before last, we had invited him, if he were able, to drop in briefly for the track ruts, because it fits into the picture of the combined arms. And
we need someone to include the SPGs.
Yes, exactly. And because he had just literally half an hour before one segment, he had posted this combined arms thread. So I thought, maybe, just maybe, if he has time, why doesn't he drop in? Sent him a message. He said, yeah, well, I would really do it, but I'm going for some mountain.
He knows what happens. He knows what happens.
First of all, I'm quite sure that he knew what would have happened. He didn't have, I think he didn't have enough cat food, and he was just going for a little mountain range kind of thing, which he then later posted, so he couldn't do it. But he did promise to William now that sometime soon he'll drop in on the poor track routes. You know what this means for our Saturdays.
Yes, it's a takeover, which I am all fine with, very much so.
So
did you see the? It was. It always is, and I always look forward to it. It's always just the most exciting, most fun, most excellent, extended features. Do you know what the worst thing is? I don't know what you did in the last hour.
Chasing after one of the poodles this morning, but okay, I'm still out of breath.
No, see, I don't know what went on the last hour, but if we had the time, I had like 6 or 7 other topics to raise that we didn't even get to. So that really illustrates the core issue. That really illustrates the core issue.
We certainly did not run out of questions. I mean, that's for sure. We had a brief moment where Alan and I tried to get it to close, and because we wanted to pinpoint it as to the next Rammstein and what the expectations were, and both Chuck and he came up with something. So if you really want to know, if you really, really want to know, you will have to listen to the Chinatown, preferably the whole dang thing. But having said it, when we had this, when we were just about to pinpoint it, we had another 30 questions trickling in from people. So, yeah, it has a certain magnetism.
I for one, however, am glad that the correct nomenclature is spreading, and improved branding for Saab Boeing, the excellent Saab
Oh, the
Boeing product
daggerism.
is yes.
Yeah, you got him to accept that. That's true.
It's just so much easier to say than GZB. And it looks like one. Right? This is the critical point. It not only works as a name, it also works as an acronym. And it kind of describes how the whole thing works pretty well, because it has this very sharp, hardened point with which it can penetrate deep inside of a structure, like a dagger can penetrate deep inside soft tissue.
Okay.
And that's really the beauty of it. It works on at least 3 levels.
Here's your good morning test, Domen. What is the visual equivalent of onomatopoeia?
I don't know.
There you go. With that, I will leave you for a second and make some coffee.
That's only fair. That's only fair. If anybody knows what the visual equivalent of onomatopoeia is, I would love to know. But with that, we have Chris.
Because evidently this missile is right.
Exactly. It is, and with the name and all, it matches just absolutely perfectly. With that, Axel, please go ahead and make your coffee. You definitely need it. Or at least I presume you do, but it will definitely come in handy. And let's go to Chris. Very good morning, Chris. Did you listen to all of the 7.5 hours?
Well, Doman, let's put it like this. I was there for the 7.5 hours, right? But I might have nodded off on the odd occasion. But I was awake long enough, Doman, to know that you managed to get dagger into the brain's head, didn't you?
Yeah, I think it's important. I think it's important because it's easier to communicate when the naming conventions are conducive to it.
You're right.
And that's important.
Right, now I just need to before I do any hashtagging of it, I just need to check the spelling of dagger.
It's very straightforward. Now, the question is actually, Chris, there's a little bit of a question here. Should we go with the correct spelling of dagger, D-A-G-G-E-R, or should we omit the E? Because the E doesn't work very well in the acronym, but obviously we do without the E, people will just read it through as dagger. The other letters are all great. So it's up to
D-A-G-G-R. That's what you want to. Is that what you're inclined towards? It's your thing, Doman. It's your thing.
My thing is correctly spelled, right? D-A-G-G-E-R. But there are people who say, well, but excellent. Just calling it excellent, isn't it a bit silly? But I think it isn't, because it is excellent. So it is true. It's a truthful description of what it is. But I can see how people might wish to omit that. And,
Do you know what the other interesting thing was? Right, he didn't say. Right, he didn't say, oh, but there's XYZ called dagger.
But there isn't. I mean, there's all manner of daggers that are called dagger, right? But that's fine, because that's how life works. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a word already, would it? No, and he didn't, because he knows that you don't translate given names, right? And just as nobody goes around saying that the OSA air defense is actually a wasp, and that the Buk air defense system is actually a beech, B-E-E-C-H, like the tree. The same way, nobody should be going around calling that thing a dagger, because it's not. It's a kinjal. And it doesn't deserve anything like the same admiration as the real dagger produced by Saab Boeing. So yeah, let's dispense with that because it's actually complete nonsense. And were it not for some people using machine translation on Telegram posts without later editing, nobody would be thinking of that.
Well, so it's your decision here, Damon. What's the spelling, mate? Before we
correct, Dagger, easy. It's the correct spelling. It works well, and yes, I shall send you a source, and then we can go, and then we will go to War Dogger. How does that sound?
Well, that's great, and it's in the once it's in Thomas Tyner's brain, it's never going to be forgotten, is it? That's the thing. That's actually, a couple of people did catch him out a little bit last night, which was vaguely amusing. The other thing I was going to say as well was there was mention of the British bowler and brolly brigade with bags of cash. And there was mention of the King of Jordan's tanks, and there was mention of them appearing in, I think it was Sudan, the British Bowler Brigade, which I thought was great.
Yes, because they make ammunition there, and if they can make 152 shells, 122 shells for the Ukrainians to shoot vaguely at the Russians. And I say vaguely because the Soviet tubes are getting a bit tired at this point. That is a good thing. And see, the Bowler and Brolly Brigade is a very important component of it. For people who don't know, Brolly is what some Brits call an umbrella because reasons. So just translating here for our transatlantic and continental friends.
Yeah, there are some great pictures on the internet of the British Bowler and Brolly Brigade with briefcases bulging full of cash. Yeah,
exactly. War Doggo, did you know that that Brolly meant umbrella for some Brits?
I know that the dagger means the ground launch small diameter bomb. And the bomb is the most exciting, even despite that it's a small diameter still, but the way it flies is really amazing.
But War Doggo, just bear this in mind. It's the same warhead size as far as the explosives concerned as Gimler's. It's not smaller than that. The whole point of the small diameter is like it's pointy. So, War Doggo, has anybody ever trod on your foot, like stepped on your foot?
Yeah.
Okay, so if they stepped like a normal shoe or even like a heavy boot, right? It didn't hurt that much. Right? It hurt a little bit, but it didn't hurt that much. Now imagine somebody stepping on with high heels or like a stiletto, right? That's gonna hurt way more because it's gonna be so much more pressure on that, because the area is gonna be much smaller. So even if the person's much slighter, much lighter, it's going to hurt more because it's going to be concentrated on that very fine point. And the same goes for the dagger. The point of the small diameter bomb is that it can punch through by concentrating all the kinetic energy in a very small area.
I call it using the ice skating instead of ice skiing. So it depends what you want to do. You want to ice skate or you want to ski. If you want to ice skate, you use the smaller diameter with all of the smaller point of impact with the same force being applied. Yeah. Did you know,
exactly.
By the way,
Go ahead,
did you know, Domen, that in all of discussion of the Falcons F-16s, Ukrainian infrastructure is not being ready yet? You know that F-16 Falcons, they were already in Ukraine in one day.
Was it with whom? Was it the California National Guard? Was it with Slovakia? Was it whom were they with?
That was in 2012 during Euro soccer championship, and they were in Mirhorod, locating there and making the patrolling together with Ukrainian jets during the Euro 2012 championship.
Whoa, I didn't know that.
I knew that
Axel knew it, but-
a couple of days ago. I've been watching one interview with Ukrainian top pilot with the call sign Jews. And the guy said, answering the question that we hear a lot that Ukrainian infrastructure is not ready hosting Falcons. And he said, but why? They've been already here. And everybody started like, what? And he said, they said, but didn't you know that in 2012 they were hosted in Mirhorod, being here and controlling together? I mean, I'm the pilot, I know, and I'm not going to speculate on that. He said, it's confirmed. They were here.
That's really cool. Did he say which Air Force's F-16s they were?
He didn't say exactly, but I imagine it was Polish Air Force, because Poland and Ukraine were hosting Euro 2012 together.
So that would have been my thought as well. But then I thought, but maybe the Poles needed their F-16s to, patrol the Polish bit of the Euro, and then somebody else send theirs to Ukraine. But yeah, that's amazing. That is the best fact I have learned since I woke up, Bordogo, and that's saying something. And I shall proceed to use it regularly. Go ahead, Bordogo.
No, I just raised my hand by mistake instead of tapping the heart. Nothing specific to that. I hope the info that I shared, learning here locally, helps a little bit to neglige or to mitigate the informational, how to say, topic related that infrastructure is not ready.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Bordogo. Then John, go ahead.
Yes, Domin. So about the dagger, which is excellent and now almost de facto name of it. But I came up with a better use of the acronym. I mean the words behind the acronyms, which is less bragging, less adjectives, and more verbs. Do you want to hear it, Domin?
Go ahead.
Okay. So instead of deadly, we put derived, because this device is derived from something else, right? So derived, accurate, ground launched, GPS enhanced rocket.
Okay, that's good. The problem is GPS enhanced sounds like G rather than G and the E.
No, GPS as the G and enhanced as the E.
I know, but usually, GPS enhanced, you'd use it with a hyphen, right?
Okay.
So
Okay.
it don't look the one like that.
Yeah. Anyway.
But I like it. Best things in life always come in multitudes, right?
Exactly.
Like wine, for example. Why get a bottle of wine? You can get a case of wine, or like, I'm sure there's other things as well. Not all of them. Some things are better.
With the exception, Domin.
Yes.
You know, the box
there's
of wine is not always better than that.
That's different. That is different. That's a. I know they're very popular with Systembolaget. They tried to stop it. Actually, it's a funny story. But we should go into that story sometime when it's not wartime. But I like it, then, John. I appreciate the alternate naming convention. It just means it is such a wonderful, excellent idea. See, excellent, just keeps cropping up.
Alrighty.
All right. Thank you, then, John. Did you see yesterday, just about an hour before Thomas joined us, actually 55 minutes before he joined us here, did you see his excellent thread on the excellent IAV?
I think he might be given a honorable citizenship in a northern country. Yeah, no, actually, I saw it today, Domin, but yeah, good writing as always. I mean, he always has his good analysis and really educating.
But see, I like the iterative process, right? I really like the iterative process of how the design has been going, and I think that really does, you know, add a lot of worth to it, because it's a very engineering thing, isn't it? You know how it is then, John. You have a physicist get stuff to sort of, you know, 85-90% completion, but then what engineers are good is first kind of getting it to production value, and then optimizing, improving, tinkering. And that's kind of the CV90 of today, right? It's gone through all of these engineers' hands and brains, and it was tinkered with no end, but it was always, you know, towards a goal, towards making something better, as opposed to just doing it for the sake of it. And I think that is a really good illustrative point compared to what actually Thomas was discussing with regards to Russian tanks, for example, right? Where, you know, they're rebranded with great hoopla, and, you know, this is now a T90. It might look like a T72, but it's nothing like a T72 except in almost every single way. And that's where, you know, the difference lies between doing something pointedly, purposefully, with an eye to actually improving things, and on the other end of the scale, doing it just for the sake of being able to say, "Oh, but look at how great we are." And I think this is a really good illustration, maybe side by side there, between you know, the T tanks and the CV90.
Yeah, really interesting read.
So will I also get a passport, or just Thomas?
Yeah, if you want one. Come on, we have open borders here. But you will have to pay the tax as well, Domin. That's the thing. That's the catch.
Yeah. Anyway, it was but a joke, to be clear, because the beauty, one of the beauties of the European Union is it makes stuff easier. Anyway, so I've been sent a link to that MriyaReport news, and it looks like it was Air National Guard units from California, Alabama, Massachusetts, and Washington that were flying F-16s, and Iowa apparently as well. Okay, whatever it was a bunch of U.S. National Guard units that were flying from MriyaReport during Euro 2012, or maybe that was already. Oh, was this already earlier? That was already in 2011, maybe. Anyway, so that seems to have been the first ones in 2011 already. U.S. National Guard units with F-16s. That's always good to know, isn't it? So people saying no, this is too hard. There's no way that the infrastructure will take it. Nonsense. This is well, utter and complete nonsense. I wonder if Colonel Jeff knew about this already. He might have mentioned this, but not by, you know, not in quite enough specificity to be able to. Yeah, let's see.
While you're seeing Doman, I have the MOD report if you want it.
Let's go through the MOD report. Marcus, please, let's go through the MOD report. We've not done that in a few days, have we? At least not while I was around. I don't know what you were up to when I wasn't.
No, I've been sneaking it in before you've arrived, to be honest, because I was up early, and as soon as it comes out, I think, oh, thank God, I've got something to talk about, because I haven't managed to gather together any information when I'm just woken up. However, here it is. So this is the Defence Intelligence MOD report from the UK for the 6th of February. On the 1st of February 23, Russian Federation Council Chair Valentina Matvinko said that regional elections will take place in the newly annexed areas of Ukraine on the 10th of September 23. Okay. Incorporating the elections into same day of voting, which is scheduled across Russia, highlights the leadership's ambition to present these areas as integral parts of the Federation. This follows continued efforts to Russify the occupied areas, which includes revision of education, communication and transport systems. While meaningful democratic choices are no longer available to any voters at even regional level elections in Russia, leaders will likely make the self-vindicating argument that new elections further justify their occupation. I have a funny feeling by September 23, the situation might have changed a bit. So I don't think we really need to worry about that, do you?
No, and also I would go one step beyond that. I would say, remember what happened the last time it was election day in across the Russian Federation. And it's funny that they have the concept of an election day because the execution is, well, let's say nothing like the election day should be. Remember last time around they had these referenda. I apologize. I misused the word. They had the shamarenda across the occupied territories, right? And remember that what happened immediately following said shamarenda, just days after, chunks of these areas that they claimed to have annexed were liberated. So what will happen immediately following the 10th of September 2023? Well, we can only surmise that what will happen is there will be large-scale liberations immediately following that, possibly the final liberations immediately following that. And the Russian leadership will be presenting all manner of things as true, which are nothing like true, such as that they have any control whatsoever over the areas that they were previously occupying. But they will quite happily do that because they live in a highly Orwellian society, and it's not about what is actually true. It's about what can be presented as being actually true.
Very true. I also know, have we seen the Russian losses today? Have you seen them?
I have. They're quite substantial.
Wow.
Shall we run briefly through them?
Yeah, certainly. So we have 870 personnel. Now, I think it's been above 700 all week. And we were speaking yesterday, or at least I asked the question yesterday, what is that in terms of like a battalion or a battle group or what have you? And obviously they put things into different types of groups, but that is, I believe the situation was there is about 500 to 600 personnel in a general battle group, whatever you want to call it. And so they're losing one of those a day at the minimum. I mean, obviously they're very infantry heavy, but still, ouch. And on top of that, we also have the losses of 11 tanks, 10 armoured personnel vehicles, 5 artillery systems and 1 MLRS, which are really important because that's what they're chucking at civilian areas, and 13 vehicles and fuel tanks. It's pretty much stayed in double figures all week, I believe, that Doman. So I'm sure that makes you a bit happy.
It does. It always does, because at the end of the day, depriving Russians of logistics capacity is critical. Now, and this is something we discussed at some length with Thomas yesterday as well, or last night as well. Just how, for example, how daggers would be used to deprive Russians of logistics ability, and that's important. But crucially, yes, absolutely, destroying those is important. 870 is a lot to have been, killed. Quite simply put, double digits of tanks. Well, that's almost the whole, tank company that got erased there. Now, I presume it probably wasn't all in one place. Probably it was, one tank here, two tanks there, one tank somewhere else, and so on. Eventually adds up to 11 when you hit enough of them. But nevertheless, that is quite substantial. Funny, these things. You have these weeks where in a week Russia will lose, more tanks than several European NATO members have. Just they'll just lose more. And yes, they have some ability to absorb things, but just think about it. France has just over 200 Leclercs, right? There's months. There's been several months now, possibly several months in a row, where Russians have lost more tanks in a month than France had. France isn't a small place. That's how quick the rate of those losses is. I mean, that alone should be kind of meaningful unto itself.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just an awful lot of personnel to be missing. And it just goes to show that they're not being trained properly or equipped properly, or even sent in with any support. These human wave attacks are almost, well, they're sort of medieval, aren't they? That we're just going to keep chucking people at it until eventually they get through. And it's almost like a zombie sort of game, wave after wave after wave of, unfortunately, just meat. It's anyway, if that's what they want to do and nobody wants to stand up to them and say no, then can't do much else but fight them.
Exactly, and that is all that can be done, and that is what has to be done. No, that's what should be done. That's what has to be done. Thank you, Marcus. Then, John, I have a quick question for you. What's going on over the weekend with Sweden's NATO application?
Not much. Or what do you? I don't know what you're referring to. You mean the?
Because there were
what was said by
the Great Restart.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I mean, nothing officially has happened, but I think Turkey has said that they are kind of willing to. Well, they're not ruling out continuous discussions, and it seems like they are kind of putting a line between the government, well, Sweden as a country, and those actions performed by Swedes and others. So it looks like something is loosening up a bit. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I was just kind of confused, where this was going and why this was happening. Is it because somebody got a talking to?
I think
very serious talking to.
I think someone pressed F16 on the keyboard.
Yeah, that could have been it. That makes sense.
And also,
it's a fancy keyboard,
yeah,
isn't it?
It's extended function keys. But and also there were other talks about not only the F16, right? There were talks about certain people getting frustrated with Turkey basically helping Russia with avoiding the sanctions and so on from the same the same people as was against the F-16. So I think there's a lot of pressure I mean, that's the official pressure, but probably there's a lot of pressure behind the scenes as well.
Oh, definitely, undoubtedly, and that's probably where a lot of this is. You're quite right. But I just find it fascinating, you know, that it only took sort of a 2-day break that Turkey thought, maybe we shouldn't go that hard. Maybe we scared them off. That's not good. It doesn't. Maybe it's really cynical. They just thought, hey, we can't keep this in the news if we shut it all down, right? Maybe Sweden accidentally, by saying, "Oh, we'll just break negotiations," maybe Sweden accidentally caused Turkey to panic a little bit about it and thinking, "Oh no, but we can't keep it in the news. This doesn't work. Our plan doesn't work if it isn't front page news all of the time. And if nothing is happening, it's not going to be front page news, is it?"
You mean if
we need activity?
You mean if when the Swedish government said that it's going to pause, the negotiations have been paused?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think the Swedish government just thought, yeah, no, we're just going to pause negotiations. We're just going to try it again later. This isn't worth it. It's too hard. We'll just do it later. And I think they unintentionally got Turks to panic and think, oh no, but you know, this is all a media scam, right? This is all not a scam. This is all intended to drive media attention of Turkish domestic media towards this, and then it just didn't work anymore, right? Because if nothing's ever happening, it can't be in the news. I think it could have been that. That's a good conspiracy theory.
Yeah, no, I agree. It sounds plausible, actually.
Exactly. It just has to sound plausible. Actually, I think this is what really might have happened now. That's an interesting one. Anyway, before I go down that particular rabbit hole, which might or might not be occupied by Lille Scoot, let's go to Irish Think Pound.
Do any of you guys see Sweden sending a massive humanitarian effort to Turkey to get this all kind of smoothed over?
Yes. But I mean, Sweden is sending a massive humanitarian effort to Turkey because Sweden always does this whenever there's a disaster like this in the world. So I really don't think that they're putting any thought to it. They're just like, no, there's a big need where there's a big need where we're just going to go and try and address it, right? I don't think there's anything else in there, but yeah, anyway, then John, this is what Sweden always does, regardless, right? There's there's nothing else really.
Yeah, always. But I mean, I have to say that it is kind of an opportunity at the same time. As bad as it is, it's kind of before no one would have noticed, I think, but now it will be noticed, I guess.
Yeah, it's just the two things that aren't really connected that are just there with the same timing and everything. Shaggy, morning.
Yeah, morning. Just follow what then John was saying. It's not just press F16. You have to actually press Shift Control F16 because Ukrainians need control of these F16s. So it's Shift Control F16.
Love
That's
it.
what I had.
So the only problem is, Shaggy, what happens when you don't have an extended keyboard? If you have a standard keyboard nowadays with only, going up to F12, to get F16, you need to press Shift F4 already. So how do you press Shift Control Shift F4?
It's a two-handed job.
Then John?
I didn't hear Shaggy there. I don't know if I lost.
Shaggy said you need to press not just F16 but Shift Control F16 because you need to shift the control of F16.
But maybe he didn't say more. No, yeah, I agree.
I didn't hear more either.
But I can actually now I see the bigger conspiracy here. We shouldn't run with conspiracies, but anyway, I mean, Sweden and Finland's NATO session might come down to planes, right? Because now we have F-16 conspiracy in Turkey, and what do we have in Hungary? Who's supplying fighter jets to Hungary? Just saying.
They have Gripens, then John. They have Gripens.
They have. Will they keep them?
So what I'm kind of curious about actually is Hungary is undergoing all of these emergency spending restriction measures. Wouldn't right now be a great time for them to, I don't know, spend less money on procurement of new military equipment? Because they're getting the new Leopard 2A7 tanks. They're getting the new nobody has it in service yet IFVs from Germany. The Lynx, I think it's called KF-41, maybe something like that. They're getting they have the Gripens, right? They have all the most modern kit. At the same time, they've fired 200 colonels and generals on apparently a purely political basis. A, who's going to operate all of this stuff? B, surely when they're turning off heating in libraries, maybe some of those savings could be gotten by postponing deliveries of some new equipment, which could instead be used by someone who actually put it to good use. Who knows? Just a thought there. Are the Gripens leased to Hungary then, John?
They are, and I think there's an option to buy them in a few years. So actually, what's happening now is they are being upgraded to whatever version. So that's the catch, which is available at the moment.
Right, I see. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, I forgot to mention something then, John. I forgot to mention something with Thomas Tyner's CV90 thread. Do you know what he missed out on?
No.
Well, he missed one of the key versions of the CV90, and didn't even mention it. Have you been keeping it too good a secret?
Do you mean the not so visible one?
Oh, was that not in it either? Maybe it just wasn't so visible. No, I meant the one that's able to deploy surströmming cans.
No, yeah, that one is definitely top secret. I think he might know about it, but it could be risk to his own security if he would have revealed it. Or
I see. Maybe he was just wise like this.
Also, I think it's because even I, being a Swede, don't know which one or how it looks, but it could be that one of the mortar throwing variants is the one actually.
I mean, that would be just exceptional range if that were true. Anyway, but let's maybe next time. Maybe by next time he'll have studied that component a little bit more and and let's see how it goes. Yeah, as I said previously, there were so many things we never got to touch upon, be it the new Italian deliveries, which somehow are showing up despite all expectations, be it all of the extra SPGs that are going to be showing up, be it Danish decision making of what the replacement for the 8x8 Caesars is going to be. no, just all manner of things that went completely untouched upon. So a month is just too long, isn't it, between sessions? Arno, good morning. Arno?
Hello. Yeah, I work in a wood shop. I had to turn the machines off. I saw in the morning in Estonian news that there was this engine fire in a Russian-operated plane somewhere in a warm Asian country, Bali or something. Has there been anything about this one?
We've not actually touched upon that. So that's an interesting one. I think it was in Thailand, probably Phuket, if I remember correctly. It could have been Bangkok, but I think it was Phuket. And actually, this is something that we briefly touched upon without referencing to the specific plane with our friend Ming yesterday, talking about a broader set of sanctions which are very imaginatively being imposed on Russian airlines through a proxy, so to speak, through a proxy where the American, I keep forgetting whether it's the Department of Treasury or Department of Commerce, that speak that are restricting kind of by proxy Turkish companies from interacting from interacting with Russian airliners. So what they've done over the last the last week or so, the last 10 days, is issued a request to the various Turkish companies, crucially ground handling companies, right? The ones that do refueling and move baggage around, and the minimal maintenance that's needed to turn around the plane. So they've basically told them, would you be so kind as to not work with Russian aircraft? So Havash, which is the largest of these, actually last week, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, sent a letter to all the Russian airlines that land at Turkish airports, be it Aeroflot, Pobeda, S7, UTER, whatever else. I forget what all the baby flots are called that got the instruction saying, if you'd be so kind, please stop flying any aircraft here which have more than 25% American parts. Now you'll see where this ties into the situation in Thailand in a second, Anna. And that's apparently pretty much most current Western airliners. So all Boeings obviously are 25+% American parts, right? But apparently a lot of Airbuses are as well. At least the ones with Pratt and Whitney engines definitely have 25% American parts, because the engines are, but then also a bunch of other things are considered American parts. So it's actually really, really interesting. There's a few theories of why it's being done. So the obvious one, at least in part, is because the US wants to limit Russians' ability to go around, to travel, to feel like they're in a normal country or some such, right? Which is obviously good. That's obviously a good thing. That's the same kind of effect as visa bans to some degree, right? Making it less likely, making it more difficult for them to pretend they're still living a normal life. So there's that. The other component of it is, and this is my theory of it, is maintenance. There's a lot of parts that are very difficult to come by in Russia because simply, Airbus and Boeing aren't going to sell them there. But if you're at an outlying airport, especially a big airport like Istanbul, or maybe you somewhere in the UAE, right, you might be able to actually secure those parts or secure secondhand parts, ones that might not have lots of hours still left on them, but still better than nothing, and making sure that the aircraft keep flying. So what I think the logic of this is, hey, let's speed up the rate at which the Russian airliner fleets are going to deteriorate. And yesterday we were talking about it for about half an hour, 45 minutes. And then what happened immediately after that, the news started coming out that there was this aircraft in Thailand. Do you remember which company it was? Was it Aeroflot? Was it something else? I don't know. Which
I don't
was
remember.
caught on fire.
Yeah, I think I was listening actually when you had this conversation, and it just, today woke up and, looked at the news and wanted to point this one out to you. But there's another topic I would like to tell is it's more like an infantry weapons question. So I don't know, maybe you ask it yourself sometime when some military guys are on. That a few weeks ago, Estonia sent all its howitzers to Ukraine, but we also sent hundreds of Carl Gustav anti-tank recoilless rifles, and at least during my conscription final, live fire exercise, I actually got to shoot the drain pipe because our anti-tank guy was pretending to be ill. He had a motivational issue. Anyway, it's not at least during my time, it was not as much anti-tank weapon as much as anti-infantry concentrations, because half the loadout of ammunition was actually airburst with a fuse in the front of the missile or grenade that you can set the distance from yourself where does it explode. So I think it's a really good weapon against infantry mass attacks, as Russia is currently deploying.
That's really interesting. I didn't know those existed. Thanks, Anna. I will make sure to raise it next time we have someone with requisite experience and knowledge around. Maybe one of our Swedes wants to talk about it at some point. Maybe someone else. But that's a really interesting point. How did no one else ever bring that up? That's really good. Thank you, Anna. Yeah, could well be. And maybe not as a systematic thing necessarily, but certainly on the other occasion.
It was on this. It was said that Estonia gave ammunition, and I think half the stuff I shot was airburst. So I think Estonia gave a lot of airburst ammunition to Ukraine.
Makes sense to me, that's for sure. Okay, nice. Thank you, Anna. I will commit that to memory, and at some point bring it up when we have someone like that up. But I trust that Americans will be able to speak to this as well, because I think they use Carl Gustavs. Bing, very good morning.
Morning, Damon. Yeah, no, so the plane in Thailand is Azur Air. Azur Air is quite interesting because there's two airlines, Azur Air Russia and Azur Air Ukraine, and their business model is basically leisure holiday traffic, mainly to Turkey, actually. And they've both got pretty significant Turkish shareholdings in both airlines. I'm trying to dig out the tail number on that specific aircraft, because I actually know if it's the plane I think it is, I know the guys who own that aircraft, and they're trying very hard to get it back. So it'd definitely be something they'll be flagging up to them in New York later today.
Oh, that's an interesting one. So you're saying it's a Turkish-Russian airline?
Correct, yes.
Interesting. So where does it put it? So are they Russian? So are all the aircraft Russian based normally and Russian registered?
Well, there's two airlines in the same group, right? So the one in this incident in Thailand is the Azur Air Russia, with the fake Russian re-registration. It would have been in Bermuda previously. So, and then there's a whole bunch of, there's another airline in Ukraine, Azur Air Ukraine, and those aircraft are all grounded because Ukrainian airspace is closed.
Right, of course. Okay. I think I found the flight, not the flight number, the tail number for you, but definitely Russian registered.
Yes, correct.
Do you want to take it down, or shall I just send it to you?
Yeah, just DM it to me, and I'll look it up in my little database.
And that's assuming that the internet is correct as to which one it is. But I think the internet is probably correct as to which one it is. So would they have? Do you reckon they, as a partially Turkish-owned airline, would that make it easier for them to access parts in another country, like Turkey, for example, where I presume they also do some flying too?
Yes, but I don't believe they own any of their own aircraft, so flying them abroad is very high risk for them.
Interesting. So what relationship is Thailand with, say, the FAA?
I don't know, to be honest. You mean in terms of what risk rating the FAA put Thailand in?
But generally, I don't think Thai Airways ever fly to the US. I think they had I think they got a rating at some point that downgraded them so that they can't actually fly to the US anymore. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that, or maybe it was one of those downgrades. There was a partial downgrade, so they can't start new destinations in the US, but they can keep the existing ones or some such.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak to Thailand. I can look it up, but I don't know off the top of my head.
I'm just thinking in terms, of course, if there's that cudgel, right, they're much more likely to, as a country, to be willing to cooperate. But if it has already been used to try to improve on something else, then of course that's more difficult. That's all I meant, really.
Anyway, I'll drop down now. Go and look up that tail number you've DM'd me, Damon. Thanks for that.
Thank you, mate. That is quite interesting. And actually, before you drop down, the sort of failure that we observed there, is this something that you would presume regular maintenance would have prevented? Seeing that it happened on the ground, wasn't a bird strike, etc. We don't really see many of these, do we?
So what was it? An engine fire or something? Yeah, I mean, it's not uncommon. If it's the aircraft, I think it is, the company actually leases the engines to Azur Air as opposed to the airframes. So they'll be very concerned about their engines. I mean, they're doing what everybody else is doing. They're making an insurance claim to their insurers to get their investment back in these aircraft, since they've effectively been confiscated by the Russians. So I imagine when New York wakes up, they'll be all over it like a rash.
And actually, one more question. Are you familiar with the Aviation Herald? The place where all of the incidents and accidents of aircraft and whatnot are listed?
I don't know that one, but the one I do know is the Aviation Safety Network. And they list, I think, the more serious accidents. I mean, aircraft have incidents all the time. It's not.
Oh, of course, yeah. There was there was a bit of smoke somewhere, or something or other went off. Yeah. The reason why I'm asking is because I'm just scrolling through it real quick, and this one isn't indicated, nor does any other Russian anything seem to be indicated for pretty much the last 11 months, which makes me think. Because my first thought was, wouldn't this be a good resource? I just recalled this existed. Wouldn't this be a good resource to kind of work through and see, how if the rate of incidents on various Russian carriers has been going up, or anything like that? And it just seems to not include any Russian carriers at all in it anymore. So I'm wondering if they kind of quit the reporting network that feeds into this.
That's very possible. The Russian aviation Telegram channel that I picked up last week as a result of that article you shared with me, which actually does list incidents on Russian aircraft. I mean, I haven't yet got a sense of if these are, I mean, a lot of them are like cracked windshield type stuff from bird strikes. So that's kind of totally routine. But of course, the problem for the Russians is replacing those windscreens, that sort of thing. But I'll DM you the link to that Telegram channel. I don't know if you've got Telegram, Damon.
I religiously avoid Telegram.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I'll send you some screenshots then.
Thank you, Ming. No, but I think that's quite interesting. And can you check your safety network thing? See if they're registering things there with any regularity, any of the airlines. Because I think they're just kind of going half dark, which should even more speak to your theory of the case and your theory of what should be done, which would basically be prevent them from flying most places. And why are they flying there in the first place? Why are they afraid enough of their planes getting seized and whatnot?
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm a bit conflicted on that, because obviously I'm in the camp that wants to be able to seize these aircraft.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I completely agree with that, obviously. Although the question is really, how much worth is there still to aircraft that for 11 and a half months, or eventually for longer than that, will not have had maintenance records done right?
Yeah, no, that is a massive unknown, and that really is going to the thing that's going to impact that the most is what you can persuade an aviation regulatory authority, so most likely the Bermudans, to accept they can reinstate the certificates of airworthiness.
I mean, if say I owned an airline, Ming. I don't own an airline, but say I owned an airline, and somebody came to me saying, "Hey, I have this used aircraft. Would you be interested in buying or leasing it?" And then I'd ask, who was the last operator of this aircraft? And you say, a baby flot. And I ask, so when was the last time they were operating it? Yeah, they were operating it for like a year after they got stripped of all ability to get spare parts. And I'd think, maybe that's not a very wise choice.
Yes, so there's a huge amount of value in that aircraft that's been destroyed at the time. And it's a big unknown. I mean, do you have to put the aircraft back into the maintenance condition it was in on day zero of the loss of the certificate of airworthiness, or can you persuade an aviation authority to accept some sort of remedial work that doesn't take it all the way back? It's a big unknown in the industry at the moment. But whatever it is, there's a massive cost attached to that.
Oh, absolutely. But this is just what kind of makes me a little bit more curious about it, because it's such a such a scenario in the first place. But really, beyond that, it's I don't know. Seems like a big deal. Do you have So do you have anything like a rough number of how much the total value of all leased aircraft that ended up in Russian hands amounts to? Because it must be in the billions, right?
Yeah, no. So the total insurance claim is currently estimated at $12.5 billion. So it's the biggest single claim in insurance history at the moment. But that said, typically, if you're a leasing company and you put aircraft in somewhere like Russia, you overinsure. So, I know people who are effectively 100% overinsured. Most people are probably in the kind of 10 to 15% overinsured range. But so the actual aircraft value, I would estimate probably that, if you were, they were saleable and you could just put them back into the open, it's probably likely in the sort of 8 billion range, somewhere like that.
Okay, fair enough. And that's the real value a year ago, right? In the 8 billion range. And you would have expected this to be dropping precipitously somewhere that's really hard to model because who knows what the regulatory situation is now or would be now.
Yeah, but the insured value doesn't really track the market value of the aircraft because it's done on an agreed value basis. So your insurers won't argue with you. Oh, look, it's not like a car, right? Where the insurers say, well, the market value of your car was X, and so I'll give you sort of X percentage of that. It's done on an agreed value basis, so there's no quibbling about how much the insurers have to pay up if there's a total.
Yeah, I get that. I understand that. I just meant, the real value, not the insurance value, but say insurance companies now, I don't know, own all of these aircraft. How much would they actually be worth if they could get them all out? What would be the resale value? That's what I was getting at.
Oh, I see. So how much the insurers, because they take the aircraft to salvage once they've paid the claim, how much they could recoup from aircraft themselves of the claim that they've paid. I'd guess that's probably.
And that's a really wide range.
Yeah, I mean that's a really hard call, and that's also you have to factor in what kind of maintenance to put it back, the aircraft back on condition and certified as airworthy into that. So I don't know. That's a really tough call. I simply don't know because of the unknown issue about what would need to be done to the aircraft to get them back to the pre-February 22 kind of condition.
And I mean, do you have any experience at all with aircraft that just kind of stood around for a year, 2 years, parked in the corner of an airport, untouched, and how much the value of those went down, or aircraft that were briefly operated or operated for a time in a country that doesn't have a very good civil aviation agency, that's not really in good repute elsewhere. So nothing quite as extreme as this case, of course, but as a general point, how much the value of an aircraft decreases in a decidedly suboptimal scenario like that.
Yeah, I've come across aircraft like that. I was thinking back to a very early experience I had is when I was just specialised in aviation insurance, as opposed to aircraft leasing, which I do now. But I had one client who was the liquidator for an airline in Africa, Air Zaire, and so she was busy sort of trying to liquidate all the assets, and the one asset that was left was this DC-10 that was sitting on the edge of a lake somewhere in Africa, having landed on a runway that was too short for it to be able to take off. And she'd never even be able to get near it. And the whole, we had birds nesting in it, people were living in it, but she dutifully insured it year after year in case there was some value in it. But frankly, after a year or two in conditions like that, there's zero value left in those kind of aircraft.
Exactly. So this is kind of the other thing I'm getting to. If some aircraft could have been seized in March or April last year, right, it would probably be a 6-year check type thing, and then they'd be back and certified. But the longer it goes, I mean, at some point it's just going to be presumed this irrecoverable, right? And there won't be really much that can be done with them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Especially if you're stripping parts off it to keep the rest of your fleet going, and you're not really, you're not covering up the engines. Aircraft like dry conditions, be really cold or really warm, but they respond very badly to kind of damp, humid type conditions. And of course, the Russian climate covers all the extremes in that.
But what they respond really poorly to is somebody messing with them a lot and doing things that aren't by the book, and especially the value responds to that very, very sharply indeed.
That's right. It's a total value deteriorating type of condition that they're all going to be in.
Right. In which case, thank you very much, Ming. This was enlightening as always. And maybe I don't know how interesting it is for other people to listen to this, but I find this fascinating because it's such a visible component of, let's say, normal things that Russia is still allowed to do despite refusing to do them in anything like a normal way in the first place. So I think it's a very visible component of things that are still going on that probably shouldn't be going on, and that is to say the Russian airline industry. Right. People might have noticed that today there are surprisingly few news from Ukraine on the front pages and dominating headlines, and a large component of that is, of course, the fact that this morning the border areas of Turkey and Syria, so that is to say in southeastern Turkey and areas in Syria near there, were shaken by a very strong earthquake with many hundreds already confirmed dead and the death toll rising. And which of course is a tragic natural disaster for all in the area, undoubtedly, and the rest of the world likewise. I would like to note at this point that both the president and the foreign minister of Ukraine both reached out and noted that they're expressing not just their condolences, but they're happy to provide support to overcome the consequences of said earthquake as well. And I wonder, what support the Ukraine is currently in a position to be providing at all. But nevertheless, just an expression of willingness is probably says a lot about the very differing standards, civilizational standards that Ukraine ascribes to compared to those that are trying to invade and genocide its people. That even in a time of great distress and need itself, this is something that, as a member of the international community, it thinks about and reaches out for. So I'll just put that one up as civilizational standards over anything else, and maybe as a bit of a reminder of the differential therein. Nino, good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning from Athens. I think the Ukraine is able to send manpower like rescue teams to Turkey to help the people who are trapped under the wreckage. So I think this is what Ukraine is able to send, because I know a few years ago they sent to Greece for the fires, like a few hundred, to help deal with the fire problem here now in Greece. So this is, I think, what they can do to help. I have a question about the Minister of Defense in Ukraine. Was he fired? Was he reinstated? Did he quit? Do we know anything? Because we read few things on the internet, and as always, we don't know what is true or not. Thank you.
I'm not entirely sure. It looks like that that Reznikov will be moved to a different ministry, to Ministry for Strategic Industries, and that Budanov, who was hitherto the head of the Defense Intelligence, is going to be moving to Ministry of Defense. So the logic being, let's put a civilian in charge of strategic civilian stuff, and let's put a soldier in charge of soldiering stuff. I don't know if this is what is actually going to happen, but I understand that this is what is going to happen. So there you go. I don't know if I don't know more details for it of it, frankly, but I will say that the only thing I'd worry about is Budanov being maybe his particular skill set maybe being almost wasted as a minister, but then again, his particular skill set might be might make him an even better Minister of Defense, because a lot of the work of a Minister of Defense is right now for Ukraine is in getting other countries to help it better, and maybe someone who got into the general ranks as a 30-something-year-old, clever and able and propulsive soldier like that might well be able to do more and communicate even better about it. So I don't really know where it stands, but frankly, nobody's ever going to ask my opinion of it. That can actually make a difference there. So I'm sure that it will end up pretty well. I know. Then, John, do you have thoughts to this? Or do you want to,
No, I haven't actually. I wanted to say something else. Actually, to what into what Nino was saying about Ukraine possibly helping in Turkey.
Yes.
I think who is better suited for that? They have. I think they have the most recent experience in clearing rubbles or downed potent books.
I agree with that, then, John. I will also say, rescue teams are also rather in need in Ukraine all the time nowadays because of all of the missile strikes and whatnot. Things that are quite difficult to predict. So that's where I might see there might be a bit of a limiting factor there. So either way, whichever way it goes, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, Nina, any more thoughts to come back on that with respect to who is now the Minister of Defense, or?
I also read what you said. This new general is coming. He's 37 years old, and as far as I can tell, in Ukraine they like him, and his past is good. And I have similar thoughts as you, that now is like more hands on deck. They need somebody who has military experience. It's not really more about talking. I mean, others can deal with the more diplomatic, let's say, stage of dealing about new weapons and new aid packages and all. So, but it's whispers about corruption and all that.
I will say, Nina, apparently what came out is that, at least for this week, both of them are going to stay in their current positions and aren't going to be moving anywhere. So it seems as though, there was a proposal made, and then somebody leaked some contents of a cabinet meeting or something, and it's not happening, at least not for now. but I guess we'll have to just wait and see. Wait and see on that one. Thank you, Nina. Then John?
Yeah, just some news from Sweden. So now apparently, for the first time, a Patriot battery or Patriot air defense system has been put in sort of real use. I mean, previously they've been in I don't know, military bases or used in exercises, maneuvers, but now they're actually placed in Göteborg port for real air defense. So it happened this morning. No,
in Göteborg.
Yes.
I would have thought they'd put them, on Gotland, like most things.
Yeah, but we have more than one, so maybe there's something. Yeah, I would assume there's something on the East Coast as well. But yeah, I don't know, but it's kind of just indicator of the times we're in.
Well, that's interesting. Did the Iris-T, did the Swedish RBS 98 ever get resolved?
Don't know. I haven't heard anything since we talked about it last time.
Okay, so not this yet is where I'll leave it. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, then, John. Thank you, Nino, for your thoughts. And I hope that the Göteborg-based Patriot is never going to have to be used. Nino.
You took the words out of my mouth. I wanted to ask about what Germany is talking with Sweden about this multi-layered air defense with multiple Iris-T, like I think 7 or 8 units. So do you think this, if it's going to happen, you think this is going to be enough?
It depends. It depends what shape it happens in as well. I don't think that a whole lot of concrete has come out, from anything like official sources. Thus far, it seems mostly to be kind of saying, what does Sweden have? What can be moved around? Note, it's not quite an Iris-T, or at least the radar associated with it is different because it's made by Ericsson or Saab Ericsson, whatever the current name of the company is, and it's a slightly different system in that regard. But yes, it's the launcher and the missiles are Iris-T, are the same as Iris-T. So the other part is how much of this was already a part of the discussions, improvements before the end of the last year, because there was the big package, the big winter package from Sweden apparently was focusing on air defense, and also there was a component there which required re-export permit, and Sweden only operates, I believe, or did at the time, 3 things that were significantly non-Swedish: the Patriot, the Iris-T, and the old Hawks. So I don't know. Then John, is that about right?
Yeah. Yes. Correct. And also regarding the discussions between Germany and Sweden, I mean, I'm sure there's no discussion about whether it's blocked from being sent to Ukraine or not, because they already have Iris-T, don't they, from Germany? So maybe there's some strategic discussions on how to use them together in the same kind of defense network, air defense network. I don't know, something like that. Is there?
It's those damn Swedish radars, I bet.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe there's something about the sort of software behind it, how to make them work together.
Could be. I mean that would make sense for sure. On a related point, I see we have Colonel Jeff with us. Very good morning, Colonel. And one thing which I keep wanting to bring up with you, but haven't been able to yet, is the U.S. Department of Defense release on Friday, saying, hey, there's all of these things we're sending, and a lot of them are radars and communication equipment to link up different air defense systems and radar systems and the like. And is this what we have really been waiting for all this time when talking about electronic warfare, especially in regards of Ukrainian air defenses, Colonel?
Good morning, Doman. Look, I'm hoping that there is a lot of back channel advising, communicating, defining requirements, and stuff like that that are going on to these lists. And if that's the case, and like someone's building out their integrated air defense system by putting these pieces and parts on the chessboard, that's awesome, right? And since we don't, but we don't know that, right? We haven't heard anyone come out and say, hey, there's an advisor team that's helping, build out an air defense system that will really help protect civilians. There's probably maybe diplomatic reasons we don't want to say that. I get that. The fear is, if you don't say that, though, here's the fear, right? The fear is that you've got the DC snake oil salesman, right? That's a nice way of saying defense contractors that are weaseling their way into Congress and into congressional offices and saying, "Hey, I've got the magic tool, right? I've got this radar umptifrats that can do X, Y, and Z, and I'm willing to give one. If you can get it on the list, we'll donate it to Ukraine. The U.S. government doesn't have to pay for it. I just want it on the list, and I want to be able to get it there, and I want to show how effective it is." If that's the case, right, now you've got a ridiculous amount of pieces that Ukraine leadership now is going to have to sit there and go, holy shit, what the hell is this? Who asked for it? And how the hell are we going to use it? And I'm sorry, my voice squeaked there a little bit, but that this is it is not beyond the realm of possible. I will tell you that there's a story in the U.S. Air Force that's often told about Operation Allied Force, where some senior U.S. military leader, U.S. Air Force military leader, I won't say which one, finally got so fed up with the defense saying, I want to come into your office because I want to show you this really cool device that's going to make it a guarantee that you win the war, that he basically slammed the door in all their faces and said, you people don't understand. You can't sit there and hold on to all these cute, cool little gizmos and gadgets and then try and, in the final hour think that you can run into my door, tell me that you've got the magic widget, and then expect me to integrate it into what is now an extremely complex battle space that takes, months, if not years, to train guys to be able to fly in and integrate in planning, just like the general said last night, the Finnish general said on the Doolittle Air Wing last night, and think that somehow I can integrate this, not to mention this thing that you brought in is secret U.S. only. How am I supposed to employ this thing in a coalition war? It's freaking stupid. So he finally said, get the fuck out of here, right? So it's not without precedent that the defense industry in the U.S. could be gizmoing and gadgeting, if you will, things into Ukraine that aren't necessarily needed. And that's sad.
I see. So there's this possibilities here for pluses and minuses to a degree. Colonel, when they say equipment to link up radars at a very high level, or to link up to integrate an air defense at a very high level, are we basically talking about secure communications and then some computers that do lots of clever maths, or is there something else again at a very high level that goes into this?
Sure. What any air battle commander wants is a singular integrated air picture. That's what we preach, right, in the West. We want a singular air picture, right? Integrated air picture. So if you have, let's say, 20 different radars that are all providing inputs to a computer, right? Because that's what it is. That computer, its job is to create algorithms and, to a degree, some level of artificial intelligence to marry up tracks it sees from all those different computers, right? Because if one computer says, I see this track at 5,000 feet, and it's moving west 270 at 400 miles an hour, but another computer reports, well, I see a track that's moving 275 at 400 miles an hour at 8,000 feet. You would hope that the computers would be able to go, okay, I'm going to bias one of you because I think you're a better computer or better radar than the other. We're going to eliminate the second track. We don't necessarily think that there's two of these things literally flying right over the top of each other, 3,000 feet apart, right? So you want to create some level of biases and filters. And there's a lot of computer programs out there that the defense industry has bought, not just the U.S. defense industry. There's companies. I'm good friends with the owner of a firm out of Las Vegas called GC Do It, Global Command Control Information Technologies. That they can do this at a very, very cheap price. They've found a way to actually link numerous things together, and they're being sucked up by a bunch of foreign investors that really want to be able to create a good air picture. So that's kind of how that happens. And why is it important, right? Every action that you take as a military, when a military leader says, we are going to do X, that is based on intelligence. It's based on the best available intelligence at the given time, right? If you have the world's worst air picture, this guy is going to be committing resources and executing missions that are superfluous, unneeded, unwarranted, and putting his own guys at risk. Because if you start flying jets around to go shoot down things that don't exist, you're putting them in the air and they could get shot down themselves. So you are trying to create the best intelligence available for decision making at the highest level. I hope that makes sense and I didn't lose too many people.
No, I think that makes perfect sense, because these aren't easy things to do, right? There's a lot of effort that needs to go into this, especially once you're trying to also think, hey, we not just have a bunch of different kids, we also have a bunch of different kids that we weren't there for the design standards of, and that kind of needs to be working with this as well.
Right, and to be fair, it takes nations sometimes years to build a true integrated air picture, and to test the air picture, right? So the contractors say it can do this, that, and the other thing, and then you actually go out and create what's called an unknown rider, or basically an airplane that's not transponding and not communicating, and he tests and probes into your air defense system, and you see, do all the radars see him? Are all the radars reporting to the filter center correctly? Is the filter center actually saying, okay, we have one track and not 300 tracks, right? So you want to test those things. It's really easy to do all that stuff during peacetime. It's not so easy to do it during wartime, right? Russia doesn't call up Ukraine and say, hey, we're going to send 4 Su-27s at this altitude tomorrow at this time to see if your air defense system can actually really figure out that these are 4 tracks and not 1 or 400.
Just being able to see a thing from lots of different angles, how much does that help with identification of, this actually looks like X?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that from a radar perspective. There are other things out there that you can use, and other intelligence systems that I won't go into, that will help differentiate what is out there, right, or what is coming at you. More importantly, if you're able to actually look at something from multiple different angles and able to shoot at it from multiple different angles, then you have the ability as an air battle manager to increase your percentage of kill based on selecting the best weapon available. A receding target, in other words, something that's moving away from your air defense system, or a target that's actually flying tangentially to you, are relatively difficult shots. Something coming directly at you where you have a huge Doppler shift, and that Doppler shift is increasing. These are the kind of shots that, you know, your SAM operators really salivate for. So if you can set up your shots on things to where you're maximizing your percentage of kill with different radars and weapon systems, that's when it really becomes important to have, you know, an overlaying integrated air defense system.
It's also a way to possibly waste fewer munitions, right? To have just a higher reliability of actually of hitting the thing you're shooting at with what you're shooting with.
Sure, and again, this goes back to, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, so please forgive me, but if you have a singular integrated air picture, right, and everyone's under the command and control of that, and it's real time. In other words, you have, you know, constant communication with your leadership who's directing, instead of, you know, imagine, if you will, a strike package is flying right along what would be like a border, an artificial border between two air defense sectors. Well, each air defense commander, if he's not in communication with his leadership, is either A, they're both going to shoot, right, which is a waste of a missile. B, they're going to assume that the other guy shoots, and neither of them shoot, and that's really bad because then the enemy fighter gets through. Or luckily, one shoots and the other doesn't because it was the bias was to one or the other. And lacking an integrated air defense picture and real-time communications, that situation can easily happen. Wasting missiles, wasting resources, wasting time, effort, and energy that, you know, one of them is focused on. Whereas if the commander says, hey, air defense sector 1, this is your target. Air defense sector 2, stand down on that. Don't worry, I need you focused here. That frees up your resources, just like you said.
And this is also one place where, let's say, modern approaches to technology can really shine as well, right? Saying, okay, you know, this looks like this. Let's assign this to this battery. This looks like that. Let's assign this to this battery. This is expected to track, especially in the context of all of these missiles and loitering munitions, especially.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you only have so many air defense missiles, and when you finally do get your Patriots in country, right? I think about this, right? Each Patriot missile has been reported in the news as being $3 million a pop. $6 million to shoot down one aircraft is a lot. I mean, $3 million is a lot. Right? $6 million is a lot, right? So we're talking about exponential issues of wasting resources.
For sure. And maybe a good example of this is also, you know, just taking into account that there's a whole spectrum of things that Ukraine is using to take down various incoming threats. Right. The most expensive will be the Patriot missiles. Obviously, the cheapest ones are shells for autocannons. Right. For basically flak cannons that have been improved on those from the Second World War, and yes, many are radar guided and whatnot, but nevertheless, like, that's the spectrum of it. And there's a big difference in cost. There's also a big difference in how easy you can move them around, how easy you can you can change the disposition of them to react to likely threats. And also with an integrated system like that, undoubtedly you can learn how to best disperse them as well to best cover area, right? Because Russians are kind of creatures of habit here and do tend to also repeat tracks that they're more likely to use, pathways that they're more likely to use to send things into Ukraine in the first place.
Right. So, you know, if Russian intelligence says there's a Patriot battery sitting right here, you're not, you know, at some location X, for example, you're probably not going to have too many Russian pilots who are going to draw their mission planning route right over the top of the Patriot battery. Right? They're not going to fly right over the top of it. That would be suicide. Ballsy, but suicide. So yeah, they're going to set up flight routes that they believe are safe or relatively safe comparatively, and and then the chess game begins, right? If you see that the Russians are overusing a flight route in and out, perhaps maybe on day 5 you move some of your air defense systems to address that issue, and maybe you get lucky, and then you play this game over and over again. It's not rocket science. I mean, there's rockets involved, don't get me, but the idea of the airspace is not rocket science, and how to actually maneuver through it. So these are all games that will be played in the air war. But I will point out, you brought up flak, right? So flak is even radar-guided anti-aircraft artillery is when you get up into the higher altitudes, this stuff really becomes far less effective because it's hard to get artillery high and fast with any accuracy. As long as the surface-to-air missile systems do pose a threat and keep everyone in the low-level environment, then yeah, your man pads and your AAA, your anti-aircraft artillery or flak is going to be far more accurate. But I think everyone needs to remember that what goes up must come down, right? So if you're shooting a 30 millimeter cannon in AAA and you see those rounds come out, the ones that are lit, right, that show you that help track the AAA, what you need to understand is between each one of those lights is usually anywhere from 5 to 10 additional rounds that were out there that you can't see. Those things got to come down, right? So just always good to remember that.
But that's why they like the ones that explode in the air, right?
Sure, there are ones that explode in the air, and those are great. And you can set them to go off at different altitudes and stuff like that. But not all of them explode in the air, right? Not all of them. And by the way, the pieces and parts still come down, right? It's just they don't explode and magically just disappear. There's still parts that come down.
Oh, of course. It's just a question of how big the things are that come down. Colonel, we have another thing that I will want to touch base with you on, something that we discussed a little while ago here on the space. You know how there's some discussion of, does Ukraine have the physical infrastructure that can take F-16s? I'm sure you've heard some of those. Some of these discussions, right?
Yeah.
Could you imagine that maybe F-16s at some point already operated in Ukraine?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't. The United States bedded down tons of aircraft at Bagram Air Base relatively fast in Afghanistan. Like, if there's a will, let's be honest, there's a way. And they were worried. I mean, that this was on the home turf of the enemy, right? You're bedding down multi-million-dollar jets. And of course, with manpower, many things are possible. You're going to fill sandbags and you're going to stack sandbags to build berms to create, aircraft shelters, at least shelter them from rockets or bombs that actually explode and would shoot things into the sides of aircraft, right? You might not be able to cover them from the top, but it's not easy to get a lucky shot with mortar round directly on top of an aircraft. And by the way, if the airport is very well defended and it has counter battery radar, if you don't hit it in 3 times and you're not leaving, you're probably going to die pretty fast. So yeah, I said it last night on the Doolittle Air Wing, right? I think you have to understand that when everyone's talking about, experts are talking about whether or not fighter aircraft are doable in Ukraine or they're not doable in Ukraine, a lot of their decision-making process on can we do it, how long will it take, is really predicated on the fact whether or not politically or diplomatically they believe it's feasible. And those numbers change wildly, right? If if the West truly wanted to put F-16s there, they could. You know, the runways are not great. I completely agree. You're probably going to FOD out some engines, and you're going to need more engines than you normally would need because these, you know, the intake scoop of an F-16 sits right behind the front tricycle tower, really low, and that's a challenge, right? But you're going to have runway sweepers out there and try and suck up as much of broken cement as possible. They still can take off. It's not an issue. You've got what I'm starting to calculate it, right? You've got thousands of Europeans, thousands, and I'm including Turkey in that, so please forgive me. I don't want to polarize this issue, and I'm not trying to say Turkey's in Europe, but if you include Europe and Turkey and Europe, you have thousands of maintainers who have worked on F-16s for decades, right? So whether it's TIA, which is to Ukraine, or you find a Brussels, a Belgium, or Dutch company that wants to provide these guys out of retirement, allow them to make a little extra money, you have more than enough capacity and capability to bring guys in. You could bed down these look, the Patriots are going to go into Ukraine well before F-16s. We know that, right? So you're going to put Patriots in. You're going to protect the airbase. You're going to do a great job to ensure that these contractors on the ground are well taken care of, and they're safe. They're going to be paid exceptionally well from a risk perspective, right? Just like we did with all the other contractors that were on Bagram Air Base and in Fallujah and Iraqi air bases. The West is known to put contractors on the ground. And I'm not talking about just military ones, right? These are the guys who run your water systems and run your electricity and keep your internet active and all these types of things. All that's been outsourced by the United States. It's great, right? It saves us money in the long run. So is it theoretically possible? Sure. Somewhere between my article that was in Newsweek a couple of weeks ago where you lease a full-up air force to Ukraine doing it alone, there's a 50 shades of gray between those two black and white scenarios. And what Ukraine and the West need to do is they need to sit down and perhaps in an effective manner, void of politics, come up with which shade of gray they'd like to actually I'll both agree upon to get fighter aircraft into theater. And when I say thousands of guys trained, I'm specifically talking about the F-16. I think that if you wanted to bring in Eurofighters, you could probably find tons of Germans and Brits who had been trained on the Eurofighter and now in retirement and would love to make maybe 50, 60, 100,000 a year tax-free for maybe just the first year, and then teaching the Ukrainians how to do it on themselves. I mean, this doesn't have to be a forever process. What it needs to be is it needs to be a OJT on the job training, hands-on training for the Ukrainians from a bunch of specialized guys who make it happen and make enough money, right? So it's doable. It's not impossible. There are far more impressive things and ingenuity that the United States military has done in the past that we brag about in our history than figuring out how to put F-16s in Ukraine.
Now, Colonel, already in 2011, there were several U.S. National Guards who were flying F-16s in Ukraine. At give me a second, I have the name of the base here, at Mirhorod Air Base. And not just the California Air National Guard, a number of others as well. And then during the Euro 2012, during the European Football Championship, they were ensuring, together with Ukrainian Sukhois and MiGs and Polish F-16s, the safety of Ukrainian skies during the football in 2012. So they have physically been flying in Ukraine, out of Ukraine already.
Yeah, and that's great. I would like to see the after-action reports from those flights and figure out what and unfortunately probably they're classified, right? And it's not like you can do a freedom of information request and get those. What's the assessment of the facilities at that airfield from an F-16 operational perspective? that would be a great place to start. I don't know where that airfield is relative to the geography of Ukraine. I apologize, but if this is an airfield that's more easterly than westerly, it's probably not going to be. You need something probably around Lviv, which an F-16 taking off from Lviv can be in the fight and back. It's not. This is not impossible, right? This is a very doable range for an F-16 with 2 bags of gas. It's fine. Tons of bombs, tons of missiles. Grip it and rip it. Let them fly and go have fun. I also spoke about it on last night on the Doolittle Air Wing, in that eventually these F-16s are going to need depot level maintenance, right? They're going to do the 60-day or 120-day inspection, changing out engines. Ukraine's not ready for that, but Poland is, right? And should Poland be able to do depot level maintenance on Ukrainian jets? I don't see why not. There are some who believe that this issue should be raised at NATO, and that the people who are ultra conservative believe that NATO should seek some level of approval from NATO nations to allow that to happen. I don't think that you should stop the Polish defense industry from wanting to do things that are what I consider an economic issue. This is no different than Russia if it went to China and said, "Hey, I need you to do depot level maintenance on our MiG-29s and our Su-27s and Su-57s." China would say, "Okay, we'll do it at a fraction of the cost that you do." Does that mean that that China's now in the war? No, I think it means that just China's doing heavy maintenance on aircraft.
So it's in Poltava Oblast. It's to the northwest of the city of Poltava, MriyaReport. I don't know if that tells you enough, but it is to the east of the Dnipro, if that's helpful. Yeah. So just wanted to highlight that, because one of our Ukrainian listeners today has said, "Hey, I was listening to this interview with Pilot Juice, the one that Latin keeps bringing up as well, and it's." He mentioned that back in 2012 they were flying from there, so we already had F-16s operating from the Ukrainian airfield before. So it shouldn't be as hard as some people think. The standards are already at least known to those who operate airfields. Ming, go ahead.
Yeah, it was just to give Colonel Jeff a heads up, since he's on. Colonel Jeff, I DM'd you the contact details for that guy in DC. So we can play that however you want, set up call or whatever. But check your DMs. Just some feedback on that aircraft in Thailand, the 76, with the engine incident from Azure Air, Doman. I found the manufacturer's serial number. It looks like it's leased from AirCap, but the guys I know are an engine leasing company, and of course my database doesn't tell me which engine by serial number are on wing at any one time. So I flagged it up to them, and I'll let you know what they say when they get up in New York.
Ming, I did get your DM. This is Fish, and thank you so much. Love the information. I think we're not at that point yet, but when we get there, I will definitely be I'll definitely be using. So thanks for the information. I truly appreciate it.
And Ming, was it the tail number that I thought it was?
Sorry, I just assumed that it was, so I just looked that one up in my database, as opposed to, but I can double check that too.
And on a separate note, thank you, Ming. On a separate note, I would like to say, anybody who's missed our 7.5-hour Thynerton last night, worry not, for it is already up on the MriyaReport Spotify feed. We have successfully resuscitated the Spotify feed by dropping a pile of bricks called a 7-hour and 28-minute recording on it. And it's linked up in the Nest as well, the leftmost tweet, the newest thing in the Nest. So it should be quite easy for you to go ahead and access it. And the thing is, the benefit of it being on Spotify now is that you can listen to it in, at 1.5 times speed or some such, and then it doesn't take quite as long, which I guess could be considered a benefit. Then it's only a 5-hour podcast. I mean, that's easy to fit into everybody's day, isn't it? If you're, for example, in the Western Hemisphere, you're just about to board a 5-hour flight, across the continent, then it would fit absolutely perfectly in your flight, or maybe just in your TSA queue listening. Who knows?
Epic, absolutely monumental.
Yeah, I mean, who would want to watch some silly film on a long flight, right? When you can listen to our discussion with Thomas Steiner about all things regarding the Russian invasion of Ukraine and what can be done and what is being done that will help Ukrainians avert said invasion by various European partners, and, sorry, not just European partners, various partners from the free world. Of course, the US is a very large contributor to that, and what they're doing to integrate all of these things, and what the brave Ukrainian soldiers are doing to fight back the Russians, and how they're doing it. I mean, this is a very, very minimal description of it, of course, but yeah. I read. I'm at a loss for words, frankly.
Don't forget, Doman, he has no word quota. He only has a cat food quota.
No, it's good, right? And even if he were to have a word quota, he'd have a double one, both an Austrian German one and an Italian one. So that would be helpful as well. Then John.
Yeah, Norman, before someone was talking about the Carl Gustav recoilless weapon. And I did some research on the web about the different types of ammunition, because he mentioned about some anti-personnel ammunition for that weapon. So yeah, I found that there's apparently 7 types of ammunition. I mean, is this a relevant topic? I rant on.
Yeah, for sure. So earlier we had someone come up and say, hey, didn't Estonia send a bunch of ammunition? But doesn't Estonia have a bunch of airburst ammunition for the Carl Gustav that's for anti-infantry roles, not just for anti-tank roles? And I guess Denjon had a little bit of a look into that. Go ahead, Denjon.
Yeah, exactly. I heard about it kind of before, but I didn't look into it before. But so now I found out there's 7 types of ammunition for that weapon. So there's 5 for, let's call them hard targets, like and different thickness of armor. So that's from I don't know, 50 millimeters up to 500 millimeters penetration. And then you have there's one which I call is for soft targets, which is an airburst grenade, and it contains 800 ball bearings. So it's sounds like it's very effective against not so hard-skinned orcs. So let's hope that was in the package. And then there's also a smoke grenade. And they also, there's various effective distance for these grenades. And I think now I'm not in front of the computer, but for the airburst, the effective range was 1,300 meters for explosion and impact, and 1,250 meters for airburst. And you can as the guy said before, you can set the range before firing, so you can, I guess, from short distance to longer distance.
Yeah, it feels to me like Swedish defense industry really is an unsung producer, and a great one in that, of various excellent things, perfectly devised to kick Russians out of wherever Russians are, but shouldn't be, frankly.
Yeah, it's surprising, and I think a lot of us was kind of aware. I mean, a lot of us Swedes were aware of the defense industry, but not that it was sort of that much. I mean, of course, we knew about the Saab and the Gripen and so on, and then Bofors, but not to the details. So a lot of people are getting educated, I think.
For sure. Thank you, Denjan. Colonel Jeff, I have a question from a listener here for you. Could you go a little bit through how much, if any, additional protection from incoming missiles, especially any air bases that F-16s could be stationed at would require? Or does the current state, where clearly Ukrainians are flying MiGs and Sukhois perfectly fine from who knows where all, be considered perfectly transferable and sufficient?
Yeah, so I think if you have to, if you want to go the contracted maintainer route, right, and you want to convince people from European countries to come in and do maintenance, and you want to pay them, right, you're going to have to do some level of you're going to have to put some level of defense over and above what you normally would put to convince them that they are safe. And in addition to that, you're probably going to have to create some kind of shanty/tent city system where they live, operate, eat, breathe, and sleep on the base, right? That they're not going to be allowed to leave the base because setting up security for them outside the base is going to be too hard. Look, I have no doubt that the Ukrainian civilians would not target them, but it only takes one Russian to get close, find a guy who's actually working on F-16s, capture him, torture him, and now the other ones are gone, right? So you've got to create some level of security where these guys are very well taken care of. That means most likely a Patriot defense system, either at the airfield or covering the airfield. And then if it's covering the airfield, then a point defense system that's a shorter range air defense missile system. You probably have some guys walk around the airfield with man pads or strategically placed around the airfield with man pads. So stuff like that.
Colonel, what is the fact that quite clearly Russians haven't been able to take out wherever Ukrainians are currently taking off from? What does that tell us about their ability to try and strike at some other time somewhere within Ukraine, probably one of these very same places the Ukrainian MiGs are currently operating out of? I mean, what would preclude them from doing so thus far if they had the ability to, and what would give them the ability to later on? I understand how it'd be a higher priority, but I mean, surely for now it'd be a high enough priority already.
No, I don't think so, right? I think I wouldn't want to read too much into that, right? Gently, right? I would gently wade into. There appears to be a priority by the Russians to instill a strategy of terror warfare. That they're not targeting their missiles against these airfields for a reason. Does that reason equate to that they're afraid of the air defense systems at the bases and that their missile wouldn't be effective, or do they truly believe that a terror campaign targeting civilians is the best strategy moving forward? So that you can't just I don't know if it's prudent to just say, well, they haven't hit the airfields yet, which means obviously the air defense systems are good enough to protect the airfields. I think that there's perhaps the counter argument could be that Russia deemed the air capability of Ukraine to be inconsequential. They didn't really they weren't threatened by it. They don't believe that it's important, and therefore they believe that they have higher priorities for what appears to be relatively limited number of airstrike capable assets. Right? They don't. It's not an infinite supply. So I also haven't read a lot of reports that these things have been shot down near airfields, right? You don't. I need more information on that before I joined in on your premise.
The reason why I'm kind of bringing it up is because in their messaging, they keep saying, "Oh, we destroyed such military target, we destroyed such other military target." So clearly, at least publicly, they think that this is the priority, right? It almost feels like it was, it was later on as a kind of a lack of intelligence situation or whatnot, where they said, "Hey, it's how can I put it? It is just impossible one way or another for them to actually achieve it, as opposed to a case where they don't really care about it and it's down on the priority list. Otherwise, they'd probably be messaging differently, right?
Yeah, I mean the messaging. Well, first of all, you and I both. I think we both can agree that a lot of the things that they're saying that they're destroying is are not really there, right? They or they're exaggerating the numbers excessively, which is that's Russia. I get it. But I can't discount yet the notion that Russia is accepting of the concept of air parity. That they don't that they're not that they're okay, that this is going to be a ground war. The vast majority of things that they're claiming that they're destroying or killing are all ground assets. I haven't seen too much reporting of air assets or airfields or hangars or fuel bladders that are military grade aviation fuel being destroyed. There is an argument to be made, and one of them's right, or maybe even another one's right, that this is that it's yours, or air parity is accepting, or I don't know. I need more information.
I guess the very simple answer to that is saying, but the Russians have already said they've destroyed the entire Ukrainian Air Force about 6 times over. So maybe at some point they're just tired of claiming that they've destroyed it yet again.
Yeah, very fair. And it, the narrative seems to work in Moscow, so good on them. I think at some point there's probably, and this is dark humor, Ukraine truly wishes it had all the forces that Russia's claimed it's destroyed at this point, because they probably could have won 6 times over. So there's that. It's just yeah, and perhaps maybe I'll call Vlad. I'll call Putin and say, hey, dude, what's your strategy on air? Because I just can't figure it out yet, man. I'm having trouble, right? Why are you not truly going after all the air assets like you say you are? See if maybe you'll take my call. I don't know. I'm becoming a little bit more famous.
I'll say, no. His strategy on air really is pretty clear. His strategy on air is run by Solovyov. It's a different kind of on air, not the Air Force kind of on air, but more the info war on air. But it's very much aimed at the domestic audience, if anything.
Yeah. Well, his air policy, the on air is aimed at his domestic population, and then the on air war is actually aimed at the Ukrainian population. I think we both can agree with that.
Oh, certainly, certainly. I will agree that it will probably go additionally up in priority once Ukrainians will have a F-16s or comparable Western kit, simply because it will be much more of a difference maker. But I undoubtedly agree that yes, had the Ukrainians had 1,000 MiGs and Sukhois and 4,000 tanks and 200 HIMARS and 1,200 Western howitzers that were all apparently destroyed together, with the Death Stars and the aircraft carriers and whatnot. Sometimes crops up. Yeah, they probably would have been able to dislodge the Russians fully by now.
Yeah, I agree. I think the one thing that's so infuriating from a Western military-minded perspective is, we truly, especially when you go to these schools like National Defense University and things like this, and you realize you have civilian control of your military, and you give your best advice to the Secretary of Defense and the members of OSD to say, hey, I think we should do this. This is, and it's not only I think, it's founded in factual historic data. This is what is proven to work. Leaders for so long, right? Control population based on fear, brutality, and intimidation. That they're
I think he just went into the Alps. It's not just me, is it?
No, it's not just you. It's always so scenic. I can just imagine the narrow valley with steep sides and. Snow-capped mountains. It's beautiful, really.
Have we lost him completely? We have. He's gone.
Alas, we have. Alas, we have. And I was going to, ask about Tranche 1 of Eurofighters, but sadly. Okay, well, to shift gears completely while we're waiting for Colonel Jeff to recover from whatever alpine valley he's in, I just want to raise a couple of things. So first of all, our conversation yesterday with Thomas Tyner is now online on Spotify. If you've missed it, well, you have 7.5 hours worth of listening to do there. And yes, that was a single take for anybody who's missed it, but it's only 7 hours and 28 minutes apparently. So almost 7.5 hours. But remember, if you listen at 1.5 times speed, it's only 5 hours. So that's almost, only twice as long as a very long podcast. In other news, something is finally trickling through and trickling down the way that it was thought it might be happening. So you might recall last year, around May or maybe June, discussions started being had in Norway, where the parliament was proposing using some of the, let's call it, extra profits on their oil and gas sales on top of what was typically expected, because the oil and gas prices went up quite a bit last year compared to what was expected, for help for Ukraine. Now, the initial plan was, when proposed in Parliament, resoundingly defeated back in May or June last year. And they basically said, look, no, we're not doing this. It's just going in their sovereign wealth fund. Go away. If I recall correctly, only one member of the Norwegian Parliament didn't vote against it at the time. Fast forward a few months later, sort of October, November time last year, it finally got legs in Parliament, and there became a parliamentary majority tasking the government with setting up a financial plan where some of those where some of those funds, and those funds being in, triple-digit billion euros, billion with a B, of extra profits on top of what was expected, that some of those would be being spent on Ukraine, helping Ukraine, be it with fighting the war, be it with reconstruction, whatnot. Last week was the first point when the executive indicated, that is to say, the Prime Minister, the executive branch, indicated that there is something being done there. And today, there's the leak of the initial government proposal saying that they're planning a 5-year, roughly 7.3 billion euro plan of financing for Ukraine. Now, it's not quite as big as you could have thought, one could have expected, but nevertheless, it is quite a substantial move. For a country of just around 5 million people. Yes, a very particularly blessed country. It is still nevertheless quite a substantial move, and Norway sometimes tend to be a little bit along the lines of first movers in this regard. So hopefully this will, not just pass quickly, but maybe be enhanced a little bit as time goes on as well. So a little bit of positive news on this day today, Marcus.
That's
John,
excellent.
sorry?
I said that's excellent.
It is excellent. Then, John, has there been any thoughts that the newly found wealth in the north of Sweden could be used likewise with with an eye to the future of just immense mineral wealth that has been recently discovered?
You mean to support Ukraine?
Yes, or has it just not sunk in quite as much as it has?
I don't think it has sunk in. I think the expectations is that, this is going to take time. It's not something that's going to happen this year or
Do I keep losing people, or is this one Din John's fault, Marcus?
I think it's Den John. I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah, he just sort of trailed off.
I hear they just have terrible telecoms coverage in Sweden, especially in Skåne. Just awful. Could be that. 122, please.
I can't hear you because my poor telecom communication. I'm reading you very bad. No, sorry. The reason I don't think it has settled in the sort of news yet, and there's a long way to go. I have no doubt it's going to go through just because of the immense worth and the wealth involved. But there's a lot of permits and other stuff. There's a lot of things, legislation things you need to go through in Sweden. You need to get a trial in the environmental court. I have no doubt, however bad it might be for the environment, they're going to approve this just because it's going to be, as I said, immense wealth. And unfortunately, sometimes money rules the world, So, but I still have to go the whole process. And, there's the thing with the indigenous people up there. Sorry for anyone listening from the north of Sweden. I don't know the English. The Samis in the north. It's also, their territory up there. It might affect them. You have to do due diligence and all. Yeah, it's a long list of things that needs to pass before I think we can even begin to talk about what the money can be used for and what it cannot be used for. And it's also, as you might know, in Sweden we have sort of like an energy crisis thing that's on the top of the mind of every Swede. Our power net is not, up to scratch, and our power supply is not really there either. So we're having some issues there. And LKAB, which are the owners of these findings, they're saying they're going to require a lot of energy to break out these. So that's an issue as well. So I think we're a long way from even, touching these minerals. So I think it's very, very early be speaking about where this found wealth will be spent in the future. We have issues internally which we need to deal with, which will probably require a lot of resources as well. Internal security things. So we'll probably need to expand our police force by a lot, and other agencies as well. So yeah, I think it's very, very early to tell how this is going to go.
I was just trying to really poke it and John a little bit, but you're right, of course. That would be vastly premature. Then John, please go ahead, and then I have a tank, an armory question for you. Wanted to. Then John.
Yeah, I got a call, so I probably went.
That explains it.
Yeah, and now I see 1 to 2 was up, and I heard the last bit he was talking about. But what I heard, I don't know if it's correct, but there's the estimations of 10 to 15 years before this will bear real fruit. So, but to me that sounds too long. So probably it won't take 10, 15 years, but it will take some years before anything happens.
As for most things, actually, it reminds me to something that was brought up previously, and what was brought up previously a few days ago by Daniel, our Swedish Daniel here, was that there was a training center in Kiruna at some point, and I failed to ask him if that had to get moved as well, and I feel like I had forgone it since, and it's not good. Irresponsible of me, really. All right. Anyway. So Hundershigoto, I don't know if you called it yesterday, but we had quite as a part of the Tainathon. There was quite an extensive discussion on naming conventions for various upgrades done to armored vehicles, and the specific comparison that came forth that Thomas made was saying, look at a CV90, for example, or look at a Leopard 2, and see all the subversions and how improvements on a base are rightly considered subversions as opposed to whole new designs. Whereas with Russians, going from a T-72 to a T-80 to a T-90, they're fundamentally kind of the same tank, but they just call it something completely different. When it comes to kind of trying to understand commonalities or common approaches between things and how they can be employed, do you reckon that is almost harmful in a way for them to keep calling them such very different things, and would that harm maybe also the maintenance process that they undergo, just because it would be threaded differently, it could be or it might end up being set up differently just for additional show, or do you think that in practice it's just you have what you have and you just pushed through with that?
So I'm not quite sure I understand the question, but I think the answer might be you push through what you have. I think you're gonna be, up to scratch within, the military to be quite, aware of what everything is, and the terminology will be maybe more messy for someone that's, not in the know or in the field of expertise, so to speak. So I think you just go with what you have. It might be confusing for decision makers, but that's a whole different ball game.
Fair enough. I thought as much. It was just a question I got from someone, maybe better formed at the time that I managed to reform it. I'm just curious if there's any truth, any concept to that. Daniel, did you come to talk about whether they had to move the training center?
Yeah, I think you summoned me.
Kind of. Did you hear what I was referencing from a couple of days ago?
Not clear, so you may have to repeat it.
You were Danny. A few days ago, you were describing, because earlier we noted a little bit about that whole mining operation, but a few days ago you were describing how in there's some sort of a training center. I forget for what exactly in Kiruna, and I was curious, at the time, but I failed to ask it whether they had to move said training center, during the big move of the city.
I don't really recall me saying that, though. The only thing I know that they have in Kiruna is that they I22, which was my regiment, the Lapplandsjägare, they were closed down somewhere in the early 2000s. I don't remember exactly which year it was. And we had two Jägar regiments for training troops in the peace organization in Sweden, in the northern part of Sweden. There was one in Arvidsjaur called K4. That was the cavalry unit, but it was basically the same kind of training. Their name was Norrlandsjägare, and we were called Lapplandsjägare. They later, quite recently actually, not that many years ago, they restarted the K4 unit in Arvidsjaur, but they sort of did not start the I22 unit. At the same time, they sort of did, because there is a Jägar battalion that has some training in I22, and quite recently they started to take conscripts there again, but not many. But it's basically a support to the territorial home guard defense, as far as I have understood it. The buildings where we had the I22 regiment were converted into living quarters, as apartments, which was sort of a shame, because in the middle of everything we had this sort of park. It was a plot of grass with some birches on it. It was called the Jägarparken, the park of the hunters, Jägar rangers. And you were not allowed to go there. You could not step your foot on that grass unless it was a ceremony when you put on your beret, when you have done your test for being a Jägar. But nowadays it's actually a park for the ones who live there, and they even have like a grill and stuff like that. But that's sacrilege in my point of view. But they still have, apparently, some of the buildings are used by the Jägar battalion in Kiruna, that small unit that is there still. But they will also have to move when they move the whole city. I don't know if you have said anything about why they are moving the city.
Oh, we've not. I just assumed that the Swedes would know, and everybody else would be like, "What? They're moving a city?" And they would have googled it by now. Do you want to say why they're moving the city?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, Kiruna is quite fun because the whole municipality of Kiruna is the largest in the world.